sending us the questions with your name, and we will read it out. Our team is here, which will be collating the questions and handing over it to me. And then there is a feedback. For feedback also, there is a QR code given on page 2 of the program sheet. We would love to have your feedback at the end of the convention, and the feedback lines will be open until Thursday, 10 p.m. Please go back, relax, and give us your feedback. We will be happy to receive your feedback on the way, the convention, and various sessions that have been organized. So once again, a hearty welcome to all of you for this 23rd All India Management Students Convention on the theme, What Does It Take to Jumpstart a Successful Career? We are also happy to share once again that the event, the entire convention is webcast live. May I now call upon the dignitaries to take their place on the dais. Mr. Mahalingam, President MMA, Partner Director TSM Group of Companies. Come on students, let's welcome them with a big round of applause. Mr. S.V. Nathan, CEO and co-founder Visara, Knowledge Partner for the Student Convention. Mr. Govind Iyer, Independent Director Infosys and Director Karmayogi Bharat, Government of India. And Group Captain R. Vijay Kumar, Visish Seva Medal, Executive Director MMA. So this is just the first session, the inaugural session. A lot of students are still making their way here. Let's welcome these dignitaries with a good round of applause. All good things should begin with a prayer and blessings. May I now call upon Ms. Padmaja to render an invocation song on Lord Krishna, followed by Tamil Thai Vaalthu. May I request all the students and all those who have gathered here to please rise for the invocation.
செங்கனி வாயிலோரு வேக்குழல் வைத்திசைத்து தேனி செய்தான் பொழிவோன் யார் யார். செங்கனி வாயில் ஒரு வேக்குழல் வைத்திசைத்து தேனி செய்தான் பொழிவோன் யார் யார். செந்தாமரை முகத்தில் மந்தஹாசம் புரிந்து செந்தாமரை முகத்தில் மந்தஹாசம் புரிந்து சிந்தை திரையாய் கொள்வோன் யார் யார் யார். சிந்தை திரையாய் கொள்வோன் யார் யார் யார். கிளியே கண்ணன் என்றங்கே ஒரு கள்வனுளன் என்று கன்னியர் சொல்வதெல்லாம் மெய்தானோ. கண்ணன் என்றங்கே ஒரு கள்வனுளன் என்று கன்னியர் சொல்வதெல்லாம் மெய்தானோ. தஞ்சமெந்தனுக்கு அவள் திருவடி அன்றி வேறு தஞ்சமெந்தனுக்கு அவன் திருவடி அன்றி வேறு தரணியில் இல்லை என்று சொல் சொல் சொல். தரணியில் இல்லை என்று சொல் சொல் சொல். கிளியே செங்கனி வாயிலோரு வேக்குழல் வைத்திசைத்து தேனி செய்தான் பொழிவோன் யார் யார்.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் மதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டமிதில் எக்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு திரை முதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே. அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம்பியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Thank you, Ms. Padmaja, for that excellent invocation song. May I now request the dignitaries to present a bouquet to Ms. Padmaja. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give her a big round of applause for starting this day with a wonderful rendition of the prayer song and followed by Tamil Thai Varthu. Thank you very much, Ms. Padmaja. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mahalingam is President MMA. He is also Partner Director, TSM Group of Companies. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. K. Mahalingam is the President of Madras Management Association and a Partner Director of TSM Group of Companies. A distinguished alumnus of NIT Trichy and IIM Calcutta, this transformative leader and impactful investor spearheaded T.S. Mahalingam and Sons into a respected automobile aftermarket brand. Under his leadership, the company diversified into financial services, real estate, and angel investing. An active investor and mentor, he guides operations for the Chennai Angels and is recognized as a go-to person for aspiring entrepreneurs seeking guidance, support, and funding.
May I now invite Mr. Mahalingam to deliver the welcome address, please.
Very, very good morning to all of you. It's indeed my pleasure and privilege to deliver the welcome address at the 23rd All India Management Students Convention of the Madras Management Association. Distinguished speakers, esteemed guests from management institutes, invitees, past presidents, delegates from corporates, my colleagues from the management committee, media, thousands of people who are watching this convention online and listening to it on the voice of MMA. And last but not the least, all you students who are assembled here. Thank you so much and welcome. Of all the events at MMA, the student convention is something I find the most energizing and inspiring. In our normal conventions and normal events at MMA, we do have student participation, but not of this scale. And it's always energizing and inspiring to see so many young and fresh minds. Management students are the future leaders of India. They are the ones who are going to drive the economy in the future. MMA's core charter always was fostering management excellence, knowledge, and thought leadership. With that in mind, the Madras Management Association started a students' convention as far back as 2002. To be on record, I think MMA has significant of institutional student memberships and many student activities in campus also. That's the focus MMA has on the future managers. Every convention revolves around in a theme. This year's theme, after much deliberation by Mr. Sendil Nathan, with the support of Mr. S.V. Nathan, Sendil Kumar with the support of Mr. S.V. Nathan of Vistara Business Services Consultancy Private Limited, how to jumpstart your career successfully. This is the topic for this convention. We have had phenomenal response I understand we'll have close to 1,000 people participating in person, attending in person, and many thousands more virtually. That's the impact this topic has had on the convention, on the attendance. We chose this topic because given rapidly evolving technological changes and other changes in the environment, management students are faced with multiple challenges. On one side, you have new opportunities which keep emerging. On the other side, you have technology replacing manpower and human power. So management students need to make deliberate choices and considered choices to make sure they can jumpstart their career. So we thought it was appropriate to have this theme at this point of time. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to Mr. S.V. Nathan, founder and CEO, Visara Human Capital Consultancy Private Limited. I wish to thank him for he's going to deliver the keynote address. Really look forward to your keynote address, Mr. Nathan. I would also like to welcome my dear friend and classmate Govind Iyer, Independent Director Infosys, Director Karmayogi Bharat Mission. Govind wears many other hats, but he's explicitly told me not to mention any of those today. More than anything, Govind is a dear friend, a thought leader in the human resources space. He used to head Egon Zehnder, one of the most sought after and respected HR firms in the country. Thanks, Govind, for traveling all the way from Bombay. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Nathan, also traveling all the way to do this for us. As you may be aware, MMA is the largest management association in the country and has won the Best Management Association Award 14 times in a row. This convention, along with the convention committee, Belgium Sendil Kumar, and the support of Mr. Nathan, has curated a wonderful set of programs covering major issues on how to build your career and jumpstart your career, whether it's about people skills, organizational culture, multiple aspects. I'm sure this will be of great value to all of you. A few thoughts before I finish this welcome speech. You are a generation which was born almost at the same time the major tectonic shifts happened in the way we live our lives, whether it's the internet, mobile technology, or social media. The internet emerged first, mobile technology in India evolved very quickly, and social media came soon after. If you look at it objectively, these influence and we virtually run our lives, both personal and professional, based on these three pillars. You had the good fortune of being born into an era when all this was in the beginning. So all of you naturally grew up being familiar with the internet, with mobiles, and with social media. And all of you, by the time you entered your teens or even before, started experiencing the power of the internet, the mobile technologies, and social media. Given that, I think all of you are naturally prepared to enter this world with these are very powerful parts. Recently, you had AI also. I think so many of you get exposed in your education and in projects today on AI that even AI, artificial intelligence, could actually come naturally to you. So to sum up, one would say that you are all future ready already in the sense of being equipped with the factors that drive business, drive careers, and drive organizations. Apart from that, you're entering an India, which is the fastest growing economy in the world, and a country which is becoming a manufacturing hub for the world, and a country where the services sector is also booming. You're entering at a period of time, an age when entrepreneurship is celebrated. Even failed entrepreneurship is treated as a badge of honor. All you require for entrepreneurship is intellectual capital, no longer require financial capital. And everybody, you could even fail as an entrepreneur and go back to a profession. So you are entering at a time in life and the part in your lives and the stage of the country and the world when the world is literally your oyster. And India, you're very lucky to be in India. For example, manufacturing in India is taking off, and our state is already becoming a manufacturing hub. So the opportunities are going to abound, whether you want to pursue your career, whether you want to be an entrepreneur or be a professional. So I think I don't think there could have been a more exciting time to graduate from business school. I really envy you guys and girls, I can tell you. It's fascinating period in history when so many things happening, and as young professionals, you really have a wonderful future ahead. My feedback to you on this convention is, listen to the speakers, learn, listen to their stories, get inspired. There are going to be 1,000 people, around 300, 400 people are already here. So meet them in person. Don't just network, make friends. Relationships are the bedrock of the future. Whatever happens to technology and whatever helps around the world. Build friends, build networks. I'm sure it will come in very, very handy earlier, going forward. The world is waiting, the country is waiting. Go conquer both. I'll say, all I have to say is, just make sure you make an impact, not just on yourselves, but on the environment and the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mahalingam, for setting the tone for the convention, and also these encouraging words to the students. Entrepreneurship is being celebrated. Students, it's all yours now. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. S.V. Nathan is the CEO and co-founder of Visara Human Capital Consulting Private Limited. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. S.V. Nathan is the co-founder and CEO of Visara Consulting, which focuses on human capital advisory and enterprise development work. A respected voice of the HR profession in India, Mr. Nathan is recognized as one of the top 20 influencers of HR by the Economic Times. His book, The Heart of Work, is a bestseller. He is also a regular blogger and an HR power influencer on LinkedIn and Twitter.
Thank you, Mr. Nathan, for making it here. May I now request Mr. S.V. Nathan to deliver the keynote address on the theme, Defining Success in the Modern Workplace.
So dignitaries on the stage, Mr. Mahalingam, Mr. Govind Iyer, and Mr. Vijay Kumar. I really thank you for this opportunity to have me come and spend some time with the future, which is standing up, actually sitting in front of me. This is really the future. This is really the future of India. Very, very fortunate to be seeing this hall getting filled with a lot of people who are really going to define the future of this country. So a big congratulations to all of you. I think you should applaud for yourselves. I have two confessions to make. The first one is, it's very difficult to speak after Mr. Mahalingam. So Mali sets the stage. At the end of it, he would leave you with some very power-packed words of what this country can do. I'm no such speaker. I don't think I can give you, the only thing I can possibly give you is, as I remember, there was once a major. Now this major was going to address his troops and he was waiting. Suddenly the general came up. Now the general, the moment the general comes in, all the soldiers are looking only at the general because the general is going to make some. So the general came and spoke, General Mali. And after this, the general went away. Now, the poor major will have to come and speak. So how does he gather the attention of all the soldiers sitting in front of him? So he addresses the soldiers and he says, "Soldiers, the general has made some general points. The major will now make some major points." Thank you very much. So, this morning, I was searching for something to write on. You see, there are people who will write on their, on their pads. They would write on the phone. But I'm an old-timer. So I was looking for something to write on, and there was not a writing pad in the room, but I did espy a small Colgate brush, and there was a small Colgate somewhere there. So what I did was, I took something like this, and on the reverse, I wrote a few points. So the good news is, this is all that I'm going to read out to you. So, not very long. What is success in today's age? Success in today's age is doing a bit of a side hustle. Just not the job that you do, but do something on the side. So that's number one. Two, it's also, in today's world of the social media, how many hits do you get on your Insta or your LinkedIn post? That's another indicator of success. Success is having a friend. Success is also about relationships, or how long you can have this relationship with anyone else. I'm going to turn this on its head, and I'm going to talk about success because in my view, success is a good night's sleep, having done a good day's work. Success is having a good night's sleep. Success is when you're a much sought after person, not a wanted person, but a sought after person. When somebody seeks you out, then you're successful. Success is also about finding joys in small matters, small things. Being very curious about things and then discovering a few things, that is success. Success is also about having long relationships. Meeting friends after many, many years like Govind and having a quiet cup of coffee, that is success. Before I get to what success is, let's talk about the ingredients of success. How many of you are interested in stories? Raise your hands. Shameless people. All students of management. Oh my God, people on the dais as well. Okay. Very well. So here's the story of a grandmother. So this grandmother had only one leg, and they lived in a very, very small house. Well, it's not really a house. It's just one room. And that room was everything. That was the drawing room, the bedroom, the kitchen, whatever else. I mean, just one room there. They didn't have a wall. They had a privacy curtain. The privacy curtain was a lot of these jute bags in those days. So you open them up and then sew them. So that was the privacy curtain. But there was something very fascinating about this old lady. Every day, she used to get out into her drawing room. The drawing room was really the sidewalk, the platform. So she used to be sitting there and recounting a lot of stories. And a lot of young boys used to just mill around that place wanting to listen to her stories. And as she recounted her stories of, mythology, whatever, people used to be sitting in rapt attention, listening to her stories. Very, very captivating. One day, when she was telling a story, there was a boy who got distracted and was not listening to her but looking somewhere else. Now, when somebody is saying something and the person is not paying attention, it's not a good thing. So the old lady, what she did was, the grandmother slapped the boy and says, "Hey, I'm talking to you and you're looking someplace else." So he says, "Grandma, what do I do? I just saw a car drive by." He says, "What about the car?" Now this is a boy who hardly had 2 meals a day and was studying in a corporation school where in those good old days you didn't have tables and chairs, but you have to sit on the ground, use something called a slate and a chalk. And he's looking at the grandmother and says, "Grandmother, can I ever sit in a car?" And the grandmother looks at the boy and says, "Of course you can sit in a car. If you're going to sit in a car, make sure that you sit behind. You have a driver. The car is yours and you're paying the driver." So this boy is a little flummoxed. He says, "And?" He says, "But if you are driving the car must be yours." This young boy who had nothing in the world other than dreams looks at the grandmother and says, "Grandma, can I ever get into a car?" He says, "Of course you can, provided you think you can, and you got to work hard for it, boy. You got to work very hard for it." Well, many years later, when I'm sitting in a car and when I'm driving to work, I remember the grandmother. The grandmother and her stories, because the grandmother who told all that great stories was my grandmother. And the boy who got slapped was yours truly. So one of the big ingredients of success is dreaming. And I can tell you this, if you wish for something, you will certainly get that. Do you believe it? Yes. If you wish for something, so the whole thing about how you would like to be successful is, it starts with just a very simple ichha. There's something called ichha shakti, which means the whole strength of a desire. So you start with that. So that's one. After every story, and I'm going to recount 2 or 3 stories, I'm going to do this. When I do this, it means that story is over, and I'm going to recount something else. Okay, you got me? So here is a story. I was a young general manager working in a company called Sterling Holiday Resorts. Here in the city, wonderful city. In those days it was called Madras, but now it is Chennai, Chingara, Chennai. So I was there, working late, 10 o'clock at night, very large hall. In the far end, I saw that there was a light which was burning. It was my first week at this wonderful organization. And I walked towards the light to find out what was happening. There was a transistor. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, in those days you had something called a transistor. There was some music, and there was a boy who was singing, and he was doing some work. So I went up to him and I said, "What are you doing?" So he says, "Sir, can't you see? I'm preparing pay slips." And the way he said, "I'm preparing pay slips," was as if he was doing some rocket science out there. But I looked at him and I said, "So you pay, what about pay slips?" He says, "Sir, you don't understand. 1 extra 0 in a pay slip, somebody is very happy. And 1 0 less, somebody is very unhappy. So if you don't mind, I'm doing a very important job. Can I meet you tomorrow?" I quite like this gentleman, so I said, "Okay, I'll meet you tomorrow. 11 o'clock, my office?" "Yeah, perfect." 11 o'clock, this boy comes across. Knocks on the door. I say, "Okay, come in." The first question we ask people when we meet them is, "Hey, what's your name?" So he says, "This is my name." Then the second question we ask anybody is, "What's your background?" So he says, "I've done my MBA." And the way he said is, "I've done my MBA," was as if he has come from, the biggest school in the world, the Wharton or the Harvard. And he was standing tall. And I said, "Okay, so which school have you done your MBA?" So he says, "ABC School of Management." "ABC School of Management? I've never heard of this." He said, "Sir, how can you hear about this? After I finished 1 year, they shut down that school." "Shut down that school?" "Yeah." "Then what did you do in your undergrad?" So he said, "I did BA History." And the way he said BA History was as if he has done his computer science from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. Then I again looked at him and I said, "So, okay, what was your percentage?" So he said, "Sir, I got 35%. Again, when he says 35%, you start to think as if this guy is, university first. 35%? He said, "Again, you don't understand, sir. If they had given me 34%, they would have to suffer me for 1 more year." So I cleared. I passed. The more he spoke, the more I got interested in this boy. There was a telephone call. I picked up the phone. Yes, in those days you had one of these handsets. You got to put him on your ear and speak. So this gentleman says, "Hello, I'm Sanjay Bhaduri, and I wanted a regional human resources manager west, and I've been asking for the last 6 months, Nathan, can you help?" I said, "Sanjay, I got exactly the person for you." I got exactly the person for you. And then I put the phone down. But before I did that, I said, but Sanjay, you better take good care of him. He's the best. He's the best. Put the phone down. Then I looked at this gentleman and I said, hey, would you want to go to Bombay and be our regional human resources manager? So he looked at me and said, of course, of course. And then I asked him one more question. He said, do you know Hindi? He said, Tora, Tora. Anybody who says Tora, Tora means they have no knowledge about Hindi. But I said, okay, I'll let this pass. Mahi went to Bombay. I don't know what happened after that. But I do remember just when he was leaving the room, he asked me again. He said, sir, you're very confident about this regional manager? I said, yes. He said, why do you ask? He said, it is 4 levels higher than a payroll clerk. I said, it doesn't matter. I made the decision. Just go. Many years later, I got a telephone call. This telephone call was a call which was of a person complaining. What is he complaining about? He says, sir, 3rd time on trot, I've been asked to go to Miami. For what? He said, with my spouse, I have to go there. It's 1 day of some mumbo jumbo that they have on management, and then after that, 7 days of pure fun. So he says, so why are you complaining? So he says, sir, I'm complaining because this is the 4th time that they've asked me to come to Miami. I said, 4th time? So why do they keep calling you? He said, well, they look at the 0.01 top performers in the world and they bring them to Miami. Then I got a little upset with this guy. I said, hey, listen, you don't complain about these things. If you have a problem going there, please check with your organization whether I could go in your place. Anyway, I let the conversation pass, put the phone down, and I was smiling. And my wife, by the side, she asked me, she says, you seem to be very happy. I said, yeah, I'm very happy. He said, why are you smiling? Now, wives are always curious when husbands smile or laugh. And so I said, I'm smiling because this person is going to Miami. I recounted this very, very quickly. And she says, but why this happiness? He says, I said, I'm very, very happy today because once upon a time, this boy who is the director of human resources in one of the largest multinationals here in the country, is going to Miami for the 4th time. Once upon a time, he was all but a payroll clerk. He was once upon a time a payroll clerk. That's the story. And I remember this because it does not matter which school of management you come from. None of this matters as long as you school from the school of attitude. One of the biggest ingredients to success is what do you do with the education that you get, even if it is for a very, very short one. Well, I could go on forever, but I can't forget this one. So, how many of you in the room are runners? Can you raise your hand? Oh, not too many. Okay, for people who are not runners, there is something called the 10K run, 20K run, marathon, mini marathon, all that. So there was this was in Hyderabad. I've lived in Hyderabad for a very, very long time. I love the city. So this was around the Hussain Sagar Lake. It's a beautiful place. So the race was supposed to be at 5:30 in the morning, and I was all pumped up, prepared, ready to go. And at that very point in time, when we are supposed to hear that clap of the races, which is supposed to start, at that point in time, I found that the chief guest has not arrived. Now, you can't run if the chief guest has not fired a pistol in the air. Very unfortunate. After a good 10 minutes, chief guest arrived, and before you know what had happened, the race had started. Unfortunately for me, I had warmed down by then. And people who are runners in this room will know that you have to warm up a little bit before you can run. I had warmed down. And when I started to run, I got a cramp, a very bad cramp, and I sat in the side. When I sat on the side, I thought my race was over. Just then, there was somebody who just very gently shook my hand and said, can you just get up a little bit? I said, I can't because I can't run. He said, of course you can't run. Can you walk? He said, I can't walk. Do one thing, just hold my shoulder and let's walk together. And we started walking together. It was actually not even a walk, we were hobbling. And then this gentleman said, can we go to the green flag, which is just 10 meters away? So we started and hobbled to the green flag. And then he said, can he go to the red flag? So we went to the red flag. And then the black and the yellow, and I have no idea what happened because after some time, I found myself running. The race was over. For all people who completed the race, the top 10, they got a medal of some sort. So I was called up on stage. There was a medal. I was sweating. And at that point in time, people had not seen my tears. I was all teared up because I was not to win that race or be the top 10. Because the person who helped me was nowhere in sight. I'll never forget Anupam Lal. I'll never forget him because in all these moments of what we have to be successful in our life, there is always somebody who holds a lending hand. Who always holds a lending hand. So find opportunities to help somebody. Because in helping somebody else, you will find you're helping yourself. Well, I have a lot more stories, but before I get there, a few quick ones. And I know I'm running out of time. One, my first advice to all of you seeking a job. The first advice to you is smile. Smile. When you go into an interview, the first thing people would want to look at you is to see whether you're a Groucho Marx or you're a happy person. Smile. Two, it may sound very ridiculous, but when you meet anybody, give them a firm handshake, not a dead fish handshake. Because the way that you shake somebody's hand will also let them know how confident you are. Network. There are a lot of people in your class. Make sure that you know a number of them. Today you have wonderful platforms like the WhatsApp and all kinds of groups that you have. Make sure you stay connected because you never know that sitting in your midst could be a person who was once a backbencher who's currently the CEO of a very large private bank. You'll never know that. So make sure that, well, to keep you honest, I have several of the top bankers in the country who are my classmates. Very, very fortunate. And we never knew of them as people who could make it this far in their lives. Learn. Learn as much as you can, but more importantly, apply. Have a goal. Have a dream. Have a dream. And I'll guarantee you this, if you wish for something, that wish will happen. My personal, and last couple of them, never give up. Never give up. My personal credo is water cuts rock. Water cuts rock. I never, ever give up. Yeah, you will have a lot of setbacks in your life. Not everybody in the room will like you. Does not matter. But keep at it. Be persistent, be resilient. And I'm sure that as the day goes by, you will get to hear a lot of pearls of wisdom. And I'm going to close with a story with your permission. Okay. So here was a potter. This potter was going to make hookah. Hookah is very valuable to a potter because you make a lot of money on that. And it's not very big, but you make a lot of money. So suddenly his wife chanced on him and said, what are you doing? Why didn't you make a pot? Because when you make a pot, it'll contain water. During the summers, people will really thank you. So why didn't you make a pot? So he says, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. And he started to now knead all the clay that he had, and he was going to make a pot. And just at that point in time, when his wife was away, there's a voice that says, hey, hello, what are you doing? He said, well, can't you see? I'm making a pot. And then he discovered that there was nobody around him. Says, who is speaking? Says, I am the clay. And I'm speaking to you, Mr. Potter. What are you doing? He says, I'm making a pot. Why are you making a pot? I'm making a pot because my wife gave me an idea. And I like that idea. And the idea changed your shape. The idea changed your shape. And at that time, the clay says, an idea changed your mind. That idea changed my life. That very same idea changed my life. That's the story. And it holds enormous meaning for me. Hey, by the way, if you do have to applaud, put your life into it. If you do have to applaud, put your life into it. Thank you. So, this holds a lot of meaning for me because we sit through conferences, we listen to a lot of interesting speakers. There will be at least one idea. The idea could change your life. And on that note, I'm going to invite somebody, and I'll confess out here, what he said to me many, many years ago changed my life. That idea changed my life. Presenting Govindaya. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir, for those inspirational stories. I'm sure the students will carry back a lot of those memories and they'll get motivated. Ladies and gentlemen, Group Captain Vijay Kumar is Executive Director, MMA. You may have his AV, please.
Group Captain R. Vijayakumar, retired, VSM, is the Executive Director of the Madras Management Association since April 2007. During his 3-decade-long service in the Indian Air Force, Group Captain Vijayakumar held various pivotal positions, including Director of Financial Planning and Financial Advisor to the Air Officer Commanding-in-Chief of Western Air Command. His exceptional service and dedication were recognized through several prestigious awards. He was honored with the Vishisht Seva Medal by the President of India for his outstanding and meritorious service. Under Group Captain Vijayakumar's dynamic leadership, MMA emerged as a highly respected management association in India. It has been honored with the Best Management Association in India award by All India Management Association for 14 consecutive years, including the year 2022 to 23.
May I now invite Group Captain Vijay Kumar to announce the release of the special issue of Business Mandate.
Thank you, Vendat. Good morning, my dear students. MMA comes out with an eagerly awaited news magazine called Business Mandate, which has a readership of over 90,000, who features among leading business groups in South India and also made up of dynamic, medium-scale companies as well as reputed professionals from all walks of industry. Other than MMA members, Business Mandate is circulated to notable opinion makers, industry leaders, senior corporate officials, government officials, multinational group heads, management students, and host of distinguished personalities. I'm indeed privileged to be the associate with Business Mandate as its editor for the last 17 years in a row. MMA adapted to the state-of-art changing situations by number of unique online digital initiatives, including the state-of-art digital magazine Business Mandate. The digital magazine of MMA has a number of unique features. On the occasion of MMA Management Student Convention 2024, we have brought out a very, very special issue of the magazine consisting of interesting articles for the benefit of readers and particularly for the management students who are here in the large number. You can scan in the program what is given as QR code and watch and read the magazine. May now request your attention to the screen to know more about the fantastic features of this magazine. May I have the AV, please? copy of the magazine has already been delivered to your inbox. Please read on the magazine. Make it a habit of reading. It's a great magazine to really read. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Group Captain. I'm sure all the students will go and browse the magazine this evening. A lot of articles for you students. Don't miss it. Mr. Govind Iyer is Independent Director, Infosys, Director, Karma Yogi Bharat, Government of India. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. Govind Iyer is the chairperson of Social Venture Partners in India and a board member at Infosys and at Karma Yogi Bharat, a Government of India initiative to create an all-in-one online platform for civil service officials. An engineering graduate from REC Trichy and an MBA from the Wharton School, Mr. Iyer had worked with Egon Zehnder, Procter & Gamble, Coca-Cola, and Heinz. Mr. Iyer has also served on the Wharton Executive Education Advisory Board and is an active alumnus of University of Pennsylvania.
We welcome you, sir. May I now request Mr. Govind Iyer to deliver the inaugural address, please.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for coming this morning to this lovely MMA event. MMA for me is a special organization because my father was part of the AMA, the Ahmedabad Management Association. So all these organizations all over the city and the country in different cities, I think do a tremendous job of helping drive the management knowledge and management practices. So I'm really privileged to be here. Thank you for inviting me. Before I start, I want to get a little energy in the room. So how many of you are final year students? Just put up your hands. Okay, that's a... And how many of you have got a job already? I can see one hand there. Okay, good. So most of you want a job by the end of today, correct? Okay, we should talk about that because I think Nathan referred to a couple of pointers about attitude, about preparation, about how you show up in an interview. I think those are very important things. I'm going to share a little bit about my life story and a few nuggets that I have learned through the journey in the last 40 years that I think have helped me. But I will not talk about it as of today. I will talk about it as of 40 years ago. So it was 40 years ago, that was 1984, that I graduated from my engineering college, NIT Trichy, as was mentioned earlier. And I was contemplating what to do. And I thought to my mind that I enjoyed engineering, but I didn't think I'd be a great engineer. I didn't think so. So I was very clear that I wanted to do an MBA. And I chose to say I'll work for 3 years before I do an MBA, because I felt I'll learn a little more from the industry before I apply it to the management practices. So while I grew up in my schooling days in Ahmedabad, came to NIT Trichy, I decided to go back to Ahmedabad to work there. In those days, it was a startup, the way we define startups, but with the only difference is it had to make profit from the first year. Unlike startups today that don't require to make profit in the first couple of years sometimes. I worked for an air conditioning company. I learned a lot from my mentors. It's one thing I'm going to be talking about in a few minutes. And then I decided to apply for an MBA, and I was very privileged to get into IIM Calcutta, where Mali was from. And I went to IIM Calcutta to start my MBA there. I guess I don't know whether it's fortunate or unfortunate, but at the end of the day I joined IIM Calcutta, I happened to get an admission into a school in the US at the University of Pennsylvania, the Wharton School of Business. And despite my enjoying the Calcutta experience, for those of you who may be from IIM Calcutta or have seen the campus, it's a lovely campus, I loved it, I decided to go to the US, but with a very clear plan to come back to India. I think earlier it was referred to both by Mali as well as by Nathan that India is really the place to be today in the world because there's high growth, there's high opportunity, there's a very large young population like all of you. And I knew in 1991 that I didn't want to live abroad, I wanted to come back. So I single-mindedly put my purpose towards coming back. We talked about purpose a little earlier also. And I would encourage all of you to just decide what do you want to do today and keep steadfast to that. There will be many hurdles that will come up along your way. But it's very important to stay focused on what you think you need. versus what others need from you. So I was very keen to do marketing, and I was very keen to join Procter & Gamble. And the reason I'm sharing this story with you is because I think failure is a very good thing, and you'll hear about this in a minute. Failure is not a bad thing. Actually, failure strengthens you a lot if you take it well and if you manage well. So I applied for a job in the summer between my first year and the second year to Procter & Gamble. And they said, no, we don't have a summer intern for anybody who wants to go back to India because our summer internships are for the US and only for the... I didn't give up. I kept at it, and they finally gave up on me, and they said, no, we can't do anything. Lo and behold, after applying to 65 companies for a summer job in the US, I didn't get any. I didn't get a single summer job. And then I remembered something that Mali mentioned about relationships. And I remember going to an exhibition with my father 4 months ago in the area of dental products. That's what my father was working on. And I remember meeting two individuals there whom I liked. And I had their business cards. And I called them up and I said, I'm keen to do a summer internship. Would you have an opportunity? They had never received a call from anybody from a good business school like Wharton to want to do a summer internship with them. And they said, sure, come over. And within 24 hours, I had my summer internship. And it was the best 3 months of my life, really. Working in an environment where they had never experienced me, and I had never experienced an organization in the US. And why I'm sharing this story with you is that stepping stones is what takes it to build a career. And this was a big stepping stone for me. And it came from a relationship. It came from hard work and not recognizing that I can give up. I didn't want to give up. I wanted to work in the US. Because I never wanted to work in the US later. I wanted to work then and come back to India. Fast forward, my final year, I decided I'd want to come back to India, but I want to work at Procter & Gamble. And you know, sometimes in life when you manifest something, the word manifestation, you just keep thinking about it. It happens. 24 hours after the interview process started on campus, there was a phone call that came from Procter & Gamble to my voicemail. There used to be something called an answering machine in those days, which would capture your messages on your desk phone in your home. So I'd come back home at about 11 in the night from school, and I saw this answering machine message saying, can you call us in Cincinnati, in Procter & Gamble? I called them up the next day. They said, we'd like to interview you for a job in India, if you're prepared to still go back to India. That was the starting point of my career. And I got that job. I came back to India, and I've been in India now for 30 odd years. Working in marketing and then in the human capital consulting world. I'll talk about that. Why I'm sharing this story with you is that as you embark on your journey now to find a good job for the second year students and the first year, be focused on what you think you want. You may not know all your answers, but persevere through relationships, persevere through your own heart to do it. I referred to failure earlier. I think you will fail and you must fail, because if you fail, you will learn. And if you fail and you learn, you will actually be much better. I did very badly in my 12th exam. Literally, I cried for 2 days because I did so badly. But I was very fortunate to get enrolled in NIT Trichy. And from that day onwards, you know, Mali, who's been my friend for 40 years, knows I worked hard to get into mechanical engineering, which was at that point one of the best lines to get into. I worked hard to get into IIM Calcutta and then to the Wharton Business School. And I think that experience of failure actually taught me the importance of recognizing hard work makes a difference. And I would only say this in your job interview process: you may not get the first job that you want, but don't give up. Persevere to make it, maybe get it again later, after a few years. The other aspect I would say, as you're thinking about your career, so the topic is how do you jumpstart your career, it's very important for you to recognize that when you are in an interview process or when you're evaluating opportunities, I use the word control the narrative. That means you need to be in control of the situation. Many of us walk into an interview and expect to be interviewed. My philosophy has been, yes, you must be respectful of the interviewer, but there are times when you can also make the interviewer ask you the questions you want him to ask. So you might say, how does that happen? That happens because you end your answer with a question that's intrigue. So let me do a test. Supposing they ask you, so you're from IIM Lucknow. Why did you join IIM Lucknow? Did you get any other IIM interviews? They may ask a question like that. Or they may say, what do you want to do in marketing? Why do you want to do a marketing job? Why do you want to do a finance job? And give your answer, which you would have prepared well, but end by saying, my interest was also, picked because of a research paper that I did with Professor XYZ. Immediately they'll ask you the next question, likely to be, what was the research paper about? So what you've done is you've created appetizers for them to ask the questions. So you can, in a 20-minute or a half-an-hour process, take them through everything that you want to get across to them. If you leave it in the hands of the interviewer to decide what to ask, he or she will ask questions without knowing you, and they're standard questions. The more you control an interview in a manner that is not directive it's not directive, but it's actually allowing the person to ask you questions, the more you're likely to get a good representation of yourself in front of the interviewer. So that's one thing you must remember as you're going through your journey, not just in this job, but over the 20, 25 years. So I think, as some of you may have heard, I worked for a company called Egon Zehnder. It was the world's leading human capital advisory firm that did a lot of leadership development and helped identify CEOs, board directors, but also train a lot of individuals in companies. And one of the things that I, as a leader there, always looked at when I looked at CEOs or CEO executives or people with 15, 20 years experiences, how curious are they to learn more? How curious are they to learn about themselves? And this is something that I think I learned a lot from my father. He used to always ask me 20 questions, and I could never get a chance to ask him questions. So he would want to know more about me than I would want. And so in that process, he got me to speak up a lot. And I think the more you ask questions, the more curious you will become as an individual. And I've seen that in the journey of life, if I look at the best CEOs that I've ever worked with, either in hiring them or working with them, they are those that are open to curiosity, open to learning, open to being vulnerable, open to saying, I don't know it. If you don't say, I don't know it, you will think you know it, but somebody else will give you a better answer. So I think it's important to recognize the value of curiosity. So curiosity is something that we all underestimate, saying, in a room, if I don't seem to know the answer, they'll think that I'm not good enough. Completely wrong. I think I've seen in my journey that you should be strong at what you know, you should be good at what you do, but you need not know everything on the planet. You can learn from others as well. The other point I would mention that has made a huge difference is the kind of culture that you work with, the kind of leaders you work with, and the kind of mentors. How many of you will aspire to join a startup company in this room? Hands up. I can see. Great. I can see a spread. How many of you would be prepared to do your own startup on day one? These three individuals seem to have to fund them immediately. Mali, Chennai Angels, over here. These three. I think starting your own organization is a fabulous idea. But if you ever choose to join a startup, my only submission to you is make sure you can get some mentorship. Make sure you can go and join an organization where they have advisors, or they have board members, or they have others you can learn from. Why do I say that? Because it's very important in the first 5 to 10 years of your life that you have a foundation for growth. If your foundation is strong, you can do very well. People like me, I went to Procter & Gamble. In those days, the word startup didn't exist as much, definitely in India. And I think the 5 or 6 years I worked at Procter were the best 5 or 6 years of my life in terms of a foundation for growth. So my only request to you is don't build your house on shaky ground. Build it with a strong foundation. Whether it's your own company, whether it's a startup, whether you work in a Citibank, you work in a Procter & Gamble, you work in a GE, an Axis, wherever you work, make sure you learn from a good set of mentors. I think in the interest of time, I'm going to share 2 anecdotes for you, which I think is very important for you to remember over the next 20 years. And you probably aren't thinking that, but I'm going to leave it with you. Is take ownership of your career path. Today, you're going to get your first job. I'm sure you all will get outstanding jobs in the next 6 months. But how do you ensure that you have a career path over 20 or 25 years that in the direction that you want? That can only happen if you take charge of your destiny. You know, many people ask me, Govind, how do you spend 24 years doing the same thing at Egon Zehnder? It's because I did 7 different things while I'm at the same firm. I kept evolving. Nathan spent 20 years, I think, at Deloitte. Nathan? How do you spend 20 years in a company that's growing so fast? It's because you have to keep evolving yourself. And I would say you should start from day one. The day you get your first job, start thinking ahead and saying, what's the next kind of role I want to do? That doesn't mean promotion. I'm just being very clear about that. That means role of learning. What's the kind of learning I want to get? So if I join the marketing department at Unilever, that's great. I'm going to be doing marketing for the first 4 or 5 years. But what do I aspire to do in the first year? You should start saying, I want to go and work in the field. I want to do sales, or I want to do marketing in different segments, different categories. All I'm requesting you to take charge of your own career growth. Don't let the company drive your career growth. The opportunities will be there only when the company can give it to you. But if you drive your career growth, they will see a certain attitude in you, which I think Nathan referred to. They will see a certain drive in you. They will see a certain purpose in you. And you will come out as a much, much better individual and leader. I'm going to end my talk this morning with just one request. Remember, as you go through your life over the next 40 years, be a giver as well. Just don't be a taker. Don't just take from everything, give as well. Start giving early on in your life, giving yourself to others, giving relationships and helping others. I love the analogy he talked about when he was running and somebody, Anupam Lal, I believe, lifted him up and took him. Be a champion of helping others grow. You will never realize the value of that till you're sort of in the 60s like I am. The value of relationships, of friendships, of carrying people along is something that you'll only realize later. So just take it from somebody who's been the beneficiary of a lot of people who've given to me. I'm really blessed to be here today. I have 3 lovely boys. I have a wife who's a classical dancer, running her own business. We're a family, small family, but yet a family that I feel very proud of. And I think it's all happened not because of me, it's not because of them, it's because of all the people around us, all the giving around us. And so don't hesitate to give, because the more you give, the more you'll get. Just believe me, the world conspires. When they see givers, there will be people who will give you. So that's my final piece of advice to all of you. Start being a giver from day one. You'll never regret it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, you all agree with me that both the guest speakers this morning have been very, very inspirational. May I request Mr. Mahalingam to present a memento to both our guest speakers, Mr. Govind Iyer as well as Mr. S.V. Nathan. Ladies and gentlemen, they deserve a big round of applause. They've come all the way to Chennai this morning, despite their busy commitments. Thank you, Mr. Govind, for saying that, curiosity is so important for students. And also for saying that how important it is for students to say, I don't know, and then start learning whatever you don't know. Very thoughtful address there. And then we have Mr. Nathan, who also said so many important things. He said, he talked about the ingredients of success. He talked about the stories which were so very inspirational. And of course, he made a very, very interesting point there, saying that, instead of being a wanted person, being a sought-after person. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to a place where we have Group Captain Vijay Kumar to propose the word of thanks.
Thank you. What a fascinating inaugural session. I always believe all that starts well is going to be very beautiful. It's my proud privilege. Let me thank Mr. Govind Iyer, Independent Director, Infosys Director, Karmayogi Bharat, being the chief guest, traveled to Chennai all the way from Mumbai, in spite of his busy commitment to be with us, to share his thoughts. Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking insights, which I'm quite sure would have inspired large number of management students. Dear friend, Nathan, guest of honor, it's always a pleasure. He's a great storyteller, because every time I discuss with him as a knowledge partner, I love one lovely story to me, and I get inspired every time I'm talking to you, Mr. Nathan. Lovely, lovely having you with us this morning. He's also a knowledge partner. He's the one who gave us the idea to put this subject and compiled all the sessions and some outstanding speakers. Thank you, Mr. Nathan. I think you've been a great source of support and inspiration to MMA. President MMA, for the great support as usual. Without your support, we couldn't have organized such a major convention. Convention chairman and members of the convention committee. And here I must mention, we have the presence of Mr. K.S. Ramesh, who has put together a great convention about for the last 10 years before he decided to hang over and hand it over to others. He's here today. Lovely having you with Mr. Ramesh. And you are the one who set the tone. I hope you'll be happy to see what's being happening. Then we also have sponsors, academic partners. Without your support, you couldn't have done all this. We are watching this program live from all our channels. I believe over 13,000 people are watching it from all over India. Large number of management students. You are the one who really pumps us to bring the best in us. Media partner, Hindu and other newspapers, Batmaja for the lovely invocation, and CEO of IT Research Park. You have been a great support to us, and Team MMA, they are always good. Tayub, who designs all the thing and mandate, and also all the mandate you must read. It's got some outstanding features. You really love reading them, and audio support by IBC and Stage 3 who are put together. Lovely. I want to really, I think you have been sitting for some time. Can you all just stand up and give a round of applause for two great gentlemen who gave us a lovely inaugural, so they can all see you well. When you're sitting, we're not able to see you. Thank you, Mr. Nathan and Govind, for your lovely, lovely morning. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a great morning.
Thank you, sir. A deserving tribute indeed. With this, we come to the end of the inaugural session, and we'll start the business session 1 very soon on a very, very interesting theme for all the students. Career planning and goal setting. I think this is very, very important for all the students here. And very soon I'll call upon the stage the guest speakers. May I request Mr. K. Sudeep, Vice President and Global HR Head for BFSI TCS Singapore, and Mr. Krishnan Ravishankar, Solutions Partner Horizon Assessments, to take their place on the dais, please.
Come.
He's got a presentation?
No, yeah. Like
Just
he will talk. After that, he will give a presentation.
You can connect it here.
Yes, yes, Mela.
Please.
Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them with a big round of applause. The guest speakers for the business session 1, career planning and goal setting. May I have the AV of the speakers, please?
Mr. Sudeep Kunamal is the head of human resource for the BFSI vertical at Tata Consultancy Services. He did his master's in human resource management and postgraduate diploma in international business and strategy from the University of Amsterdam. Mr. Sudeep has been with TCS for the past 24 years and continues to help shape the company's people-centric goals and strategies. Mr. Krishnan Ravishankar is the country head of Harrison Assessments, which focuses on providing employee assessment tools in the industry. With over 30 years of experience, Mr. Krishnan specializes in building and fostering proactive organizational culture with people initiatives at the core. He focuses on integration of corporate values to build a healthy, productive and proactive organizational culture.
May I now invite Mr. K. Sudeep to share his thoughts, followed by Mr. Ravishankar, please.
Good morning. Make some noise. Yes, that's wonderful. Great to be here. Thank you, MMA, for this opportunity. It's wonderful to always be part of the event and then interact with a great audience like you. Thank you for taking time to be here with us today. So, goal setting and how do you charter your journey of a career that you're going to start, right? It's not an easy one. With the change that's happening, nothing is predictable. So, you don't really can put a goal out there, right? It is what it is. So we're going to talk about it. But before we start, I just want to, take a quick feel from all of you, right? All of you, because you're in the second year, right? Because when the previous speaker asked, not many of you are still in the second year, and only one I saw putting up your hand where you've got a job, right? And so I'm sure, but just want to ask how many of you have done your engineering before your MBA? Yeah, good. So that's a good 60-70% of you have done your engineering. Okay, and how many of you picked up engineering because you didn't want to take a technical career? All of you okay, but you want to just complement your technical engineering that you did? Yeah, I only saw one hand. That's good. That's a very positive sign. Okay, so I just want you to very quickly respond to this survey. So on Mentimeter, if you have a mobile phone, you can just scan it, right? It's a simple question which asks you what are the factors that is important for you to decide an organization that you choose, right? Just to get a feel of what it is. Easiest way is to just double click and put it in an order, read the 8 options, and then based on what you feel is most important is in the top and the least at the last. It's up. Just give you 2 minutes only, it's not take much. You're done? Easy? Just you're done, just raise your hand. It's easier, then I can just go to the results. You got it, right? Loading, it's taking time. Or maybe too many mobile phones on this network here. Have you able to get in? Okay, good. The feedback is coming in. Fantastic. Yeah, that's more it. Okay, you can see the interesting change between second and third. See, that's the point exactly I wanted to talk, because most of the places where I talk to students, right, there is obviously a lot of hunger, and there is this whole conflict that we have between work-life balance and being successful, right? And I maybe focus in the next 5 minutes to really address, because it's a very important one, and especially with a lot of things that's happening recently. See, what is very important, and we had our speaker, all of you are going to have a very long career, right? Life expectancies are increasing, though, and thus his career today, traditionally 60 years was a retirement age, but people are at their peak even at 60 years. So maybe even you can work till 70 because of the health, medical, various things. So at wherever you are, 23, 24, you usually have another 40, 45 years of career ahead of you, right? So that's, and the era that's going to see super speed of change, right? When I started my career 30 years ago, the internet was not very pervasive. And today when I go and talk to my team, I need to talk about Gen AI, right? What is large language models and various things. And I'm not an engineer. Right? That's a fact of it. And I'm only dread and excited about what is that going to happen to all of you. Right? And how is it going to shape? So what is very, very critical in my experience is, you heard Nathan talking about running marathons. Like I've run few full marathons, 42 kilometers. Never look at about just completing that 42. It's the process of going back, getting up in the morning, 5 o'clock, having a friends group, running, right? And when you practice, you typically run 2-3 hours. That's like watching 3 episodes in your favorite, right, Netflix or Amazon thing, right? And how you prioritize what you do. But staying disciplined, enjoying the process, and making a difference and making something better every day is what is going to help and what is going to enjoy. And as you do this, right, the outcomes will be brilliant, smooth, very, very beautiful, that each of you will enjoy. That is a very critical element, because today in an organization that I work, right, it's a lot of teamwork. And work-life balance today is a very critical part of generation, and I'm not going to talk about it, and you can see that coming up. First on hierarchy, it's brilliant. But work lives can be very comfortable working from home, working less hours, part of it. It can be still all that. You can work from home, or you can work from a location of your choice, or work less hours. Perfect. But what you do during the time is extremely important. For example, right, we always choose to say, a lot of my friends say, Aage dukaan, understand Hindi, right? Aage dukaan, piche makan. That's the mindset you wanted to do, right? But if I have to tell my own example, I had a great privilege of working in many cities across the world, right? So I studied from Madurai, I worked in Chennai, then I had worked in Mumbai, I worked in US, I worked in Europe, I worked in APAC, and today if you really look at it, that experience has been just fantastic. Right? And whenever an opportunity has come, you just pick it up. It's very, very critical to be able to do that, because that sort of helps you grow. And the most important in my company, like I work for TCS, and we have 600,000 employees. In the last 3-4 years, we have hired almost 50% of our workforce. And the biggest challenge that we have is to get a lot of people to come to office. Whenever I speak to them, what is important is my own experience. I learned a lot of things by observing people around me. And when you don't come to offices, right, you don't get to see these people. Second, when you're working in a team, you only interact as part of your daily interactions with a certain set of people. And today you heard our speakers talking about it. Networks, doing things beyond what you normally do in a day, are those differentiators which helps you be effective. So whenever you pick and want to do a job, always look for, because you're early part of your career, right? And most important is use this opportunity to be where your team and the extended team are, and you learn from observing others, you seek mentorship, and you also contribute not just in what you do, but what you can help others, and that is in learning opportunities. This is a very, very critical thing. So that sort of fits you for the next role. So please, the key thing is when you look for a long-term goal, some of these things, foundation, so that you make step by step, your next decisions are much more well-informed, and there are enablers to be able to do that. So the critical piece that you talked about, work-life balance, is important, but what is very important to be creating a community and being in people, around people, and that means you have to travel, be in offices or in locations where your larger extended team works. This is very, very important. You be a startup, Then you go to a place where there is an incubator and you interact with people. So be in places, that's the great important thing that you do, just like you do in all your colleges and where you learn from your professors and your peers. The second thing we talk about is technology. Because even I hear a lot of people in my organization who typically are engineers. But then when I interact, I come back and they say, sir, you have joined a technology company, but I don't want to do coding. Sounds familiar? Yeah? Yes. See, but I can tell you, never shy away from technology. It is super, super important. Yeah, a person like me who's an HR professional leverages extensive amount of technology to be able to do things better, faster, and to be able to even personalize things to each of my associate or colleague to make it much more sharper. That's the expectation, right? All of us have. We want to be hyper-personalized. And you cannot do this, you can't scale this unless you leverage technology. Right, so I was telling, just last month, I was in a 2 weeks Gen AI session. Learning agility is very critical. And now that I have a computer science background, but it's still, you will have to keep learning. And never shy away from technology, because there is no, I think, function or a role where technology will not be able to be an enabler for you. So never shy away. It may be difficult, you may not like it, but please embrace it and get it done. And I can tell today, those people who have great understanding of the domain or whatever you specialize in with the technology combination are truly the high performers and the differentiators. So wherever you do a project, try to use that extensively and see how you can make that difference using that. So I heard one of my speakers just saying that, right? See, Gen AI is not going to replace our jobs. Trust me, it will not. But what will happen is someone who knows to use Gen AI effectively will definitely replace our jobs. It's better for us to be that person and embrace that very effectively. Right? To the foundation of that is the learning agility that, again, our speaker talked about, so I'm just going to reinforce, but that's the critical thing to be able to get you across constantly. Okay, the other one that I want to talk about, so I talked about the work-life balance, the learning agility, I'm keeping it very brief. Third one is very critical. How many of you want to have a global career or want to have, or have an American dream or want to settle down overseas, want to get a PR in Australia, Canada? How many of you? Okay, and again, I'll tell you this with my experience. I know a good 60% of them didn't want to, and they obviously, which means I feel all of you have a great hope to continue to work in India and contribute to the country. That's a great option. See, always these travel across, because when I work for TCS and ID, we send a lot of people globally on deputation, right? They learn and they come back, right? So what would be my suggestion and what I see is never get into the trap of wanting to permanently live in a country. As all of us know, there are various immigration laws and then various regulations that keep changing in and do that. If you get a great opportunity, you're on the right track, you're enjoying your role, you're seeing career progressions, you're able to make impact, continue, no problem. But sometimes what I see a lot majority today, people stay just to do the live, but compromising on their career. Right? Just because I need to be a green card, or just maybe my PR is on progress, I will continue to be there just to hold on that I spend the 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. You're doing a biggest, maybe you like the country, you like the quality of life, you like the people around there, but then maybe you're compromising on what you could do better elsewhere, where you have flexibility to move, take up and do things. So never be stalled by a dream to be a part of it. Make your decision is yours, but make it open. And as you travel to different part of the world, and then you come back, it will be a great opportunity. So nation building is a beautiful area to contribute, especially the growth opportunities you heard the speakers talking about. Phenomenal amount of opportunity that we have, right? And be able to do that. So that's the third piece, right? Don't just get with a dream of being overseas. Travel across, work for great companies across. But whenever it stalls, and that's just because you want to stabilize, right? Don't put your that ask or that priority to get settled over your role and what you can contribute, right? That's a part of the other critical piece. And the last and the most important one is in any role that you're going to be able to do, right? While you have a journey and you have a goal to get to where you are, continue on that role, but don't just get defined based on that role. I'll just give you an example of myself, right? Very early in my career, I was just 3 years in the industry. I was working for a manufacturing company in Manali, where it is close, where we have a lot of petrochemical industries, right? And we set up this plant. It was a foreign collaboration. And then we had our chief minister, Mr. Kalinga Karnanidhi, who was to come and inaugurate it. And I was in the HR department, right? And then I had this great privilege because I had to coordinate, and the managing director said, okay, 3 years, but you still coordinate this overall trip, get the clearances from all the various departments, because there's a huge protocol on safety, compliance, everything that they check before the chief minister comes and inaugurates, right? And obviously a lot of investments, there was a tight budget that was done. And there was restriction that you have to keep your budgets within these for the inaugurations. So I used to then go to the secretariat, interact with the principal secretary of the chief minister with a lot of coordination, right? And he did advise me that these are the basic things, make sure this is what the chief minister looks for and get it done. And then I was working to get that thing, and there was one specific ask that after the event, put up a specific event venue and make it available with all these seatings and done, right? It may be used, it not be used. So then I talked to my managing director at the point of time, said, this is a specific ask. My managing director was not very happy because it was a little more of additional expenses. But I believe that was important because it came from a very respectful person and who understands and has been part of him for many events. So was setting up the whole event, but I still, though my managing director said no, but I still went ahead and did it. And he came and he was very unhappy with me. Very unhappy. Event happened. It was such that the chief minister stayed back and he wanted to have a high tea and a networking with the leaders. And this venue sort of fell in place perfect. So than planned, there was another 30 minutes of additional time that the managing director and the leaders had to interact with the chief minister. Meeting went. My managing director calls me, said, I was wrong. What you did was right. I now forget that because sometimes if you believe certain things and you go, irrespective of what it is, you do it as long as you know you're doing it right for the organization, right for the role. Super important. And you're all going to get this opportunity. And you're just going to say, yes, sir, yes, madam. No, that's not what we are here. And especially all of you MBA, right? You're not here for that. So that is the very, very important part of it. You will get these opportunities. Bring that uniqueness in you, bring that judgment in you, and make that call. And you will have to make these calls very, very frequently. And that's what will give you the courage to make you're making the right decision, right? And you will fail. That's okay. But you will continue to build on it, and your confidence builds to take tougher and bolder decisions as you progress, right? So these are the few things. So thanks for listening. Again, a few summarizing. Don't get too complacent with work-life balance and try to be in the comfort of your home. Venture out, get across, enjoy the process because you have 45 years or even more career ahead, right? Critical. Learning agility is fundamental, foundational to be able to. Don't get stuck by a dream of wanting to settle in a host company. Be open to, you use this opportunity, but exploit to only do better and grow faster. And there'll be a lot of instances where you have to make that call. If you are convinced, and then you will be proving right. So these are a few things from my life lessons. Thank you very much. And then maybe later we'll take it for questions. Thank you.
May I request Mr. Ravi Shankar So please
Yeah.
go ahead with the address.
The slides out. Yeah, it's here. Which one is? Okay, very good morning. So many students here, I don't see the morning very bright. Good morning. Okay, I represent Harrison Assessments. I am one of the principal coaches and partners in India. The subject today, which I'll be sharing with you, is on how to plan your career. In my opinion, career planning is a common sense approach, very uncommon in people. That's why many times we land in careers which are not our cup of tea. Having said this, let me share a very interesting example. 3 people were cutting stones, and an economic professor wanted to really study their job. He asked the first person, "What are you doing?" He said, "Don't you see I am cutting stones in the hot sun?" He went to the second stone cutter and asked him, "What are you doing?" He said, "I work here for 12 hours a day. I get paid a couple of hundred rupees. I use this to feed my large family." He went to the third stone cutter and asked him, "What are you doing?" He said, "I am preparing these stones for building a beautiful temple." Now my question to the audience is, which of these 3 stone cutters do you think is going to be highly productive? Yeah, can you be louder, please? The third one. Any reason? Can you please give me one reason which you think the third stone cutter is going to be highly productive? Please go ahead, quick. Say it. Okay, please give her a big hand. The most important reason or the difference between the first 2 stone cutters and the third one is this. The first one was cutting stones because he did not get a better job. Right? He was already frustrated. Somebody else giving him a better job, he will jump. The second one was doing it for money. Right? He was not enjoying the job. The third one, not only was enjoying the job, but he knew the purpose behind the job. He knew the purpose behind the job. And obviously, he is going to be more productive and more engaged on the job. Let me share with you 2 very interesting examples from real life situation. A student came to me after finishing her MA in applied psychology. Listen to this very carefully because I'm going to turn all of you into a psychologist in the next 5 minutes. You don't have to be a student of psychology. This girl passed her applied psychology master's program with a gold medal from one of the top colleges in Bangalore. She did not get a job for 2 years. Her father was a good friend of mine, and he said, "My daughter is highly depressed. She is a gold medalist from the college. She is an athletics captain. She is a volleyball captain. She is a basketball captain. But in spite of her best academic credentials, she could not get a job. Can you do something about this problem?" So I said, "I'm not a magician, but the only thing which I can do is to find out what is that career she is going to enjoy the most." Right? So when I did an evaluation on this girl, 5 points came out very, very interestingly out of this analysis. I'm going to say what are these 5. I want you to make a note of it if possible so that all of you will become a psychologist in the next 5 minutes. Because in my opinion, career planning is a simple, common sense approach, but very uncommon in people. Like in accountancy, if you forget the basic principles of accountancy, you can never get your accounts right. Okay? I'm sure some of the BCom guys sitting here will know what are the basic 3 accounting principles. Now, the 5 critical points of evaluation are, number one, her score on sports as an area of interest was 10 out of 10. Her subject of interest, one of the subjects of interest she had was psychology, 9.8 out of 10. Number three, she had a preference for outdoor activities. Her score was 9.2 out of 10. She had a preference for travel frequently. Her score was a 9.5 out of 10. And she had a high comfort level or expectation for wanting challenging situations in her day-to-day life. Score was almost 9.9. There are many other points which came out, but these are 5 critical points which can help you using your common sense to say what type of career this girl should choose. She applied for many corporate companies. She did not get a job. 2 years in India. Gold medalist applied psychology. Now, I want any one of you ready with an answer based on these 5 critical trait scores to tell me what is that career this girl is ideally suited for. Anyone in the group? Here. Anyone? Sports psychology. Wonderful. Please give him a big hand. In fact, I did not say anything to this girl. I asked her father, can you spend a little bit more money on your daughter's higher education? He said, yes. I said, please ask her to explore opportunities in Australia to look for an 18 months program on sports psychology. And then come back to me. This girl was so smart. She came back the next day and said, Uncle, these are the 3 universities in Australia which are the top universities for sports psychology program, and they even give a financial aid to people who are really good. She applied for that university, she got the admission, she completed. This is an 8-year-old story. Today she is working as a sports psychologist with one of the Olympics teams of Australia. That's all it takes to plan your career. Now let me take you through something very interesting. I will be touching upon all these 3 aspects today. The first one is understanding your personal and technical strengths. We call it in Harrison terminology, eligibility and suitability. Please remember, every job, every career, if you want to be successful, you need to be strong on eligibility and suitability. One without the other will not give you a success. You take cases of very successful people, a cricketer like Sachin Tendulkar, a singer like S.P. Balasubramaniam. You take, for that matter, in any field, corporate world, people who have been successful, they did it because of only one reason. They had a high eligibility and high suitability. Let me explain to you what are these 2 factors so that you know how to plan your career. The number 2 thing I'll be touching upon is how do you align your career to your interest and your passion. Very critical, let me tell you. If you don't align your passion to your profession, you are gone. You may be in a career, but you will not be in a very successful career. If you want to achieve very big within the shortest time, you need to really understand how to align these 2 factors, passion and profession. And the last one, balancing your personal interest and your professional interest. Having said this, I'm going to quickly share with you some research findings from a global perspective. What makes good career and what you need to really focus on evaluating if you want to have a successful career. Number 1 is there are 175 work preference inventory factors which one needs to evaluate in order to know what exactly is the right career for you. 175 factors. These are factors which are covering nearly 8 critical areas. I will touch upon that very soon. Number 2, your inherent interest and its alignment to your career is very crucial for your career success. Okay? Your academic is only a passport to get into a job. But many times I have seen what you do academically, it's not what you really want to be doing in your career. Right? This is a reality. Number 3, your life themes. I'm sure most of you will be surprised when I'm sharing this global research finding. What is a life theme? Life theme is nothing but your DNA behavior. All of us have a DNA behavior, which is behavior by birth. There are 5 critical behaviors in each one of us which could be different from person to person, and these are called your strongest behaviors. Now, these strongest behaviors, if they don't align with your career, you are a fish out of water. I want you to understand this point very clearly. Even at least 3 out of these 5 DNA strongest behaviors, if they align with your career, you are going to make it very big very soon. That's for sure. So you need to really know what's your DNA behavior. Because DNA behaviors, we call them life themes. The reason is they don't change throughout your life. That's why we call them the behavior from the womb to the tomb. Right? Whatever life experience you may go through, they don't change throughout your life. The next very important thing which I want you to focus on is task and environmental preferences. You should know what task you like to do. You should also know what environment you prefer working in, because it varies from person to person. You need to identify what are the tasks which you enjoy doing, and more of those tasks in your career, the more is going to be your success rate. You must know in what environment you will really enjoy working, and you are able to get a career in that environment, you are going to be really successful. The next very important thing is your strongest behavior are not your strengths. How many people know this? This is one of the greatest research findings called paradox behavior. Your strongest behavior is not your strength, it's your weakness. Let me give you an example. You may be a very frank, outspoken person. Frankness by itself is not a strength. It's the biggest weakness. Do you know that? Unless it is balanced by diplomacy. Frankness coupled with diplomacy makes you an effective communicator. But frank by itself, without diplomacy, becomes blunt. People will start distancing from your side. Right? Nobody likes to work with a person who is extremely blunt. Do you like to work? Absolutely no. Right? It's very important that you must know what are your strongest behaviors, because your strongest behaviors are behaviors which you tend to overuse in your career. Unless you know them, you cannot balance them with the paradoxical behaviors. Paradoxical behaviors are nothing but the complementing behaviors. The next very important thing is you must know what are your negative behaviors. By our research, we have identified nearly 32 negative behaviors which are going to influence your job depending on the type of job. For each job, at least 1/3 of these 32 behaviors will have a very direct negative impact. You need to know what are your scores on these behaviors, because the higher the negative behavior score, it's going to really affect your career success in a big way, notwithstanding your academic credentials as well as your work experience. Having said this, your interpersonal skills, your achievement orientation, and your leadership skills, these are 3 competencies which I very strongly feel the students must take a close look at, because without these 3 things, you cannot survive in the corporate world. Whatever be your academic credentials, your interpersonal skills, your achievement orientation, and your leadership style. These 3 makes a big, big difference in your career. There are many other competencies which are applicable, but these 3 play a very, very crucial role. Your negative behavior, which I just touched upon, it vitiates the positive effects of all your positive behaviors. 1 or 2 negative behaviors being extremely strong can really kill your career. I've seen this happening to many people, right? Extremely good in their work experience, qualification, and so on and so forth, but they have certain negative behaviors which really kills them once and for all, right? It has gone to the extent of even they're losing the job, okay? Having said this, the simple formula for planning your career is ensure that there is a balance between your eligibility and your suitability. Let me tell you what is eligibility. It is all about what you can do. It's about your work knowledge, it's about your qualification, it's about your experience, length of experience, nature of experience, it's about your special certification, so on and so forth. All these are eligibility factors, and we call them the material skills. And what is suitability? Suitability involves anything and everything which is behavior oriented. Every job requires certain behavior. An HR job requires a different behavior compared to an accounts job. A CFO's behavior requirement for a job of head of finance is completely different from a head of HR. So you need to really know what career you are getting into, and you also should know how strong are your behaviors which are required for that particular career. And if you don't have them at an adequate level, you should start developing them over a period of time. And it's better to do it before you take a leap into the corporate world. That's the critical part of it. All of you have at least 4 years or at least 2 years in your MBA. You need to really know what are the critical behaviors which are required. Having said this, I want you to take a look at this very interesting slide on enjoyment performance theory. Are you able to see there are 4 critical words which are given there in blue color? Can you all say it together, the students, please? The first one, second one, third one, fourth one. Again, go back to the first one. Can you read the ones in red color, please? Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, and go back to 1. Okay, this is a very simple common sense approach which is called the enjoyment performance theory. Most crucial for planning your career. Whatever we enjoy, we have a tendency to repeat. Do you agree? Whatever we repeat, we start improving. Whatever we improve, we start getting positive feedback from others. That gives you a lot of self-reinforcement, and whatever positive feedback you are getting, that helps you to continue to enjoy what you are expected to do. The reverse is also true. What you don't enjoy, you will not repeat. In fact, you will procrastinate. And when you don't repeat, you don't improve. When you don't improve, you don't get a positive feedback. When you get a negative feedback, you stop enjoying what you are expected to do. That means you quit, or they make you quit. This is reality, and this is called simply the enjoyment performance theory. This is a common sense approach. It is not very but people are not focused on this. They try to plan their career in a different manner without understanding what is that they are going to enjoy the most. Right? Having said this, people who are at least 75% level of enjoyment in their work, they are going to be 4 times more successful than a normal person. The advantage is 4 times more successful. When your enjoyment level on any given job or career is at least 75% more or more, you're going to be 4 times more successful. This is a very simple formula which you need to follow. Having said this, let me quickly say the level of enjoyment decides the level of your career success. Both are very closely interconnected. Why should you go and choose a career based on your passion? Number 1 is passion directly relates to high level of engagement. Your level of engagement is extremely high when it comes to choosing a career based on passion. High quality of work experience is the second very important outcome when you are going to be choosing a career based on your passion. Number 3 is your inner motivation level is going to be extremely high. And number 4, your performance level, because of your inner motivation level being high, is also going to be on the higher side. So what is the formula? I want you to read the last line very carefully. Just marry your passion to your profession. That's all you need to do for choosing the right career. If you can remember the simple formula, marrying your passion to your profession. And you need to get all these factors evaluated very carefully. And as I told you, today with AI technology, you can do wonders. All these factors to be evaluated doesn't take more than 30 minutes. That's all it takes. Okay? Right. Having said this, let me conclude this session by saying, what are the factors you need to be evaluating? And this will be the last important input to you. One is, you must know what is your strongest DNA behavior. The second one is, you must know what are your inherent interests. Third, you should know what are your task preferences, which you enjoy. Fourth is environmental preferences. The fifth one is motivation and your engagement factors, what really motivates you. And the sixth one is personality and behavioral traits. What are your strongest traits, moderate traits, and weak traits? And the last one is, what are the key 3 competencies and what's your strength on those competencies? Interpersonal, achievement orientation, and leadership. And the last one, don't neglect this. It's about your negative behavior. The more you are able to understand it at an early age, it's much easier for you to overcome that. Okay? Having said this, let me conclude this session by saying one more very interesting example. This is from a student who did her master's in computer science because her parents wanted her to become a computer engineer. And she asked, what next? They said, you have to go to US. Why? Because that's the future. So she went to US, she got a job in an IT company, one of the biggest companies, and worked for 15 years. Every day evening, frustrated, she comes back home and she keeps telling her parents, I'm not happy doing what I'm doing. Right? I'm sitting 12 hours in front of my computer. The screen time is really killing my eyes. She had a passion for dancing, and that too Bharatanatyam dance from Chennai. She was dancing from the age of 5. And this girl, every weekend she used to be teaching dance to a small group of people. She worked for 15 years in that IT company, and one fine day she sent a message to her parents saying that I have quit the job. To the shock of the parents. They said, what are you going to do? I am going to run a Bharatanatyam school. And mind you, 5 years later, this girl has established a Bharatanatyam school, and she has more than 300 students in Seattle, USA. And making 10 times more money than what she was making in the IT company. Simple secret. She married her passion to her profession. That's all it takes. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, MMA. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ravi Shankar and Mr. Sudeep. Maybe Mr. Sudeep, we got a lot of questions actually online, but because of the paucity of time, maybe we'll take just one question for Mr. Sudeep. Maybe you could give a quick answer, sir. This is from Mr. Sriram from Tirunelveli, a student of MBA. He's asking, how can young professionals effectively balance long-term career goals with the immediate demands of the workplace?
See, I mean, the simple way to look at it is any role, what you'll be given, do it well, and try to make a difference in that role if done by anyone else, right? So leave a legacy, a simple thing, right? And when you do that, whatever you heard, sir talking about, you make a difference, right? You get a lot of strong feedback, you get a confidence. That sort of gives the opportunity when your leader is having an opportunity of a role that you like to do, then you get picked up naturally, right? So if I look for anyone in my team who does more than what they have to do and does it very proactively, right? And then I always understand what they want and what they're keen to do, and next time an opportunity comes, I give it to them. So we always make that effort to be proactive and different from the rest of them in the team.
Thank you, Mr. Suvir. That's all the time we have for this session. May I request President MMA, Mr. Mahalingam, to please come and hand over a token of our appreciation, a memento to both the guest speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, fabulous session. Please give them a fantastic round of applause. A very important session on goal setting. I think there are a lot of takeaways once again from this session that we had. Mr. Sudeep very clearly said, never miss an opportunity that comes your way. And Mr. Ravi Shankar has very clearly explained how to marry your passion with your profession. Thank you so much, both the guest speakers. Thanks a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are coming to the business session 2. I am telling you, it's going to be very, very enthralling, a very, very inspirational session. This is on overcoming challenges and resilience. And to deliver this session, we have Lieutenant General A. Arun, Param Vishisht Seva Medal, Yudh Seva Medal, Sena Medal, Vishisht Seva Medal. And may I request him to come and take the place on the dais, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him with a big round of applause, a very senior officer of the armed forces who's been and served at very, very senior levels. May I have his AV, please?
Lieutenant General A. Arun has a distinguished military career and retired as the Chief of Staff of Southwestern Command. An All-India rank holder in IITG, he refused to join IITs and instead joined the National Defence Academy. Lieutenant General Arun is a recipient of the Sena Medal for Gallantry, the Yudh Seva Medal for Outstanding Leadership in Conflict, the Vishisht Seva Medal for Distinguished Leadership and Outstanding Service, and the Param Vishisht Seva Medal. He also received the Chief of Army Staff's Commendation 4 times and the North Star Medal for Excellence.
Jai Hind and morning. I have no script. I've been told to keep it to about 22-25 minutes to allow questions. I'd be very happy to do that, whether they're from the live audience or from the online. Why do I have a brain? I mean, I probably don't have one, otherwise I wouldn't have left IIT. That's a separate question. I was also 13th ranked in the All India Joint Entrance Exam. But that must be a record. You know how it works. In some other parts of the country, when I say I was 13th ranked in the IIT entrance, I say, all right, it's a little shrug. When I say I've been shot and wounded 5 times, everybody rises and applauds. So different parts of the country look at different things differently. But why do I have a brain here? I'm going to sell you one idea essentially, and it's about the brain. The second part is how do you work that idea which I'm going to sell? Whether I'm successful in selling it or no, we will see. We have so many management gurus here who've spoken outstandingly this morning. Fantastic. So we'll start at the very beginning. Everything begins with that little thing. That little thing may be a voice in your ear. Maybe the gods whispered in your ear. Maybe somebody has given you a brilliant idea. Look back at your own lives, whether you're 16 or whether you're 65. Look at the number of ideas which came your way, which you didn't pursue. Those were the earth-shaking ideas. Sometimes those little ones can translate to normal change. They can even graduate to crisis. They can go into chaos, which I'm very fond of because I believe chaos is an outstanding thing to happen because it creates that change. When change is resisted. It could also be a little disruptor. Company studies disruptors, but they just study it. Now I'm questioning of using the brain to predict a disruptor. That is what your brain is capable of doing. Use it. It could be an incident, it could be an event. When they are just little incidents, fleeting moments, they pass by. When you seize them and pursue them to their logical end, then you're standing at the beginning of what I call innovation, which I now think is a bad word. Because I think innovation is inadequate for a country. I wonder if you know the statistics. I mean, this is a forecast, and forecasts can be wrong. In the year 2070, we are expected to be a 56 trillion economy. 2070. This is a forecast. There are so many years between here and 2070 and so much of work for all of you all to do. I will be long gone. Do you want to realize that dream? Now, if you have to realize that dream, please move from innovation. Innovation in Hindi doesn't sound great. It's jugaad. Go to invention. Go to creation. Create systems, processes, products that will give India money in the years to come so that you can realize that 2070 dream of 56 trillion. It's a forecast, it's not a dream, which means it is possible. Great. Now, where are we? Now, my argument, quite simply, is the entire screen behind me, ladies and gentlemen, or in front of you, is your brain. The area, quite simply, enclosed by this circle is your mind. And your mind is actually restricting your brain. So if you didn't understand what I've just said, it came too complex. I'm not a management guy. I've not even studied after class 11. I came to IIT, left and ran away and went to the army, and here I am. What happens is, your brain is like that laptop which you have, or that computer which you have at home or at the office or at work. But I have fed in only CorelDRAW. The only program that runs on your laptop or your computer is CorelDRAW. Now I'm giving you a bunch of data and ask you to work that computer, you can't work it. Now that CorelDRAW in this case is the mind, and the brain is your laptop or your PC, which can do fantastic things. Now many times I'll convert this figuratively and tell you how I think it looks. I think everybody knows what these are. Some of you all have probably spent time behind them, but we will talk about that later, particularly on Friday or Saturday evenings while returning from somewhere. So what happens is, this encloses for everybody. We're all victims of what our mind tells us to do. So what is my argument? The mind is the repository of biases. It's also the repository of knowledge. It also decides. It is the central nervous system. It is the engine that acts. But the brain is the one who will ask that question, why? The mind can provide the answers. So my argument is, sometimes you need to open the shutters of your mind and let the brain move out and forage into the wide world. Let it ask the questions. Look at yourself as a child. Ask a 5-year-old to tell you a story. You will get a story that connects a Maruti car. It will connect a spaceship. It will connect the cartoon. It will connect Ramayana. It will connect this flower. It will connect that cow that crossed the road. It will connect that science teacher and then bring it back to her grandmother at home. That is a child. You ask a teacher to tell you a story, the teacher will stand up and huff and haw for the next 5 minutes because we've lost it. The mind overpowers the brain sometimes. Let it go. Don't let it go all the time, because then you'll find yourself in a lunatic asylum. But let it go enough to seek. So, very simply, in an argument between the mind and the brain, the mind normally wins, and so it should. I'm simply making an argument of allowing the brain to move aside when it's required. And I'm going to try to convince you that we can. Quite simply because whether it's the mind or the brain, it's all between our ears. Nobody else from outside is going to come and control it. So how does this simply work? You know, when I ask you for... are we stuck on this? Yeah, how do we unleash the genie in all of us? It's very simple. You know, when I ask you what the horizon is, sometimes you might say it's the ocean. You might say it's where the sky meets the earth. That's the definition of horizon. You might tell me it's a mountain peak. But some people, when you ask them what the horizon is, they will tell you it's the surface of the moon. That's the horizon that person sees. Now, is that person seeing something further, something longer? What is it in that person that is making him or her look so far? But if you're stuck in Saidapet red light crossing, then your horizon is that car in front of you. So sometimes horizons can become very small. Sometimes it can be as large as the surface of the moon. There is somebody else whose horizon is outside in the Milky Way. So now I'm simply asking you, what is your horizon? How far do you want to see? How far are you happy seeing? Questions get answered when you ask the question, why? What next is a factor that will happen. Because if we are happy with what we think we see, we will deal with yesterday's consequences today and that's it. My argument for the future of India is to prepare for the next 25 years. Now, if you're not willing to see 25 years, you cannot prepare for 25 years. So you train yourself, give yourself the ability to see 25 years. The way is very simple. Wonder. When you see these flowers, they're beautiful flowers. But you must ask yourself, why are this flower yellow? Or why is it red? Or why is it white? Or why are leaves green? Does a mango leaf have turmeric inside it? Does it have a yellow color? It does. This is how the first yellow color was produced. Ask questions. Your faculty, when you come to the class, must actually be fearful of coming to class. Fearful and excited. Fearful of not knowing the answers. Excited because of learning something new. As much as a faculty learns, you will learn every day, and that is the essence of growth. The moment you stop asking why, your growth stops. So wonder and ask. And the asking will get you the answers. If not, you will start finding the answers. This is how creation works. Whatever kind of creation there may be. So look above, beyond. Sometimes you'll be afraid, which is natural. Sometimes you'll be uncertain, which is natural. Sometimes you'll be nervous, which is also natural. But these are all right. When you ask the question why, the what next or the how will follow. But you have to start with why. So why does this happen this way? Why does this work this way? How can I do something for something else? Those are the questions which will give us the answers to unlocking our potential for the future. Now when I'm saying our potential, I am in a generic sense referring to a nation. But a nation will prosper only if individuals prosper, which is the essence of what you heard this morning till now. Fantastic. So, what's happened to the screen? Till the screen comes on, I wonder if you've heard of the domino theory. Anybody heard of the domino theory? There's a set of dominoes. Quite simply, the domino theory postulates that every domino can topple the next domino, which is 1.5 times its size. So small domino, 1.5 times, big domino, 1.5 times, big domino, 1.5 times, and that is how it goes. Now I'll show you the result of an experiment. This is a real life experiment that has happened. So if you were to imagine that this is the height of the dominoes, on your vertical axis, and these are the numbers of dominoes on the horizontal axis. Very simple graph. There is no complication here. Now the first domino was merely 2 inches high. Now for those in the audience who may not know, management students may not know much arithmetic. So 2 inches high is about this much. This is also more than 2 inches. This is 2 inches high. The first domino is only 2 inches high. When you set it in motion, I want you to take a guess. By the time we get to the 18th domino, 1/8, can somebody guess what the height of the domino will be? Can you guess, sir? Specs, you look very intelligent. 3 to 4 inches? Okay, the 18th domino is as high as the Leaning Tower of Pisa. That's the power of computation. Okay, let's go to the 27th domino. I'll ask you to guess once more. Yep. 27th domino, give me a guess. Sorry? If you know the answer, sir, you shouldn't be answering. You run a college, it's not the right form. Yeah. Now I'll ask you the third one. The 31st one. Mount Everest. And you know the answers now, because somebody is telling you from the side. This is one more trick of, you want to jumpstart your career, ride your own horse. I don't know. They said leaders should not be afraid of saying, I don't know. Nobody should. I don't know is a great answer, because when you say I don't know, then you're looking like that. Now somebody told you Mount Everest, but that answer is wrong. It is actually 3008 feet higher than Mount Everest. Okay. So let's do the 57th one. Yeah, ma'am here in the black, green. Yes, you. What is the height of the 57th domino? Do you have any idea? Take a random guess, mad guess. Look at me. Look at me. Yeah. Just give me a guess. Now I'm going to have to ask you to stand up. What are you studying?
MBA first.
MBA first year. If you cannot communicate, I suggest you leave the MBA course. I've asked you a question. I've asked you twice. Now I'm going to ask you a third time. The 57th domino is how high? Give me a guess. It will be wrong. Give me a guess.
I don't know.
I'm going to wait. There's a live audience watching you.
It's 100 feet or other.
100 feet. I've given you the 18th one is as high as the Leaning Tower of Pisa. How can the 57th one be 100 feet? Please sit down. It's the moon. It's the distance from the earth to the moon. But where did we start, ladies and gentlemen? Please listen to me when I speak. Look at me and listen to me. We started with 2 inches. And the 57th one has gone to the moon. That is the impact of that small action. Now the small action, ladies and gentlemen, can either be an HR action, it can be an HR policy decision, it can be an operational decision, small one, it can be a major policy change or manpower recruitment, product change, new sales management, new everything. But that's the impact that small step makes. Now, am I making an argument that every domino you roll and the 57th one will become the height of the moon? No. Because there is enormous slippages between here and that 57th domino, or indeed the 18th or the 2nd or the 3rd. Sometimes when you do it at home, even the first one will fail. And you heard about failure before, so failure is fine. So how does this succeed? Now when you talk to the small moments, that is the galaxy in front of you. The world is actually your oyster. You have to go and believe that, sir said you control the interviewers. Control, in my business, control is a bad word. So, influence, convince, lead on to. So, how do you do that? You had that small incident in front of you, that first domino of 2 inches. If you had chosen to ignore it, you would probably never get to the moon. But if you try 100 times, maybe 2 shots out of 100, you will get to the moon, and that is spectacular success. So you got to trust your brain, trust your mind, trust your gut, trust your education, trust your systems, trust your own skills, trust your ability to work hard, trust your ability to bounce back from defeat and failure. Now when you do all of that and take that first step, these are prophetic words, it may well be a giant step for mankind. But you got to take that first step. And that is the critical step. Sometimes that step is standing up and speaking in public. For you. We stuck? Yep. So this is your brain. And like all of us have a brain, so when you get into an MBA school, your brain is actually like this. Oh, we stuck. Yeah, hang on. Go back one. Yeah, your brain is actually like this, is capable of doing anything. No, this is a simple gear. I can turn this gear around 360 degrees anyway and it will still work and spin. Now, what happens when you get into a college or when the mind starts taking shape is this. You get confined to a pattern. That is the mind, the track. Do this, do that. This is formal business dressing. This is how you behave in school. This is how you behave in society. This is how you work in my office. This is how you behave at home. This is how you behave in a temple. These are all laid down for us. So it starts happening like that. You get a little older and suddenly you see society is bigger than what you thought. You are now confined to a lot more rules. Your brain is getting more and more firmed. And it's being restricted by the mind, which is the policies. Now, when you grow a little bigger and you start working in a large office, it becomes like this. And now when you suddenly start thinking, boss, look at that corner office, CXO suite, long car, long office, big glass doors. Life is awesome for the CHRO of Deloitte or the senior vice president of one of the biggest companies in Chennai and so on and so forth. Please remember, life for a senior leader anywhere is quite like this. Yep. That's how life is for any senior leader. But through all of this, I want you to remember that your brain is there and it's working all the time. If you're able to harness what your brain can do, you can do wonders. You just have to learn to understand the system and predict the path that it changes. Those dominoes looked very good in two-dimensional. But in reality, there is something called change. Sometimes, most of the time, you can't predict it. However good you may be at forecasting futures. Change causes friction. It creates chaos. It does a lot of different things. Now, how do you handle change? Quite simply, it is through a combination of 4 or 5 great qualities. Many of them are listed on the screen. Please read them. They will go by at the speed at which they do. But a lot of these are very important. And many of them have been spoken about. Some of them will be spoken about. I have highlighted 2, tenacity and resilience. And I think these 2 are probably, in my definition, the most important to go through life. Not just your career, but life. So how do you look at it? Look at this tree. When I ask you one word about this tree, you can find 500 words to describe it. But I would use it one word, resilience. This tree has simply refused to give up. End of story. So you could have 35 failures. The 36th one may be a spectacular success. If you give up on the 35th, the 36th door will never open to you. So what do? Knock every door that comes in front of you as well as hard as you can. End of story. So what do you do to a job? Give it 500%. Give every job as much as you can. You can't do more. You cannot do what somebody else is doing. But you can do what you can. And that's all any employer wants to ask of you. Mr. Sudeep before me, who answered that question, said, I'm looking for somebody in my team who does more than he or she is expected to do and does it on their own, which is initiative. That's what it is. So tenacity, resilience, leadership, success. I don't know if many of you all know what this creature is or whether it's even real or created in a studio. It's a real creature. Please research it and find out. Its name is a tardigrade. It's a microscopic animal which lives at the bottom of the ocean. So minus 50 degrees. It can be brought to the desert, so plus 50 degrees. People have put it inside a thermos and sent it to space. After 7 days, it's come out looking like this. That's the tardigrade. It refuses to die. It just won't give up. It's also very cute. So what attributes does the tardigrade have? It has everything that we've spoken about since the morning. What I have not listed out is also adaptable. Now, these are skills which any CXO will want in their companies. That's all that I'm asking of you. So copy the tardigrade if you wish. It's great. So we spoke about failure not being a bad word. I'm saying failure is a good word. Slow success equals failure. Sorry, fast success equals failure. Easy success is failure. So I'll draw a little graph for you. So on the vertical axis is quite simply performance or efficiency, and this is time. So you're in a company, you're in the Madras Management Association, you're in a manufacturing unit, you're doing whatever you're doing. Life is going on the way it's going on, present way, you're exhibiting the tenacity that is required. Along comes that disruptor. For want of any other thing, let me say COVID. Now suddenly COVID happens, and then you see that, the entire business cycle, profit cycle if you wish, efficiency platform has dropped. It will keep dropping to a point where you will have another eureka moment, another small voice in your ear. You listen to this voice, and that voice will tell you so far and no more. Now at that point in time, if your company or you as an individual start going back, clawing your way back to where you came down from, that is resilience. So the first part was tenacity, not giving up. Despite your efforts, if you fail, gathering yourself and from there going back to where you had to, that is resilience. Now how does resilience happen? It requires a multitude of qualities. Some of them are listed here. Most of them will be spoken through the course of this day. I want you to remember, no matter what you do, you are never alone. So the CEO of a company who thinks, it's a beautiful quote in Urdu, and I'll translate it for the non-Urdu speaking audience. In Urdu, it is quite simply, "Main ahem tha," which means I am all powerful, and I'm the king and nothing, I'm, infallible. And the second line is very simple, "Wahi wahem tha." That was the misconception. So please remember this, we are all teams. A surgeon is a team, a painter is a team, an architect is a team, the ED of MMA is a team, everybody is a team. Try and do whatever you did from the morning till now is part of a team activity. So we're all teams. Teams may differ. Now what happens is when leaders are able to identify the two disruptors, at the top and at the bottom, if you can predict the occurrence of these disruptors and prepare for it, what you do is bridge this gap. And this is what great leaders do. Now, when you fill this gap, at the first disruptor, instead of your efficiency dropping, your company will actually move along in a fairly horizontal line. These are companies and individuals who invest in thinking about the future and planning for a crisis before that crisis has happened. It calls for money, it calls for vision, it calls for knowledge, it calls for effort, and it calls for great planning. Do that, and that company will go through with a little bit of up and down. That is what leadership is. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is the relationship between tenacity, resilience, leadership, and teams. So I thought it easy in a figurative manner. So teams are very important. Like I said, we're all team builders and team players. So for team players, there is one alphabet on the screen which is not there, and you can't get these answers on anywhere. Please now tell me which alphabet. You ask somebody else, they told you Eiffel Tower. Now you tell me which alphabet is not there. Sir. Student? No. I. Why is the I not there? Because in the English language, in the Hindi language it is me, in Tamil it is nane or na, in English it is I, the single most unimportant word. Ergo, the single most important word is we or us. When a leader says we and behaves like the we, that company will have little or no problem. When you start saying I, that creates problems. So eliminate the word I from your vocabulary when you work in teams, and we'll all be the better off for it.
What is it that binds a nation? Is it the power of its industry? Is it the wealth that we are able to generate? Is it the medical facilities that we have? Is it the educational levels that we give our men? What is it that makes a nation? My view is very simple. It's a shared idea of what a nation must bring. When the shared idea and vision is common, you will have a nation homogeneous or heterogeneous. Since we are such a diverse mix, we need to make efforts to put into the fabric of this country the cement that will make it a nation. That is what the army does best. We are in many ways the very guarantor of the idea of India. all this, there is one reason all this happens. It's because of the soldier. What does the soldier do? Hell, high water, the deserts of Rajasthan to the highest mountain peaks over 15,000 feet, forests, jungles, rivers, cities, counter-insurgency, counter-terrorism, hungry, unclothed, overworked, he will serve with a smile. I stand here and speak to you on the shoulders of the millions of soldiers, sailors and airmen. Soldier, let me tell you a small story. And I will recount it as I walked through that gentleman's life. It was probably 2003. And I was a lieutenant colonel. We were deployed in a difficult area. And they would, so about 2:30 in the afternoon, I got a information from a local source that in X village, there are 5 militants. So I got through to that company commander on a high frequency radio set because he was a distance away from me. And I told him, Mal, so many villages, so many militants, go. Now was that my plan of action? Yes. So was I smoking a pipe and standing on a model and moving, little pieces around before I made the plan? It doesn't happen in real life. When it comes to terrorism and militancy, that is contact. You act, you'll succeed. At about 5 o'clock, I got a message on the radio set. This is a message which nobody likes to hear. So the message I got was, Sab, bande ko goli lagi hai, which means one of our men has been shot. To me, that is failure. It means on my watch, nobody must get shot. 2 people have a weapon, somebody will get shot. But if somebody gets shot because I have been inadequate in my planning, in my commitment, or in my haste to take a decision, then I must be hanged for it. That is a failure of leadership. The next day morning, a helicopter came and picked up the casualty and took him away to the hospital. We stayed in that village for 5 days. 5 days and 5 nights. We searched that village. Came back to base. Anyway, got through to the hospital, got through to the ward where he was admitted. A nurse picked up the phone in the ICU and I asked her, Banda kaise hai? Start again. I asked her, how's my soldier? She said, sir, his femur has fragmented at 2 places. Now please understand, the doctors here may know, when you break a bone, it breaks like this, clean. When it fragments like this, multiple pieces, which is why there was blood all over on his leg. So femur left 2 places. To keep a long story short, he had small holes on the left side, but he had a hole the size of a baseball on the right side. The fact is that when he was put into the helicopter the next morning, his entrails and inside were put in a little polythene bag and put inside the helicopter. When he fell, his chest hit a rock. Like that. Now, those days, the bulletproof vest was a sheet of iron. So the iron, when it hit his chest, 5 of his ribs got fractured. So I said, put the handset near his ear. The transmission of the good wishes of so many of our men, which I will relay to him, will help him get better. So she got the handset near his ear and said, sir, you can speak. And I asked him, Nimbaram, that was his name. Nimbaram, he was from Sikar district in Rajasthan. And I asked him, Nimbaram, kya haal hai tere? How are you, son? For about 15 seconds, there was no response. And I was about to put the handset down, thinking that, either he can't hear me or he can't speak or both. But just as I was about to hand over the phone to the operator, the handset, he said, Saab, pet mein thodi si takleef hai. Which means after all these injuries, he's telling me I have a small ache in my stomach. I didn't know what to say. And then I heard him say in a feebler, thinner voice, ki Saab, Paltan ke baki bande kaise hain? This man is dying and his concern is for the well-being of the rest of his team. This is priceless. This is the soldier who works for us day in and day out. And I have absolutely no hesitation in saying, ladies and gentlemen, for our today, he gave his yesterday. For our tomorrow, as I speak, he is giving his today. So at the end of it, ladies and gentlemen, this is the story of the Indian Army nation building. This is the story of our soldier.
So what's the one quality that you should remember from the story? Whether you're the youngest team member or whether you're the oldest occupant of the CXO suite, it's the ability to do something for others. Selflessness. Doing something for others which is not mandated and going out of your way to do it. The senior most CHROs here will tell you such a person will never ever get fired. Efficiency will then become less important. Your human qualities of just being a great human being will take over, because these are not qualities you can learn in a B school. These are character attributes which have to be built and invested over time. And no matter what the company is or what the line of business is, human beings will remain central to businesses. And this human trait will be valued wherever you are and whatever you may do. So at the very end, now I'm saying you, I'm not saying we, because I am probably in the last 1/10 or thereabouts of my life. You are probably in the last 6/10 or thereabouts. So you are challenged to be the architects of a glorious future. That is your challenge. Now, like all challenges, it's an option. If you don't take that challenge, you will only play on the back foot, like India played against New Zealand in Bangalore, and you know what the result was. On the back foot, very difficult to hit a 6. So please take this challenge head on, make your own future, make our country's future. Because when we want to look at qualities like leadership or change or progress or growth or happiness, don't look elsewhere. Don't wait for your boss to give you the daily dose of happiness. You'll get a daily dose of bullshit. You'll not get happiness. You hold the key. You hold the key to what you wish to learn. You're doing your MBA course. Tell me, how many of us actually willing to do 4 more certifications? How many of us will graduate after 2 years on an MBA course and say, I have interned at 4 different places? Maybe it's a 2-week internship without payment in a homeless shelter for animals. Maybe it's a 6 weeks paid internship. It doesn't matter. Run across disciplines. Today, an engineer studying computer science is also learning art appreciation. He or she is also learning how accounts are balanced. So multidisciplinary plus the human attributes, jumpstart a successful career. You will go, escape velocity. You'll become like the starship. We'll catch you back when you come back to space. They're all inside jobs. You are never ever given a problem without having been given the ability to solve it. So don't use the word problem, find solutions, and you have them within you. So at the each end of it, we're all responsible people. See the magic. Start with the question why, and learn to predict the future, your future. Nobody else will make it, you will make it on your own. So while I'm, enough of this nonsense about the future and stuff, enjoy today. If you use the word enjoy, sir, you use the word enjoy. I'm saying enjoy it 100%. Everything you do must be 100%. So when you're studying, it's 100%. When you're working, it's 100%. When you're having fun, it's 100%. That is how life becomes wholesome and full. So tell me, give me a voice view. Do you like this view? Yes or no? This is a bloody Chennai audience. Do you like this view? Let me show you what a management student's view must look like. That's the view. Step forward, take that head on, live life fully. No success has ever been achieved without an amount of risk having been taken. That's all I'd like you to remember. Thank you very much. There must be a couple of questions which the generous group captain will read out if there is. Yeah, I'm done.
So thanks a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, Lieutenant General Arun for you, as inspirational as ever. I'll request Lieutenant General, one question if you can take, sir. We just have time for one possibly, sir. How do you suggest individuals approach failure and setbacks in their career, and how are the experiences to be taken from there on?
Okay. Failure, we've said, first of all, look around you. Look around you wherever. Look around you in a bus, look around you in a train, look around you in a metro, look around you in college, look around you at home, look around this audience. In the front 2 rows are extraordinarily successful people. All have failed. Please ask them. There is nobody who does not fail. If you're a religious person, read mythology. All our gods have also failed. Failure isn't a bad word. There is a business school where I do a course. That school has a complete shelf in the library on failure. And every MBA student has to write a project on some spectacular failure. Do you know that 36 times that Starship crashed, they couldn't recover it? 36 times. Or 35. The 36th or 37th time was when it was a spectacular success. Now all of us are standing and applauding. What is the result of failure? Now when is failure bad? All failure is not good. Because if you fail and you cry about it and do nothing about it, you will take the test again and fail again. That's a guarantee. So that time failure is terrible. Failure is great when you step back and say, why did I fail? Was my product not good enough? Was the R&D inadequate? Did we launch too soon? Weren't our financials robust enough? Was our marketing inappropriate or incorrect or not timely enough? Was our sales and ad campaign not there at all? Did we target wrong audiences? Is our after-sales service not there? We are advertising a helpline in multiple Indian languages, but it speaks only Tamil. So these are, anything can cause failure. If you find that cause, fix it. Is there a guarantee that the second time you will succeed? No, because something else may go wrong. Turn around and fix it. There are great marks for people who improve. Now, if you do not improve and do not wish to analyze, that is why I said thinking is a huge form of communication. You have to learn to introspect, but we are now getting into realms of how leaders have to operate, so that's not my mandate or subject here. Embrace failure. When you hold failure in one hand, that failure will tell you why it happened. It will tell you, here you made a mistake, there you made a mistake, there you made a mistake. You let failure go and it will reappear again. So embrace failure, make it your companion, make it your God, make it your tutor, make it your counselor, make it your textbook. That is when we learn from failure.
Thank you, sir.
Now, how do you take setbacks? There's one life. Live it 100%. Get one thing very clear. Everybody in the audience will die at some point. So within that life, 100%. Easy. I've been shot and wounded 5 times. It's okay. 6th time would have been unlucky for me probably. It didn't happen. I retired. So it doesn't matter. Don't cry about it. Enjoy that. So now when I go through a metal detector in the airport, it pings all over the place. Then I have to show him that card of mine. Then he will salute and say, Jai Hind Sahab. Very good. Enjoy it. It hurts sometimes, but just enjoy it. That's life.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, I have President Mr. Mahalingam and Mr. Lakshmi Narayan, Managing Director of Sundaram Finance, to present a memento to the guest speaker. What an inspirational and what an energy flowing there. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been sitting for long. May I request all of you to raise and applaud one of the greatest soldiers that the country has ever seen. That will be a great tribute to Lieutenant General Arun. Thank you so much. May I request you all to take your seats as we move on with the next session of the day. This will be business session 3. And may I request Mr. Sridhar Ganesh, Leadership Development Coach, and Mr. Ashok Tyagarajan, Vice President L&D of Intellect Design Arena, to take their place on the dais, please. Good day. What do you call it? Good day. Hi, sir. Good morning. Please.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Mr. Sridhar Ganesh will be joining us any time now. Let's welcome Mr. Ashok Tyagarajan with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. May I have the AV of both the speakers, please?
Mr. Ashok Tyagarajan is the Vice President, Learning and Development at Intellect Design Arena Limited. With over 20 years of experience in different industrial verticals, Mr. Tyagarajan spent a bulk of his career in the banking and financial services domain. He is a tech evangelist and a member of the Enterprise Architecture Group. Mr. Sridhar Ganesh is the chairperson of the Management Development Center at the Loyola Institute of Business Administration, Chennai. With over 40 years of experience in varied facets of human resource management, Mr. Ganesh finds his inspiration in executive coaching, leadership development and social work. He retired in 2013 as the Director, HR of the Murugappa Group.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have both speakers on the dais. May I request Mr. Sridhar Ganesh to say a few words and take the session forward, please. So, would you like to come here or would you like to address?
Just give me a minute. I've just come rushing here. I know. With all the traffic in OMR, it seems Madras is gridlocked today. So just bear with me for a minute till I have this water.
No, please take your time, sir. Please take your time.
Coffee? Oh, no, nothing. What? All right, I think our session is titled Skills for the Future. And I have a very able speaker and colleague here, Ashok. Thank you, Ashok, for coming and leading this session. My job is, in a sense, simpler. So I think the context for this is in terms of where businesses are today. When I started my career many, many decades ago, I think competition was much less. I remember, if I give you one example of the paint industry, for example, I used to work for a company called Berger Paints in Calcutta. And two of our competitors in the city were sort of almost dead, Jensen & Nicholson and Shalimar Paints. The upcoming business was Asian Paints, and Goodless Nerolac had a steady presence. So this is what the scenario was in terms of 2 or 3 companies trying to make the best in terms of the enduring purpose of a business, which is always defined as how does a business create a surplus. If you look at the situation today, we have an Asian Paints, which is a market leader at about 35,000 plus crores, with a market share of about 55% plus. You have Berger Paints, which is about 10,000 crores at about 19% market share. And you have Goodless Nerolac, which is about 6,000-7,000 crores. And you have ICI, which has always been present and not present, essentially in the automotive paint segment. But what has happened recently, and you must have noticed this on the TV, there are giants like Birla Opus, which has entered the market. And there is JSW Paints, which has entered the market. And there is Nippon Paints, which has already made a mark in the market. So 3 big players have come into this market. And if you look at Birla Opus, they have very deep pockets. Money is not their issue at all. So you can imagine the sort of competition that it is building. And apart from global players who are also trying to come in and make a presence here, including Nuru Paints from Italy and so on and so forth. So in this context, I think one needs to understand that the skills of a person, of a manager, becomes very critical and very important in terms of what skills they bring to the company, what skills they bring to the business. I think it is in that context that we are talking about future skills. And this is not just true for paint industry, this is true for any business. You take a company like Brakes India in Madras, which is about 7,000 crores, selling brakes both to the heavy vehicles as well as the light commercial vehicles. Now, if you see their competition, they have a major competitor in Bosch. They have a competitor in a tire company in the US called Continental. So these are big players. So there is no industry today which is bereft of competition. And there is no industry today which does not want to maximize its presence and improve its market presence, market share, and thereby its profits and profitability. So in this context, I think, dear students, I think it would be important for us to understand what are the skills that we need to possess and how do we bring a competitive advantage to ourselves in the career that we choose. So with this as a background and context, I'm going to hand over to Ashok in terms of taking this further in terms of future skills. Okay, Ashok? Thank you. Please give a big round of applause.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks, MMA, for the opportunity, especially Group Captain Vijay Kumar and the session chairman, Sridhar Ganesh. It's a great honor to be here today. First up, I would want to give you a background on the company that I represent. Right, I work for Intellect Design Arena, and if you know, Intellect Design Arena is a company which specializes in BFSI, banking, financial services, and insurance. It's a global player which started in India. So we are in the business of moving money, right? So people ask why money needs to move, right? So money creates value only when it moves from one account to the other, right? So with technology, what we do, we build technologies that increases the velocity of money, thereby increasing the value that it could create, right? So as we speak, we have 300 customers across the globe at about 40 plus countries. So we are recognized number one for retail and corporate banking and in the insurance space for the kind of technology that we have built over a period of 3 decades, and the full spectrum banking. That's what the brand that I represent today. And in my role, so today I take care of learning and development, and I nurture, coach, and mentor a lot of early talent in my company. So building the backbone for building talent at Intellect Design Arena. So with that said, I'll quickly get on to today's topic, right? So the skills for the future, right? And the role of technology, the essential soft skills, and the importance of continuous learning. So these are 3 things that I want to touch upon, right? So today we live in a time where anything that you want, you don't have to step out of your house, right? So you just order on one of the apps and it gets delivered, be it food, mobile phones, daily needs, anything, right? So when this topic came up, we were just brainstorming with my team, right? So we were just asking, who's the audience that we are going to address and what do we want message to give it to them, right? So a lot of ideas came through and we were just thinking through now we are in a hype cycle of Gen AI, and if I'm going to talk about Gen AI, it's a no-brainer, right? No marks for guessing that, right? So we were just thinking and we just took a step back and asked the why, as the Lieutenant General was mentioning, right? So we want to understand what has created this future for us. So we want to go into the past and see, how did we come here with all the technology that we are using? And I was digging around, and of course, I was using ChatGPT to do my research. That's the power of technology, right? So I landed up 160 years in the past, right? Way back to 1864, when this man, James Charles Maxwell, was presenting an idea about electromagnetic waves, right? The radio waves, they're generally called, right? So that was a starting point. I'll come to the evolution and what that evolution has done to us, to where we are today, right? So from 1964, there was a proposal on this in theory, and in 1988, Henrik Hertz did a laboratory experiment to prove radio waves, right? So the first transmission probably happened in a distance of 1.5 miles to prove the technology that it works, right? Using radio waves, a signal was transmitted and it was captured, right? So that was a starting point. So at the turn of the 20th century, what happened, right? So it led to the invention of radio. You all know who invented Marconi, invented the radio, and the invention kind of transformed everything, right? All along, entertainment was probably happening in small theaters, like where people gather, like all the Colosseum or something. But when radio came in, it created new jobs, right? So there were broadcast companies that were set up, and there were entertainment programs that were done. So it created jobs like a newsreader, right? It created jobs like a radio jockey, right? And it created jobs like program anchors, right? So cut the chase, we move forward. Radio waves again enabled long distance communication, right? The space technology happened. We were able to talk to the space station or extend it further, like we operate the rover on the Mars sitting on the Earth, right? So that's the kind of revolution that it created, right? Then TV happened. So again, when TV happened, many things changed, like the way entertainment was looked at. Probably people from my generation would remember Doordarshan was not offering 24/7 entertainment. We were having partially 1 hour or 2 hours in the morning, or 1 hour, 2 hours in the evening. That's how it started. Then the regional broadcast centers came up, and that revolution had led to the next change of satellite TVs coming in. So bridging the last mile. So every nook and corner, entertainment was available. News was available 24/7. Entertainment was available 24/7. So the reach and the impact that it created also created a lot of different jobs, right? Be it video editors, program managers, or program designers, like the executive producers, like for content creators, So the technology has revolutionized the way it would be applied and the kind of jobs that it would create, right? And you extend it, now come to the current thing, right? So whatever we order gets delivered at our doorstep, and there is a radio wave behind it. So you access the World Wide Web or the internet, which has revolutionized many things. They changed in the last decade or so, many things have changed, right? So it is, we no more say change is a constant. The speed of change is very important to watch for. So you'll have to all prepare for the speed at which things are changing. And if you go look at the underlying factor, right, what has resulted to this change, probably when James Clerk Maxwell, when he proposed the theory of radio waves, he never knew that we would be using it for delivering food to our doorstep, right? So, but look at the kind of applications that people have made, right? So when you look at innovation, there are two sides to it. So bringing in something very new, or there is other side to innovation called the applied innovation space, where we build solutions with the technology that's come in new. So that is what we have done with the internet, or that's what we have done with computing power, right? So that's the most important thing, like your ability to create, applying thought. So those would be the differentiators, right? So if you look back at the gig economy companies, right? You look at Amazon today, they are into everything, right? But they had a humble beginning. So they started as a online bookstore. Could you believe, right? And look at Amazon today. So they are into payments. They are into anything that you want to buy, the kind of aggregation that they do. It's nothing that you can't buy on Amazon. Or look at the presence on cloud, the kind of server farms that they have built and the kind of technologies that they have built to serve, right? So that's about the ability to expand an available technology and create value out of whatever technology that's there, right? So that revolution of things, right, had made data very, very important in the stages of IoT. Today we generate massive amounts of data. Probably Google knows more than what I know about myself. Suddenly one day I get a pop-up on my phone saying that last year you have been in this place, right? So probably I don't even remember, right? So that's the kind of data that is available today. And what are we doing with all this data? So the data has become the new oil, right? So if you look into generative AI or the generation before that technology, AI and ML, right? Machine learning. So we used all this data to machines to learn, right? And created a capacity for them to predict or make decisions. That is what is transformational, and that is kind of transforming the whole of the technology space that we are in today, right? And generative AI, right? So many people think that Gen AI is as a threat, right? It will take away jobs. So that's not true actually, right? Gen AI, I look at it as a tool, like be it your, it's like your pencil or pen. So always look at it as a tool and see how you can leverage it. So the power of Gen AI is everyone has got a research assistance of their own in their pocket, right? It has put a world in your pocket. So what you have to graduate to is to make it as a friend and see how you can leverage it to your advantage. Again, it's not that it knows everything. It has the ability to give you answers, but how to extract it is in your hands. So are you able to ask it the right kind of questions, right? So it has created a new job role called prompt engineers, right? Who specialize in creating prompts to get the right kind of thing out of the Gen AI. From code, we have moved to creating IPs for prompts. Earlier, in the earlier version, when we build our products, like we were creating IPs for the code that we wrote. But in the current form, with Gen AI coming in, we create IPs with the prompts that we create to extract work done from a generative AI machine, right? So I can keep going on with technology, right? But what we have to look forward to is how are we looking at these technologies and what are the kind of skills that we need to have for the future, right? So technology complements skills, right? As I said, change is a constant, is a passe, but we'll have to always look for the speed of change. Change is imminent. Nobody can stop it. What we have to worry about is the speed at which change is happening. And are we aligned and geared up for it is what the question that we need to answer. So the skills that would really matter in the future would be your agility and adaptability to change. That would be the most differentiating thing. And the second important skill that would be a differentiator would be your flexibility and agility to learn, right? So we are living in a time where, as we speak, things get outdated, right? Very fast. That's the speed of change. So you don't have the luxury of time to sit back and master something, right? Instead, can you instantly acquire something, assimilate the knowledge, apply it to create value? Then you can create differentiation. And again, communication is an evergreen skill. So that's going to be the most differentiating thing wherever you are. Like communication is going to be the differentiator. And another important skill that I would recommend is critical thinking and problem solving. So enterprises hire people to solve problems. Like in our domain, so we solve problems for the financial world, right? Which is a very critical thing. As we speak, we move billions of dollars across the globe, and small error can create a huge impact, right? So that's where like critical thinking and problem solving are indispensable skills, right? I'll quickly move on to talk about the last point of my speech, which is about continuous learning, right? So when I was looking for examples, right? So I looked at myself. So when I passed out of college with a major in mathematics, right? So I was taking up a sales job. So I had a huge aversion to computers, right? So I was not able to understand this machine, the concept of programming languages and stuff, right? So after being in a 2 or 3 sales job, I slightly felt like I'm not doing the right thing. This is not what I wanted to do. So then I decided to go back to college to conquer my fears. Like I want to understand this machine, what it really does and what programming is all about. So I enrolled myself for a course in computer science, right? Postgraduate diploma in computer science, where I just conquered my fear, right? I understood what programming is all about and what it can do. Imagine like way back in 97, the project, the capstone project that I did as part of my course was in AI, right? That was 97, like 27 years back. Counseling for drug addicts is the topic that I worked on using a language called Prolog for artificial intelligence, right? So, and artificial intelligence, I moved a long way from what I did in 97, right? Then I came to Chennai, and those were the times of the Y2K. I don't know how many of you could relate to it. That's when the exodus of technocrats happened from India to the US. Like everybody were going to US to solve this problem called Y2K, right? So, and to find a job other than that was very difficult, right? So I wanted to specialize in the area of databases. So I was looking for a job, and I landed up as a lab coordinator. A job as a lab coordinator, that was my first formal job in IT, right? So what was the challenge faced by a lab coordinator? Those days where we had the concept of 24/7 labs. So in any given point of time, you will have as many people working in as many technologies. Somebody would be working on C, somebody would be working on Unix, somebody would be working on C++, somebody would be doing something on Oracle or D2K or VB. So as a lab coordinator, my job is to help all my customers. Whenever they are stuck, I got to help them. So that's when I realized the power of knowledge, right? And the deep understanding of technology. So there was no looking back from then. So then I moved out of my lab coordinator job to take up the role of a faculty, technology faculty, where I trained a lot of people on various technologies. Then moved on to join Polaris way back in 2000 to be a developer, building all these financial products. Then while working on these products, I acquired the knowledge on the domain, which helped me to move on to take up higher roles like an analyst, then became an SME of a financial product, then went on to become an architect. That path led me to head the R&D at my company, right? After 25 years of being a technocrat, I decided it's time to give it back. So I decided to move to L&D to share all that I have done to help and groom, coach and mentor the early talent in my company. So all this happened because I was continuously watching for change. Technology has shifted through generations from the days I started to work on technology. But what gave me success was keeping pace with the change. So every time something new happened, I was curious to get into knowing what it can do and what is the value that I can create for business. That's how I keep myself refreshed, and that's how I kept myself relevant in the space that I was operating. So continuous learning is the only way forward, right? As I said, the speed of change is disrupting everything, and continuous learning with agility and flexibility is what will help you to stay relevant for the future. So probably with those notes, I will conclude my speech here, and probably if you have any questions, I would, yes, sir.
Take the place there. You can go sit here.
Yeah.
All right, I have some questions here, all addressed to you.
Yes, sure, sir.
This comes from Krishna from Hyderabad. Where are you, Krishna?
It's an online, sir. Online questions.
Fantastic. Power of technology. So how can young professionals adapt to the growing influence of digital transformation and emerging technologies in various industries? A big question.
Closest.
Yeah. Today's age and time, we live in a very hyper-connected world and the age of influencers, right? So back in my day, if I had to do something, I used to spend a lot of time in the library going through books to get things that is aligned or required for my work. But today, that's not the case. With the kind of connectivity that we have, right? So probably a decade back, whatever happened in Silicon Valley took a long time to come to the other part of the world. But today it's all instantaneous. So you have the social media, you have the professional networking sites. So where you can follow influencers, choose your models, right? Get connected with them, try to leverage the experience around you. So that would be the way forward, I think.
Take the next question then. Sure. So this is also coming on the basis of technology from Madurai.
Yeah.
What are the most important skills? What are the most important skills that students and early career professionals should focus on to remain competitive in an ever-evolving job market? Important skills is what they're asking.
So as I mentioned, the skills for the future, your agility and ability to adapt change would be the most differentiating, and the flexibility and agility to learn as you grow, like, because nobody could control the speed of change, and change is imminent. So those are the two important skills that I would say. Of course, we have critical thinking and problem solving, right? Hard skills, you'll be able to learn any day. So sticking on to hard skills is not a solution. So whatever you have learned and mastered today can quickly get outdated, right? Because there is a massive community that is involved in a connected world to create technology. So that's why the change or technology is getting outdated so fast. So there is no point in mastering it. But you will have to become an agile and flexible learner who can on the go learn and implement things, right? So that would be the skills that I would recommend to anyone to master.
So there's one more question, which has come from Sachin in Pune. How do you see the balance between technical skills and soft skills evolving in the future? And how can individuals ensure they excel in both areas? What is the balance and how do they excel?
Yeah. See, I would say like you acquire a lot of soft skills, you can acquire hard skill by default, right? That is how it works, right? Curiosity is something which is at the core of learning. So if you have a curious mind which asks the why, right? So you try to ask the why, understand the what and the how, you are already done, right? So when it comes to the balance part of it, yes, technology is important, but you should also look at what is the kind of change that is happening. For example, in my company, we don't have developers anymore. We call them as composers, right? We have moved away from the job of writing code. Like, it's not an important skill these days, becoming a programmer. Then what would be very important? Being a subject matter expert, the ability to understand the domain would be a differentiator. So that we are getting into a componentized API-based economy. So if you understand the domain and you know the purpose of those components, you can quickly stitch a signature solution. That is what the world of software is moving to, right? So that's how. Having the right kind of soft skills, it's indispensable. And along with it, you specialize in a domain, right? So you understand the domain so that you can solve problems in the domain. Then technical skills anyway can be acquired very quickly. Or with Gen AI, you can, if you know to extract and make it write code for you, nothing like it. You can master any technology. It's not a big deal.
I hope Sachin understands and listens and is listening to what you're saying. Yeah. Thank you. Are there any questions from the floor, from the audience here? That's all I had from Outstation.
Any questions here? You can also use the QR code scanner and send it to us from page 2, or if there's anyone who can want to ask a question. Right, sir. Maybe you could just conclude this.
Already? No. So anyway, thank you very much, Ashok, once again, and for your, detailing what the future skills are and what they will be required. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, sir.
Coming here and sharing with us your experience and so on. I think to me, the first and foremost thing I would, sorry for being a bit prescriptive, but I would suggest is understand business first. What is your business all about? What are the products and why are those products? What is the advantage that the company or the business is deserving by selling those products? What is its edge? Who are its competitors? How is this business doing better or worse than the competitors? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What industry is it in? I think this is first and foremost important even before you go into the skills area.
Sir.
I think so. Understanding and getting a good knowledge of the business you're in or you're getting into is very important. And most of us perhaps don't understand it to the extent that we need to. So having understood and got a certain level of appreciation of that business, I think we must then plan to jumpstart your career, as the title suggests, that you must plan in terms of skills acquisition. Skills don't come just by themselves. Like car driving doesn't come just by imagining driving a car. You need to know how to drive a car. You need to know how to navigate, how to use the brakes, how to use the various parts of the car, etc., etc. And it takes time. So skill development takes a bit of time. So I think when we talk about soft skills, please understand that this just doesn't fall from the sky. It has to be something that you need to practice. You need to set up projects where you will perhaps fail, but learn from that failure to be able to understand what are the skills, therefore, that are required. Similarly, the technology skills that Ashok so eloquently talked about in terms of AI and machine learning and all that you are reading today, I think all require a certain deliberate attempt. I think deliberateness is very important. And behind that deliberateness, I think, is a level of curiosity. Once you build this muscle of curiosity, I think the rest of it perhaps will fall by itself in terms of understanding what your skills are. That is what I wish to sum up this session with. As there are no more questions, I would like to close this session with a big round of gratitude to MMA.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Fabulous session, skills of the future. May I request Mr. Shivkumar and Mr. Ramesh, committee members of MMA, to come on to the dais and present a memento, please. Sir, please come. Thank you. Now, the next session before lunch is going to be really, really interesting, particularly for the students. It's on the theme, Effective Job Search Strategies. So please don't miss this session. May I request Mr. Shyam C. Raman, Group President HR, Murugappa Group, and Ms. Uma Srinivasan, Head of Talent Management, Larsen & Toubro, to take their place on the dais, please. Let's welcome them with a round of applause. A very interesting session, that must be for the students. Effective job search strategies. Hello, sir. Please come. Welcome. Please take it.
So I think we need to give a round of applause to the chairman, please.
Nice to meet you, sir.
May I have the AV of the speakers, please? So thank you so much.
Ms. Uma Srinivasan is the head of talent management at Larsen & Toubro's Heavy Civil Infrastructure. She is responsible for framing comprehensive strategies across the entire employee lifecycle within a workforce of more than 9,500 spread across India and the Middle East. She brings a wealth of expertise and insights to her role, as well as a passion for creating a high-performance culture that fosters learning, innovation, and excellence. Mr. Shyam C. Raman is the Group President, HR of the Murugappa Group. He is renowned for his knack of developing leadership talent and anchoring careers. In fact, he is the driving force behind several HR initiatives organization-wide. Mr. Shyam holds a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering and a PGDM from IIM Calcutta.
May I request Mr. Shyam to deliver the chairman's remarks and take the session forward, please.
Good afternoon. Yeah. I'd like to begin by thanking Group Captain and Mr. Mahalingam for inviting me here. Always good to be with a lot of young energy in the room. So thank you so much, MMA, for having me here. I'm sure a lot of you are looking forward to taking up your first job. The first job is a fascinating time of your life, of everybody's life. You'll always remember it. That's because you learn a hell of a lot during that period, right? You learn about the real world, you learn about the organization, you learn about industry. There's never a dull moment, believe me, in the first job. On a boring day, you will learn what to do and how to do it. On an interesting day, you will learn what not to do and how not to do it. So it's always a great learning experience in your first job. It's not just about professional development. It's not just about learning about a career. In your first job, you'll also learn about yourself. You'll figure out what you like to do, what you don't like to do. You'll understand better what you're good at and what you're probably not very great at. You will learn who are the people you like to work with, who are the people you're probably not wanting to work with, right? So the first job is not just about profession and career, it's also about the person, about yourself. So learning about the profession and career is one part. Learning a lot about oneself
your worldview will emerge in that job. So the first job is therefore guaranteed to be memorable. Sometimes I interview people after 30 years in a career and they'll go on and on about their very first job. So it's guaranteed to be memorable. If that is so, and if it's going to play this oversized role in not just your career, but in building you as a human being, how do we go about looking for that first job, right? And that's the topic of this particular session. And I'm absolutely delighted that we have probably one of the best people to talk about it in this session, Uma Srinivasan. She spent an entire career on the other side of this table, right? Selecting people, choosing people, not just for entry-level roles, but for leadership positions as well. The principles are the same. And I've had a chat with her, and she's going to distill her entire experience, the wealth of experience that she has, and give it to you in 20 short minutes. So I would urge you to pay active attention and take notes and ask a lot of questions at the end of it. Please welcome Uma.
Hi, everybody. It's always a bit of a stress for me. I'm not much of a public speaker. I have too many pressures at the moment. One, I think I'm audible. This keeps going up. One, when you have sessions which are very powerful before yours, which have set benchmark, I think that's one. You need to raise to that benchmark, Second, I'm standing between you and your lunch. That's more tough. So, Shyam, if you could just ping me, because I tend to lose track of time sometimes. This is a topic which I've been living through this is my 29th year of working, okay? I didn't want to put a presentation together. I think I wanted it to be extempo. That's what I told Captain Vijay Kumar also. Before I start, a little bit about me and a little bit about the place, the organization that I represent. I hail from a small town called Kumbakonam. I did my entire schooling from a government school there. And then I went on to do my engineering. Metallurgy was the specialization that I did from NIT Jaipur. We are talking about a time when we didn't have cell phones, we didn't have flights to fly back when we wanted to come back home. I completed my engineering in 1994. Started my job as a metallurgist, okay? Now I'm representing this session as a HR specialist. What an irony. And addressing a bunch of management grads. So that is a story, that is a message that is clearly hidden here. What has happened for me in these 29 years is a bit of a self-discovery. Of course, I did discover my strengths and what I enjoy way ahead. Started the first couple of months in metallurgical consulting, realized that's not my forte. But also I noticed that I like connecting with people, networking, influencing. So I felt I need to pick up something more leveraging on my strengths and what I really enjoy doing. That's how next 6 years in the IT industry selling mainframes and mid-range. These are large IBM computers which used to be priced at that time, I'm talking about 95, 96, at 12 lakhs and 15 lakhs. So sales gave me the high. I realized sales and marketing is where I belong. I like to capture an opportunity. I like to solve a problem. And then HR happened, 2001. The markets went down. Some of you may not have been even born by then. We had recession back then. Moved to HR. Next 17 years, I joined an organization as an individual performer, as somebody who is focusing on leadership hiring for corporate houses. It used to be called MAFWA, which today some of you, or many of you may know, it's called Randstad. I was with them for 17 years. I stepped out in 2017 as the India head, president for their India operations. And then, of course, I am in L&T now. A little bit about L&T. It needs no introduction, a 24 billion group. into 4 major areas. We are into EPC, engineering, procurement, construction. We are into high-tech manufacturing, services, and energy. So here I am talking to you about what are the job search strategies. This is a topic which I can talk for the entire day. So I had to put a structure. When we had the preparatory call with Shyam, I was just telling, what do I focus on? What do I need to? So I'm going to, for the next 15 minutes that I may have, I'm going to put myself in your shoe and talk. It might be sounding a little bit bookish, but I think it's important. That should be a takeaway at the end of it. First and foremost is how much one is aware of oneself. Jumping into job, I finished my management graduation, I have finished my engineering, I have finished my BCom or BSc, and then I jumped directly into a job search without knowing what I want. Most of us do that. Even when I was your age, all I wanted was a job with a good brand. So before that, I think you do have the time to do a little bit of introspection to understand what you want. We will dwell in each of these 4 or 5 points little deeper, okay? Second is understanding the market, understanding the external ecosystem. This market has seen so many ups and downs. So somebody is telling this industry is moving up, somebody is telling IT services is kind of slowing down, somebody, manufacturing I was just having a conversation with one of the leaders. He was telling, how is the market? Is it sluggish? So I think this age you should be curious to understand the ecosystem, understand what kind of industries are doing well, what is the difference, which organization is in which category. I think I will give you some ideas which you could take back and then make an informed choice which direction you want to go, okay? And then comes, how do you prepare yourself? How do you generate a lead for you to get an interview, an opportunity? How do you prepare yourself, your resume? And then how do you have the conversation? So this is what I like to cover a lot in 14 minutes now. I just brought a paper because I'm also getting old. I keep forgetting some good, interesting points I should not forget. So I'm just going to be looking down at the paper once in a while. So the one concept which I really like before we get into the subject is called Ikigai. How many of you know about this Japanese secret of joyful life, Ikigai? Can you put up your hand? Don't worry, I'm not going to ask any of you talk about it, but yes, I'm glad that quite a few hands went up. I think that's the power of this generation, A lot of you must be Gen Y or Gen Z, if I'm right. I didn't know till I started working, and maybe mid of my career is when I got introduced to this concept. Your passion, your vocation, your mission, and profession, when they align, you know what you love doing, you know what you love, and you are good at it, and there is a need for it in the market, and you get paid for it. What more do you want? I think sometimes I feel I have a high sense of gratitude because of the place where I have led to. I love interacting with people. I like making a change. I'm a change agent in that sense. I've had some very great experience in my career. I have been the change agent in bringing upon transformation in the organizations that I have worked with. So working with people, influencing, and I get paid for it, and I get promoted for it. I think that's what you people should look at and work towards. Now, we talked about awareness. What is it? L&T at any point, if you come into our floors, any of our businesses floors, you will have a whole bunch of interns who are working with us. They'll be working with us in some projects or other. So when Captain Vijay Kumar asked me to address this session, I called them. I said, hey, tell me, your generation, what is it that you struggle with? What is it that drives you people? The first answer that came was, we need a job. A lot of times we go into the company website of some of the corporates, we apply, and then we don't even, it's like a black box. We don't know where to start the search. So I asked, what is it that you want to do? And then they started looking up and somebody said, yeah, I like HR, Somebody said, I like recruitment, I like this. And then they started introspecting. And then, so what is that one thing that could help you people in the job search process? They said, how do we get that break? You know, it's a chicken and egg story. Most of the corporates will say, if you have experience, we will look at you. And then if you had experience, obviously it shouldn't be an issue, right? So it is going to be it is a dichotomy, but we will come to that in a bit. So understand what are your key drivers. What is it? Is it money? Do you want to be a part of a large brand? Or is it the job that you're going to be doing? There are multiple things when you're looking at an individual. When I started my career, I wanted to be working for an organization which is very large, where I get into the office, it's all fancy with great interiors. I think that makes a huge difference when we are looking at, right? So understand what is it you are looking at. 2, introspect on what your strengths are and your shortfalls. It's not just the technical skills. As my previous speaker was talking about, technical skills are something which you can acquire. But from the soft skills point of view, introspect and see what are those skills that I have acquired. Like, you know, am I a great communicator? Because that's the first thing that comes through when you're in a job search. You sit for a conversation with a prospective employer. How you speak, how with clarity that you speak is going to make a first impression. Not that that's going to make the decision, but that's very important element. And for me, personally, when I hire freshers, we look for the attitude. You know, the attitude is it's not something which one can quantify, but it's about, does the person have the right attitude to be a team player? Is he or she somebody who can stretch? Is he somebody who is curious? Is he somebody who has, you know, these are elements which you need to be, it's very difficult to describe, but a prospective employer definitely looks at the attitude of the individual when they are hiring. So look at what is it your aspirations are, what are your strengths, and what are your weaknesses. I think that's extremely important. Because anybody who gets into the job market is going to be working in an organization which has multiple generations. To be very frank, L&T has boomers. Boomers, I think they are up to 64. 1946 to 64 are the boomer generation. They are the CEOs or the leaders. So there are 4 generations which are working. When you are going to join an organization as a fresh mind, where multiple generations are there, the way we think, the way what motivates, I belong to the Gen X. I'm somebody, in a sense, free, independent, but I'm also somebody who aligns. You know, I always tell my dad, I'm from a very small town. My dad is a retired professor, very middle-class family. So you have the subservient mentality. Okay, you have to align to your bosses. When the manager says, do this, you don't question. You may not like it, but you do it. Because in the workplace, this job needs to be done, you need to do that, right? Whereas there are times now organizations have started, not that you should say, I will not do it. It's about, I'm not comfortable, I'm not very good at it, or to push back is something which we see the next 2 generations doing, which is a good quality, to speak up with respect. That's attitude. Like, and I'm giving you a glimpse of what are the things which, so I think you should understand the generational sensitivity will come into play, and when you're in a large organization, that is going to make a huge difference for you. Familiarize with yourself with the ecosystem. Quickly, this is a very large topic, but you should understand there are 3 dimensions here. Which industry should I pursue? If you're all management graduates, which is the industry I should go into? Which is where is the, like, you know, we always have this term called sunset industries and sunrise industries. How many of you know which are the sunrise industries in the currently, in the current scheme of things? Sunrise industries are the ones which are hiring, which will grow in the next 5 to 10 years. There are many, but some of them are like, you know, semiconductor, green energy sector, especially green hydrogen, energy sector is growing. Read up about it. Data centers, electric vehicles, we have renewables. So if you just look up on the internet on Sunrise Industries and do a bit of a Google on which are the organizations, large organizations in the space. That will give you a plethora of names. I think it's important for you to understand when you are making a choice. See, one is when the companies come into the campus and you're going to sit through, look for the brand that resonates with you. Look for the job that resonates with what you want. But if you are somebody who has finished or just finished and you want to step out and then search something on your own, I think you should understand this landscape. Second is the genre of the company. When I say genre, there are organizations which are like, multinationals. We all know there is no explanation. All the international firms, multinationals are there. And then we have large Indian houses like Tatas, like L&Ts. You have a lot of large Indian houses, Ranes, and if you see TVS, a closer home, there are so many large Indian houses. And then we have regional players. Then we have small, medium enterprises. And then family-run businesses. And then we have startups. I'm stating that now because a lot of times, if you see some of the people, I have changed 2 jobs before I could arrive at the right job or industry that I felt at home. Because at that time, there was nobody to advise me to look at some of the finer elements. How does the genre of the company affect an individual? If you are somebody who likes to work in I'm not trying to put a frame and type fit every organization. Multinationals and large Indian organizations have processes well established, which means you go in, you plug and play. If you are somebody who likes to do that kind of, I would like to take up in a structured organization and operate in that, that could be the place. If you are somebody who is a free thinker, you are somebody who would like to go and innovate, have your voice heard, startup is a great place to go. Startup is a place where you, right from the coffee boy to taking a photocopy to sitting in the boardroom with your managers and thinking through some of the solutions, new products and stuff like that happen. So I think the genre of the organization that you choose is very, very critical. That's the culture we talk about. We talk about that unsaid element when you walk into an organization. What do you feel? When I get up in the morning, do I feel like going into that company? Because this is going to be your college days are over. Now it's going to be the next most important phase. And every day you'll be showing up there and you should feel motivated to go there. So research on the company, understand the genre, and of course, the last is the stage of the organization. If it's a startup, the kind of competency, I don't know how many of you are aware of this word, competency that is needed to be a startup ecosystem is very different from a growth organization. Startup is something which has just started. If you see all the .com startups, they have a word called grow big fast. First 2 to 3 years, all they want is grow the sales, grow the scale, build scale is what. So every job or every role holder in the organization, their competencies need to be aligned with it. And then comes the consolidation phase. Second, third, fourth year, they consolidate where they bring in processes. Okay, I have made my sales, top line has come to a certain extent. Now I'll put processes, consolidate and start focusing on profitability. So that is, the stage of the organization defines the set of competencies they look for in freshers. Ability, VUCA is the word they say, but ability to deal with ambiguity. When you're in a startup, nobody is going to tell you this is the way you have to do things. It's about you define and you run with it. So if you are somebody who is not very comfortable with creative thinking, maybe you should rethink about the choice when you make. Similarly, if you are a perfectionist, I have been rejected twice in one of the organizations, by 2 organizations, because my psychometric profile that they did, said you are a perfectionist. You will find this job frustrating. So understanding oneself and then getting into the right organization is a very critical element. So next comes the very important part of job search. Now you have done this to the ecosystem, you have done the introspection, comes the job search and lead generation. This is a tough part of it, but how many of you closely network with your alumni college alumni. Do you know that networking is one of the most powerful tool in landing up a job of your choice? Yes, you identify the ecosystem, brands that you want to be a part of, go to their websites, see their job pages, understand the organization, go to their career page, understand what kind of jobs are given to the management graduates. You understand all that, you apply. But I have heard by and large that sometimes you don't hear back. So keep trying in that, make the right choices. Second is job fairs, where companies come and really hire fresh minds in volumes. I think, of course, job portals, quite a few of them are not. If I'm going to talk about job portals here, I'm going to be preaching to the choir, because I belong to a generation where I never put my profile in the job portal. But having said that, LinkedIn, Indeed, Monster, I think quite a few, Naukri, Shine, there are quite a Fresher World, Internshala, there are so many sites where you could register your profile. We will talk a little bit about what you need to highlight in your profile. Have job alerts when you are registering yourself in these portals. When you know what kind of organization and what kind of role you want to be choosing, put job alerts. There are options in those sites and in even the career pages of some of the organizations that you want to join on. When a new job of a certain profile comes up, you get an automated alert. I think it's important to be there. So needless to say, your social media presence need to be strong. And I don't think that's an advice I need to give to this whole bunch of hall of kids, because I'm sure you are already there. But what you need to be mindful is, every requirement that comes in, every job, you can't have one standard profile that is to be given. My boss's, I was talking to my boss's son. He is studying in the US and he just completed. He came in one of the AI-related competition which was done, machine learning related, some competition US had. His team came third across the US. And then he was doing a job application for one of the leading firms, and he had not mentioned it in his profile. So I asked him, why is it that you have not mentioned? That's such a, if I were you, I would even put, I came first in the singing competition in my 12th standard, I would put that. So we tried to project, but what he was telling was very intriguing. That's when I said, this is a point which I should bring up here. He said, Auntie, if I put AI, for freshers, when the profiles go into the, ATS, every large organization has something called applicant tracking system. When you put your profile, it goes in there. And the applicant tracking system looks for keywords for that job, okay? So if it locates that he is a machine learning person and the role is for a data engineer, it will reject. So what I'm trying to say is, when you are making your profile, be mindful of what is the requirement. I am not asking you to fudge it. Whatever you are stating, tailor it to the requirement, highlight those aspects. For example, all your internships, your volunteering experiences, the tools, technologies that you have learned, the projects that you have done during your internship, highlight them. But do not make your profile more than 1 or 1.5 page. I have a 1.5 or 2 page. This is my 29th year of working. Not that I have made, I think before I joined L&T 6 years back, I had made it. But don't make it more than 1 page or 1.5 page. Nobody is interested in reading. When you are making your covering note, please do not write what you already have in the profile in your covering note. Talk a little bit about yourself. It should be a snippet. For me, sometimes when I see the covering note, do I want to meet this person or not? Or how do I arrange the profiles in the scheme of things? Where does you start making, we are all humans, we start making certain judgments around, okay, this person is somebody very interesting. So make it engaging, but not, a covering note cannot be more than half a page. Don't write one full long, all that you want to say. You can talk about it when you are in the interview, but do not put it in the paper. It becomes monotonous. People don't have time when you're hiring large number of people. So And most important in your profile, write only what you can talk about with conviction. Please pardon my English, but don't bullshit in your profile. Don't put something because you want to get that break. That's going to be counterproductive for your job selection. I think it's very important. And in LinkedIn, please do not put these lofty taglines like, thinker, innovator. You're just coming out. That's my bit of advice. When I go into LinkedIn, when I see some of the people who have just started their career or just 1 or 2 years, innovator, coach to CEOs, I said, really? It makes you think, but then that's an aspect which you need to be mindful. Highlight your academic achievements. If you have been at a leadership, for example, if you are the student council chief, or if you are somewhere held a leadership role, we love to see that. If you are part of the, say, football team or any of the sports team of your college, please put it. I think we love, and if you are talented, extracurricular, singing, traveling, biking, I'm an off-roader. So put that. Gone are those days where it's just templatized, where this institute only premier. Today we look for people who are the individuals with a certain right attitude, right soft skills, and a right mixture. And it's a delight when we come across graduates who bring that to the table. So put those snippets of it, don't downplay that. Of course, before you go for so coming back to before we get into the interview part, Sham, 5 minutes, okay. I think it's important, I reiterate, networking is a much underplayed aspect of job search. You need to be connecting with your alumni network. You need to be connecting with family and friends who are in the industry. A lot of times in large or even mid-sized organizations, there are roles which come up. They'll say, hey, I need this person by next week. Can you please arrange? Nobody is going to put it in the job portal, wait for the profiles to come, do the interviews, and then get them. Just, okay, reference. Okay, I know these 3 kids who came for internship, or I know this person. It quickly happens. So networking is an extremely powerful tool which is not understood by a lot. Please connect with, my daughter studies, she's doing her 3rd year in one of the engineering colleges. I keep telling her, she kept getting internships in Bangalore for some of the leading. She wants to be in Chennai when she comes for her summer. So I say, don't worry, you tell me the company, I will get it for you. I said, no, I'm like, you are embarrassing me. My friends will think that I'm using unfair means to be very frank, when you have a network, they can just show the doorstep. After that, how the individual is able to convince the company is up to them. So there is nothing wrong in using network to get that first break. So please leverage on your alumni network, family, friends, other professional connects, any industry memberships that you have, please connect and keep your eyes and ears peeled to what new opportunity comes your way. When you go for an interview, please prepare, understand about the company. Don't just show up with a copy of your resume. Research about the organization. Research, if possible, about the background of the individual. If tomorrow you're going to come and, oh, you are from NIT, I know her, I'm meeting her, she's from NIT, Jaipur, and then she worked with Randstad. It helps you be in, at least it gives you a certain degree of control. And one of the first questions most of the organizations ask is, what do you know about us? You can't say, I saw the website, but talk about, you should have a couple of lines prepared well about the organization. So researching is a very, very important element. Equally important is, tell me about yourself, is the standard question. How much ever years pass by, that's going to be a standard. Have a little bit of engaging elevator pitch about yourself. That too, what is called elevator pitch? I'm sure in the management school they would have taught, in sales, your prospective client and you are getting into the lift. You have been trying to get a break with that client, with the prospect for business deal. You are getting into the lift in the ground floor and there are 5 floors. You are going to travel with them. you have time from the ground floor to the 5th floor to get a meeting with that prospect. So how do you package your organization, your product, and the entire proposition in that time span? That's called elevator pitch. You will get 2 minutes to talk about yourself. Don't go all over the place. Don't lose the focus. Please have always a nice way to represent yourself when you're asked about yourself. I think I don't want to be repetitive about, because we are running short of time. I would rather say, there is another thing. What are your strengths and weaknesses? This is a double-edged sword. When somebody asks, what are your weaknesses? You're worried that if I say my weakness, then that's going to be used against me. So always think of a couple of weaknesses or one weakness which you can speak. I'm a workaholic. It's a good thing for a company. So be candid, but I think you should be smart in the way you handle some of these questions. Usually before anybody wraps an interview, they'll ask, do you have any questions for me? I don't know about this new generation. My generation, for all those people who understand Tamil, ayyo, edadu question kete, if they say, ayyo, romba over a question, you're asking too many questions, so I'm not going to give her a job. So we'll say, no questions, I'm all fine. I think no, that's the wrong stance to take. Have 2 or 3 very smart questions to ask, okay? One of the kids asked me, I think 6 months back, he had come for an interview. So I said, do you have any questions? He said, ma'am, did I clear the interview? Was his question. But then that's a question. He had the courage, and one has to look at it. Of course, he is with one of our businesses, but have some questions ready, and I think you should get through. Always when you are looking for a job, when you are looking for a job opportunity, don't join for a job. Look for a career. If you are able to make these steps, at least some logical sense in right industry, right content, right stage of the organization, positioning yourself, not everything is going to happen perfect. Be ready for it. But when you do that, you are all set to go for a career where you grow, you learn, and you thrive. You don't go there to find the next job which will pay you some $5,000 or $10,000 more onto gem. Don't do that. First 5 to 10 years, learn. Then start focusing on earning. This first 5-6 years are very critical in how you shape up as a professional and who becomes a manager and who continues in the same path. I think that's very important, and that's something which I wanted to wrap up. I don't want to go further onto it. Maybe we'll have a few questions and then should be able to. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Thank you very much. That was a very succinct and crisp summary of everything that they need to do. So if I may further summarize it, 1, know yourself. 2, know the market, the job market. 3, know the company. And 4, let the company know you through a good CV and a good interview process. Thank you so much. We have a few questions. I think we are also helping to divide this audience into 2. Those who are hungry and those who are hungry to know more. So I'm glad a lot of you decided to stay back and know more. The first question, many of these have been actually, I think, addressed a little bit by Uma. First question is from Shri Ganesh from Navalur. How can job seekers best leverage digital platforms like LinkedIn and job portals to maximize their visibility to recruiters and land interviews? Is there anything you would like to add to what you've already said?
Yeah. Again, I'm struggling with this technology and somebody is asking me about the... as I think I did speak about, keep your profile updated. If you're acquiring a new skill, new certification, don't waste your time when you're searching for a job. Don't sit idle. Do some kind of, apart from agility, adaptability, resilience, and other competencies that I've spoken of, I think digital savviness is very important. All those management grads who have not acquired anything in the digital, do some kind of a program which will bring certain awareness in the digital front so that you could update that as part of it. It is looked at as a additional edge from your end. And keep tracking. I think I have touched upon by and large.
Sure. Maybe I'll add one point to that. Companies that hire from digital portals are looking for what are known as active applicants, right? Active candidates, which means you must show up as an active candidate. If you just posted it there 6 months ago, then you will not show up as an active candidate. So it's important that you keep applying for jobs, you keep updating your CV and so on, so that you come across as an active candidate. And I think the other point she made about that your CV must get past the machine, but appeal to the human being, right? So it needs to mention what the machine is looking for, your skills and so on, but it must appeal to the human who is finally reading it and saying, hey, you're an off-roader, I'm also an off-roader, come let's meet, right? So keep that in mind. The next question we have is, what advice, and this is from Vaishali in Salem, what advice do you have for job seekers facing challenges such as long gaps in employment, lack of experience, or competition in the job market? That's a lot of things put together. Maybe you can answer any one of them.
See, I think job breaks or challenges, competition is bound to be there. I think sometimes being absolutely candid is important. Trying to say that my mother fell ill and I fell ill, we know the standard grind. We all also grew up from that age. It's not that we all landed up in the corporate house directly where we are. So I think we appreciate candid thing and giving me a break. A lot of times there are kids who come and say, I need only a regular employment. I might have a 6 months or a 1 year contract opportunity. Be open to any kind of a break that you would get, because that is going to be your experience for the next opportunity. That would be my advice to you, Vaishali.
We have one more question which is from Sanjay in Madurai. What are some effective networking techniques? Again, you've already touched upon this, that young professionals can use to increase their chances of finding suitable job opportunities.
I think we touched upon that too. So I think network with the fraternity, your alumni, your this kind of management webinars and seminars when they happen, conferences when they happen, try and see if you can participate, meet some of the organizations. I think that's very important to get the right job, right?
I have one question for you myself, which is, I'm on many WhatsApp groups, and sometimes I get a message from the group, somebody saying, my nephew has got this job, should he take it or not? What do you think? Right? Now, it comes after the person has got the job, right? And you spent a whole session talking about how to prepare for this. So how early in this whole process should people start researching the companies, researching the thing and so on? When do they start? What would be your advice to them?
See, when you're studying itself as part of the management, a lot of management studies is around case studies and the nature of the organization's challenges and so on and so forth. I think the research needs to be an inherent part of your education, I would say. But I'm talking about an utopic or a perfect way of doing things. A lot of times we go through the first, second job, learn by experience, but ideally, to answer your question, Sham, I think when you're in your final year, I think it's a good time to start looking around the ecosystem so that you do your groundwork well. That would be my...
Great, thanks. So essentially she's saying it's never too early to start. So any more questions for us? No. Thank you so much. Thank you all, audience, for your attention. And thank you, MMA, for having us here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sham. Thanks, Ms. Uma. May I request President MMA, Mr. Mahalingam, to present a memento to the guest speakers, please. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a big round of applause. A very, very interesting topic, particularly for students on job search, has been very well, I think, answered a lot of questions. Let's give them a round of applause. I don't think you're so hungry that you can't even clap for them. Come on. Great. So we have given you a lot of food for thought. Now we are going to give you some food for stomach. Let's have a break for lunch and reassemble here at 2:15 for a very, very interesting session again on leadership and mentorship. So the prize winners and the Chanakya finalists, please occupy on my left side the second and first row, so that we can call you immediately after that session. Thank you. Let's break for lunch and be back sharp by 2:10 or so. Thank you so much. Further ado, let's get on with the next session of the convention, which will be special session 5 on once again a very, very interesting topic, leadership and mentorship. So please settle down. And may I now call upon the guest speakers of this session, Mr. Ganesh Chella, co-founder and chief solution architect, Coaching Federation of India, and Ms. Lakshmi Chandrasekharan, senior managing director, CHRO, Accenture India, to come and take their place on the dais, please. Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon. Please.
Yes, sir.
Come on, students, let's welcome the guest speakers with a big round of applause. Let's do justice for the lunch we just had. Fantastic. Thank you. May I have the AV of the speakers, please? Please settle down, ladies and gentlemen. Please settle down.
Ms. Lakshmi Chandrasekharan is Senior Managing Director and Chief Human Resources Officer at Accenture India. She is responsible for leading the human capital strategy and enabling 300,000 plus people in Accenture India to be successful, professionally and personally. Ms. Lakshmi enjoys mentoring young people, especially young women from diverse socio-economic backgrounds at their early career stages. She is regularly featured on Business World People's list of most influential women in HR and has also been recognized among top HR thought leaders in the country. Mr. Ganesh Chella is the co-founder and chief solution architect of Coaching Foundation India Limited. He is an esteemed thought leader in organization and leadership development, human resources management and executive coaching. An author and an avid blogger, his writings focus on various facets related to HR, organizational development, and leadership. Mr. Ganesh is an alumnus of XLRI, Jamshedpur.
Students, please settle down. It's going to be a very, very interesting session on the theme leadership and mentorship. May I request Mr. Ganesh Chella to deliver the chairman's remarks and take the session forward, please. Would you like to come here, sir, or would you like to do it?
Yeah, is that good?
Absolutely.
Should we wait for more people or start? Opening remarks by the. All right.
But do you want to just wait for 5 minutes? I was wondering, another few minutes perhaps?
Yeah, maybe a couple of minutes we'll wait. Yes, sir.
Students, settle down fast. Students, can we have some silence? The guest speakers are waiting for you settling down. Please settle down fast. So you can start, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, friends. Delighted to meet so many management graduates under one roof like this. And on behalf of Lakshmi and myself, happy to be here. Okay, are you all familiar with the Chat GPT? You're all? Are you familiar with Chat GTP? Are you familiar with Chat GTP? No. Any guesses of what it is? Chat GTP is a go-to person to chat. Yeah? That's what this session is about. As management graduates, I'm sure you've spent the last few years trying to figure out your place in the world of business, in the world of work, correct? And hopefully in the next year or two, find your place in some organization or maybe do your own thing. This phase of socialization can be quite crucial for your success. Now, one of the important realizations necessary to make a success of this is the fact that others can have an important role to play in your development as a person and a professional. Do others have a role to play in your success? And others could mean normally, not always, parents. It could be maybe a senior sibling. It could be a family friend, maybe a college professor or school teacher you respect. Somebody else you look up to, whose views and opinions matter to you in your life, beyond career, beyond work, but in your life. The question is, do you have at least one such person in your life today? One person you can go to seek help. As you plan your career, as you plan your future, is there at least one person? Hopefully at the end of these 40 minutes, we would have convinced you enough to go and find that person. That's really the purpose of this session, right? Because without the support of other people, growing and developing can be an extremely difficult and adventurous task. Despite all our optimism about searching on Google for solutions, the role of other people cannot be underestimated in our own growth. Personally, for myself, I've had the benefit of hundreds of people who have contributed to my development, who I continue to rely on to grow as a person. And to tell us more about that, I am delighted to invite Lakshmi.
Thank you so much, Ganesh, and thank you so much for finally deciding to come back after lunch. There's still a few of you missing, I think, but when I was invited to speak about mentoring, leadership with all of you, I was extremely excited to know that this was a topic even on your on the very, very well thought through, curated agenda for the day, because as you start your professional careers, I think mentorship is something it's going to play a very, very critical role, whether you like it or not, in your careers, in your lives, as you move from here. But since we are doing this immediately after lunch, and I think they put me here after lunch in the hope that I would not put them to sleep, But let's start with a couple of questions for you, if I may. Can someone confirm that where I need to point this? Yeah? Or here? Okay. Oops. I think we moved. Do you have pen, paper, pad, iPad, something, or even your phone, if you can take it out, and write down a reflection for yourself? You don't have to talk to your neighbor. By yourself, are you a mentor or a mentee today? Yet. So when I say, are you a mentor, maybe to someone, to a younger sibling, maybe to somebody in your college, a junior in your college, are you a mentor to someone today? And are you a mentee in a mentoring relationship already today? Someone who is, and who is that one person, if you can name for yourself, who has helped you become who you are today, to the point that Ganesh was making earlier. It could be someone who challenged you, someone who guided you, but someone who believed in you, fundamentally, who believed in you. Can you write that person's name down? This is an important task I want you to do, and if you're struggling, let me share with you a personal story, right? One of the earliest and most influential lessons that I learned was from my father. My father was one of those really traditional, stoic Indian men, would not show his expressions much, would hardly say too many words. So anytime he said something, my sister and I would pay attention to. He was also very deeply religious, and so therefore he would quote this verse from the Bhagavad Gita and tell me an important lesson. The quote was, Karmanye vadhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana ma karma phala heturbu mate sangosta karmani. What does it mean? Essentially, very loosely put, it means you have the right to your actions. Meaning, you better do your job well. Do it well, do it with sincerity, do it with thoroughness, give it your 100%. But don't think that you have the right to the fruits of that action. Now, this is his belief, which he passed on to me. That has shaped my life, that has shaped how I approach my career, that has shaped how I approach all my relationships. I try teaching my son. My son is probably as old as all of you here, most of you here. He's about 23. Most days he does not listen, as I'm sure is the case with all of you. Some days he listens. So this is how mentoring happens, right? It passes down. And it's not just limited to professional lives, as you were saying, Ganesh, but also in your own personal life. I'm sure there's some person or some moments in your life where something like this has happened to you as well. You may not give the name mentoring to that relationship today. It may be you say it's my father, it's my cousin, it's my aunt or somebody. But that person has played a significant role in shaping who you are. The person you are today sitting in that 10th row on the 3rd column here. Yeah? And that is how I define mentorship. Mentorship is not just what you get in terms of career advice and support, but it's someone who has shaped who you are, who has helped you bridge the gap between who you are today and your potential. That is what fundamentally is a mentor. So it can be someone at work, it can be someone in your college, it can be someone, a teacher, a professor. So the question, I always ask myself 3 questions around mentorship. I'm going to share with you each of those 3 questions and share with you my experiences and perspectives based on my journey. So there's no right or wrong, it's just my journey. So take it with that pinch of salt, see what you make of it, and make it your own in your own way. So let me start with the first question. Is a mentor that one person only that Ganesh was referring, that you have in your life who can be your trusted advisor? One person. Write down your answer to that question in that same place you wrote down who that one mentor is for you. Take a moment to reflect on this question. Is the mentor one person you go to for everything? My submission to you is, just the way families act as mentors as you're growing up. It could be your parents, it could be your sibling, it could be your cousins, it could be friends, it could be your teachers, it could be your professors in college. All of them unconditionally have been focused on improving who you are, helping you take those choices, make those decisions that have brought you to this stage you are today, doing an MBA. They know what your strengths are, they know what your non-strengths are, And they're able to give you some suggestions on how you may want to guide yourself to achieve the aspirations you have for yourself. Yeah? So therefore, a mentor who is able to help you bridge that gap. And that could be anybody. And you may not ascribe the word mentor to them. But when you move to a corporate world, mentorship becomes a little more intentional. People are not automatically going to give you unconditional support, unconditional guidance, unconditional coaching. That's not going to happen. It's a lot more intentional. And sometimes the initiation of that relationship needs to happen by you. You have to seek out mentors. You have to seek out mentors. And my submission to you is, there's no need to have just one mentor. In fact, I would suggest you have a personal board of mentors that is unique to you, based on what your needs are. You could have different mentors for different facets. Are you trying to kind of think about how you must, what skills you must build? Are you thinking about what may be the community impact you're going to have? Are you thinking about how you want to, where do you want to live and grow your careers? Are you thinking about starting a business of your own? You will need different sort of mentoring for different aspects of your aspirations. So form your own personal board of mentors, and that can be from amongst the faculty members that you've interacted with, that can be from the community you live in, that can be from amongst the friends you have. It could be an elder person in your family who's running an organization of his or her own. It could be anyone. But for that, you need to be very skillful at networking. And that's what you see on this slide. Do you see those 3 concentric circles? Start drawing them on your paper. Draw 3, put yourself in the center. Put your name. My name is Lakshmi, so I put Lakshmi in the center and draw 3 circles around it. What are these 3 circles? If, like me, you're very shy and don't like to network naturally, put everybody you know into these circles. And you can call them whatever, from the outermost circle to the innermost. You can call the outermost circle audience, perhaps. You have the middle circle, which is acquaintances. And then you have the intimates, and then you have you. 3 circles. Map everybody who's connected with you. Perhaps you're on LinkedIn, perhaps you're following someone. You don't know the person really, but you're connected somehow. Put them on the outermost audience. The next circle are people with whom you have some level of personal connect. Maybe you go to the gym together. Maybe you hang out in a sports club together. People you know, people you spend some time with, some connection. Look at your batchmates. Even amongst your batchmates, there'll be some people you know very well, and some people you know he or she's from this department. Those are his strengths. Yeah, you know of, but you don't know them intimately. That's your second layer. And the inner one are the nearest to you, the most intimate ones. These are the people you can call up at 4 a.m. in the morning if you're awake and you need help, and they will show up. Doesn't matter. You can say whatever it is a trust-based relationship. Those are your intimate. If you map your people, then you know where to direct your efforts. See, mentoring is a relationship in which you need to invest. Both individuals need to invest. You need to invest as a mentor and as a mentee. If both individuals need to invest. So mapping these people into these circles, then deciding how much time I'll spend with people who are acquaintances versus intimates versus audience. Today, 80% of our time is on social media. My submission to you is that is the audience that you're spending time with. Not necessarily your acquaintances, not necessarily your intimates. So think about where you want to invest the time in. As you invest time, people will start moving from audience to acquaintance to intimates. And then determine what do you want to leverage that mentoring relationship for. Imagine you have 100 people in your intimates, getting advice from 100 people. Can you imagine how stressful that can be? 100 people with 100 points of view on you. So you don't want to do that. So you want to decide from amongst your intimate circle who is your mentor and what attributes should you look for. So here's my submission to you on what you should look for. For me personally, in a mentoring relationship, trust is very, very important. And that's why you see this trust equation I'll talk to you about in a bit. Trust in the sense that if Ganesh if you're my mentor, I need to be comfortable with you to say whatever it is on my mind without being worried about, are you going to judge me? Are you going to assess me? Are you going to put a label to me? Yeah? That's what I mean by trust. But for different situations, you will need different mentors. If you're faced with a very difficult decision in your life, you need someone who's not going to judge you, who is going to listen to you, offer you some constructive criticism. But if you're in a brainstorming session, right, you have this great idea of a startup, then you need someone who's going to give you alternate perspectives, someone who will do a black hat thinking and poke holes, or who will do a white hat thinking and give you more ideas perhaps. So you need different mentors. Or if you're looking for career advice, then you need someone who's going to challenge you. Are you taking a risk or not? At the stage of your career, you should absolutely, each one of you, take risks. You may not be able to take risks later, but someone who can challenge you. What are the opportunities in this job? What are the gaps you have? Someone who can challenge you. So you need very different kind of a mentor when it comes to, say, a career choice conversation. Or if you're faced with a failure, then what do you need? You need someone who can share their stories of failures, how they have dealt with, someone who you can be vulnerable with, share your feelings, share your thoughts. They will also share. That's how you will grow. Because ultimately, this mentoring relationship, to the point that you were making, Ganesh, is about growth, personal growth, both in your personal lives as well as in your professional lives. Yeah? And so therefore, look at this equation. This is an important one for you to write down. There are 4 components of this equation, 3 in the numerator, 1 in the denominator. Trust in a relationship builds when there's credibility of the individual. You get what you see. There is reliability. You do what you tell you will do. The third one is intimacy. The other day, last week, there was a colleague of mine who had reached out a month back to get some career advice. She was feeling lost, unable to navigate our complex organization. I don't know if you caught on to the introduction. Some of you were not there when the introduction was going on. I work for a company called Accenture, and I'm the India CHRO. We have about 350,000 people, roughly, in India. And so it's quite a complex organization, and this was a very senior person who said, I don't know how to go from here. How do I navigate this? I want a role in security consulting, but I'm being asked to do some proposal writing. And that's not what I want to do. How do I navigate this? So I gave her some suggestions. My expectation as a mentor would have been that once you have done what I've asked you to do, meet up with 3 people, come back and tell me. She missed that very important step. She forgot to tell me. And she was continuing to feel lost, not showing, and she was thinking of quitting Accenture. So that was the conversation I had with her last week. I said, why were you trying to solve this by yourself? And I actually scolded her. I could scold her because my relationship had that level of intimacy. You can't scold someone that you don't have an intimate relationship with. So it's important in that relationship to have intimacy where you can say what's on your mind. And the bottom, in the denominator, what you see, is self-orientation. I don't know if you can read the wordings from back there. It's credibility plus reliability plus intimacy divided by self-orientation. If you approach a mentoring relationship only with what's in it for me, then that is self-orientation. And all of you here have some level of quant in your syllabus, right? So you understand what this means. Anything in the numerator goes up, trust goes up. Denominator goes up, trust goes down. Right? So remember this. This is an important equation for you to remember, because if you have trust, you will get something out of the relationship, not just as a mentee, but even as a mentor. And this is important as you continue your growth as a leader, once you join a firm, or you start something on your own. You will continue to need this in any relationship that you have at work. And the point that Ganesh was making, you cannot, in today's world, cannot achieve success by yourself. You have to have an army of people around you that can help you, and this relationship will help you in every single relationship. But that kind of brings me to the last point, and then we can pause to take your questions. How are these two related, leadership and mentorship? Leadership for me is very simple. It's not just about leading a function, delivering value, getting the profit, generating the revenue. No, it is also beyond that, giving back, lifting people as you rise, making sure you're developing the next generation of future leaders. And what we believe at Accenture, and what I believe personally as well, is you are a leader sitting where you are today. You are a leader As a student, you're a leader. Why? Because you're having to lead yourself. All of you have to lead yourself. Lead yourself to become better versions of yourselves, add value to yourself, to the community, to the company. Tomorrow, each one of you is going to be, 10 years from now, you all are going to be in leadership positions. That is what you have to aim for. So imagine yourself 10 to 15 years. It's not too far off. Trust me. 10 to 15 years from now, when you're going to be leading teams, leading functions, leading businesses, leading organizations, you start by leading yourself first. Then you start leading others in your team. And it doesn't have to be somebody who's reporting to you. It can be your classmate who's sitting next to you. Have you thought of mentoring your classmate, your batchmate? Do you think they'll value what you say? Think about it. You can actually make a big difference to peers. Peers make a lot of difference to me. When I started off in XLRI, I did not know the 130 students in my class. But every single one of those 130 students in my batch, 130 students in my senior batch, 130 students in my next batch, 130 into 3. Imagine that. Nearly 400 people. All of them can potentially be my mentor and have been mentors in some shape and form through the last 25 years of my career. Anytime I'm in a dilemma or in a pickle, I pick up a phone, ask them, help is just a phone call away. That is the power. If you have invested in those relationships with your, instead of seeing what's on your social media, have you invested in the person sitting next to you? And helping that person become a better version of himself or herself. That is what leadership is about, and it starts with mentoring. And does not have to be once you have become a vice president in an organization. No, it starts today with each one of you sitting in the room. So those are my 3 questions for you. So if you haven't answered them yet, write down the answers. Is it just one mentor, or do I have a board of mentors? What do I seek in a mentoring relationship? How can I become the mentor I seek? That is true leadership for me, and that is in a mentoring relationship. So with that, let me open it up to you and to the questions in the audience.
Yeah, a couple of questions.
Of course.
I'm assuming all of them are about to or anxious to find a job or excited to find a job. I'm assuming for them, for all of you, the first role a mentor can do is to help you find the job that you dream about, right? And then, of course, to succeed in it. If I were a student, the first question I would ask you is, but where do I find this mentor? Where are they manufactured, really, you know? Where do I find one? How do I know that this person will even be interested in me? Because I need to ask, I'm afraid to ask. I don't know whether they will help. Any suggestions on how can they actually crack that first step to find someone?
Yeah. In fact, I had one more slide which I didn't quite share. If you see the first word over there, it is seek. What is the worst that can happen? The person can say, no, I do not have the bandwidth. So I've had a lot of situations where people have reached out to me and saying, can you be my mentor? And I said, I can't, because I already have as many mentors as I can take. Most organizations, most progressive organizations, have a structured framework available. I can share my personal example. We've invested in building this platform called I Aspire, where individuals can actually put down what are they seeking mentoring on. So they can sign up to be a mentee, or they can say, I want to mentor somebody on a particular skill set, or it could be technical, it could be industry, it could be functional, whatever have you. So most organizations, if you're looking to join, will have a structured environment in which you can actually go in and seek, and they will be matching. The technology is quite advanced, and they can match the supply demand, so to speak, supply of mentors and the demand for mentors with the mentees seeking. So it is automatically mapped as well. In the absence of if you join an organization which does not have a technology-enabled solution, ask the person you report into.
Yeah.
Ask the HR person in the group that is supporting you. Like I said, the worst that can happen is you don't find. But imagine if you never ask. This is the worst option, asking and being told no, or not asking and still not getting help. So always seek out mentors. You will be surprised. I have been surprised by the number of people who are willing to help you. All you need to demonstrate is some initiative, intent needs to be clear, What are you seeking mentoring on? Don't be vague. Be specific about what your ask is. What are you looking for mentorship on? And like I said, remember, self-orientation is important, but if it increases beyond a certain level, that trust relationship never forms. So be very clear what your ask is, what you're seeking mentoring on, and then it's always hardest to make that first step. But I'm sure there's somebody from your, some senior from your college in that organization. Some senior from your college in a different organization who knows somebody in your organization. There are always, like I said, that network is very important. Map the people, don't lose connections, invest in those relationships. It will help you find another person, another connection. I don't have the phone number of all my batchmates, but I know someone who has. And that's how the connection happens, that's how the networking happens. And if you're from the same institute, help is very, very forthcoming.
I would suggest definitely your seniors, especially those who are working in different industries, maybe your college professors. As Lakshmi said, I think mentoring need not be an open-ended, long-term relationship. It can even be one question. You want to post somebody, right? You met online. You can say, I have this question for you. Can you give me an answer? Or can I speak to you for 15 minutes on this one doubt I have on whether I should do this? I think today people are quite open to giving someone 15 minutes time for one conversation.
Yes.
I think the worst, as you said, is that they can ignore your mail, they can reject you, or perhaps say, this seems to be an interesting question. I learned something from asking. Quite often mentors actually learn a lot from mentoring, which is why they choose to mentor.
Yes.
So my sense is at this stage in their career, I think mentors can play a big role in making the right career choices, not the one who pays you the highest, but the one that suits you well. Knowing more about what it takes to succeed.
Yeah.
And clarifying some questions about which you don't know enough. I think those would be the important things.
Absolutely. Because I'm sure there are a lot of questions on your mind as you're thinking about what to do first. What company should I join? What job should I take up? If I have a choice between two companies, how do I decide between the two organizations? Because no organization is same as the other. Let me give you my example of when I got, when we were going through placements in XLRI, day one, I did not get a job. I was devastated. Yeah, I got a job day two, and I got placed with a company called Nestle. It's a food business, food company. And it was only after I joined Nestle and then I went on to the recruiting table and I started hiring from campus that I realized that when students get selected or rejected, it is not always because of what the students' capabilities only are. It's also a fit with the organization. So sometimes that is what mentors can help you also decide, saying what may be a better fit for you, knowing your strengths or non-strengths, and then helping you navigate the career, I think, is something only a mentor can do, and only a mentor in whom you have invested in building that relationship. Not someone, a random stranger may not be able to help you as much.
The other thing you said, Lakshmi, I think is very important, is to frame our questions very well. The more specific we are about what exactly I want to know, the easier it is for a mentor to respond to you, rather than give some general advice. If you have a specific question, I think it's easy to find an answer. The only thing is the difference between posing a question to ChatGPT and ChatGTP is that it's a conversation, right? It's not some information gleaned and handed over to you. It's a conversation possible. But what I say may be outdated 5 years later. I don't know.
No, absolutely. I think we are all hard-pressed for time. Every one of you is hard-pressed for time, given the busy, I'm sure the busy schedules that you have. As students, the same applies for people who are working or not working even. The schedules are packed most days, right? So more specific you are, this is about learning a particular skill set versus B skill set, or is this about A company versus another company, about a particular role job versus another role? The more specific you are about your question, the easier it is, you're making it easier for the mentor to respond to and help you find the right answer. So the specificity is extremely critical. And if you write to someone online, more often than not, you will hear, I may not be the right person to answer, but here may be a couple of other people that you can reach out to. That's how most people respond. It is a lot more kinder world sometimes online than it was many, many years back, where you needed to know the person to seek help. Today, people who are total strangers will be willing to help you, but to Ganesh's point, you need to be a little more specific about what your ask is so they can actually provide you with the support you need.
So this brings me to another question about the boundaries of mentoring. All of us live in a world and a time when matters of mental health and well-being are very real, right? It's quite likely that some of us are anxious. Some of us tend to get anxious very often. Some of us seem to feel low and depressed. Some of us feel somewhat hopeless about the future, and so on and so forth. I think it's useful to know where mentoring ends and where other sources of help begin. Do you have a point of view on that?
This is a highly complex topic. I believe it depends on where you are in this anxiety paradigm. You could start with a mentor, but for all well-being, anxiety-related symptoms or experiences, counseling may be a much better source. Unless, of course, you listened to an earlier session today, which was focused on resilience, about freeing the brain from the confines of the mind. That is a paradigm, of course. But I think well-being related challenges are getting to be better understood now.
Correct.
There could be a medical reason leading to some of these well-being related anxieties. So my suggestion would be to leverage counseling instead. And there are enough and more anonymous and named counseling support that at least that relationship can remain completely anonymous and get you the right support. So that would be my suggestion.
Yeah, absolutely. There are some things which are under the realm of what is called life skills. How do I be more confident in attending an interview? How can I say no to some friend who keeps pestering me and I end up saying yes? How do I stand up to someone when I don't want to do something? How do I want to draw boundaries to my work that I seem to be piled on with unnecessary amounts of work? On these matters, a mentor may at best share his or her experiences and some ideas. But it may be, if it persists, if that information is not adequate for making change. So the simple guideline is, if information is not helping you, right, then you need other forms of help.
Sure.
Mentoring can share a perspective, an experience, some information, some insight, point you in the right direction. But if that is inadequate to solve your problems, then I think it's important to seek other sources of help. It could be someone who is good at teaching you life skills, someone or counseling you on some challenges. I thought it was important to draw that distinction.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you're in an organizational construct trying to understand how to navigate the politics, counseling is not an answer. If the politics is causing stress, counseling is an answer.
Right.
Because that is about managing your response to a situation. That is a distinction to be made. If you're trying to understand the nuances of how an organization works, the politics of the place, the intricacies of the role, career conversations, how do I navigate, all of that are situations that you need to navigate. Mentoring can help you. But if you're trying to solve for how you are responding to a situation, which is to do with your emotions, your anxieties, your health, your well-being, that is not a mentoring conversation. That is a counseling or a medical conversation even.
Okay, one last question. It's quite possible that many of you will work in a hybrid work setting. Maybe some of you will work in a remote setting. which is actually quite sad. I've spent most of my life actually going somewhere and working, and I continue to do that, and I enjoy it thoroughly. But that's a different world. If your life is virtual, not your virtual, your life is virtual, your work is virtual, how do you seek help? I mean, who is real? Do you need a real mentor? Do you need a virtual mentor? How does this whole thing work if my whole career started being virtual? I can't even imagine it.
Well, virtual is an environment. You are, even if I'm talking to you on a phone, you are a person, I'm a person. The phone is the virtual medium. I don't think one needs to get lost in the paradigm of physical proximity versus virtual proximity. Both can be achieved. When we talk to our people and we regularly survey our people, nobody wants to work in 100% virtual.
Right.
And nobody wants to work 100% office either. They want flexibility. Some days I'll come into office, some days I come into work, stay at home and work. The days, for example, I try to kind of schedule my meetings in a way that they are all in the same day. So I come into office, finish my meetings. The days that I'm talking to people who are not sitting in Bangalore, which is where I live, but are sitting in, say, Houston or London or Delhi or Chennai, those meetings I schedule on a day where I can comfortably work from home. So planning your day along with your supervisor to have a good combination, because you're right, just sitting in front of a laptop the whole day can be quite boring, if nothing else. But it is the best solutions come when you're sitting next to each other, brainstorming, iterating the problem, coming up with a solution, testing it out, trashing what does not work, coming up with the next iteration. That happens when you're discussing with each other, ideally in a room kind of environment, because in India in particular, we're all talking over each other. That does not happen well on virtual media. If you're on a Teams conversation, talking over each other is highly disruptive. So it's not about, you can build networks, virtual world. My supervisor for the last 15 years has never been in the same city as I have ever been in. She's always lived in the US, I've always lived in India. She's been my supervisor for the last 15 years. It hasn't made an iota of difference to my career growth. So it is about intentionality is very important. When you're in a virtual relationship, there is no opportunity to bump into you at the water cooler. I can't. Or in the cafeteria. I cannot find you suddenly. So I have to make time to meet up Ganesh. And therefore that circle I brought out earlier, Ganesh, really helps. If you know who's in that intimate circle or that you want to build that relationship, you will invest in it. So that's the challenge of this hybrid work. You have to be a little more intimate, intentional about that intimacy.
Wonderful. Thank you, Lakshmi. Delight listening to you.
Thank you for your
and
question.
being with all of you. And I'm sure you have some great stuff going to happen. After Ambi's fantastic speech, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thanks all.
Thank you, Mr. Ganesh and Mr. Lakshmi. It's been a fabulous session. Been very, very helpful to the students. May I request you all, both of you to stay back? May I request President MMA, Mr. Mahalingam, and Group Captain Vijay Kumar to come and hand over a memento to the guest speakers, please. Ms. Meera Nair as well, she's a committee member. I request her to come onto the stage, please.
That was great. Great presentation. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are thankful to Sankalp Taru, who are into plantation and promoting plantation. Yeah. And they have been kind enough to give us these mementos as well.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah. Please.
Your classmates in Gobinuni?
I think so.
Yeah, please. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause to both the guest speakers who kept you really nicely engaged. After the first session after lunch must have been really difficult, but did a fabulous job of it. Thank you. That brings us to the next session, that is a special session 6 on a very, very important theme, that is building a personal brand. You're all aware, it's been often said that we all have to be a personal brand of our own. So, none other than Mr. Ambi Parmeshwaran, author and former CEO of Draft FCB Ulka, will be addressing you on this topic. May I request Mr. Ambi Parmeshwaran to come on to the dais and take his place on the dais, please. Students, let's welcome Mr. Ambi Parmeshwaran with a big round of applause. This is the last business session of the day, a very, very important one. May I have the AV of Mr. Ambi, please?
Mr. Ambi Parmeshwaran is an author, a brand coach and a brand strategist. In a career spanning 40+ years in marketing, sales, and advertising, Mr. Parmeshwaran helped build numerous brands. He was the CEO of Draft FCB Ulka, where he was a key member of the team that turned around the ad agency to becoming one of the top 3 in the country. He has written nearly a dozen best-selling and award-winning books on branding and leadership.
Okay. Can you... Okay, good. So, can you all hear me at the back? Yeah? Say yes. Are you all awake? Just about awake? About to sleep? Huh? So let me thank MMA, President Mr. Malingam, Group Captain Vijay Kumar for inviting me here. So I have kept a presentation which will start with branding and then go on to personal branding. So broadly the topic is about personal branding, myths and realities. Let's start with what is a brand. Where does the word brand come from? How many of you specializing in marketing here? Everyone's gone to sleep, I think. Hello? Huh? How many of you have heard the word marketing? Okay, more hands. Okay, all of you heard the word marketing. At least thank God for that. Huh? Where does the word brand come from? All of us use the word brand, but where does this word brand come from? Any idea? Someone from the back? Neenga soladinga sir, neenga professor sir. Where does the word brand come from? To burn. Right. So you're a professor. So as a professor you will know. So burn, the word brand comes from a Flemish word called brander. Brander means to burn. So when we're talking of branding, what we're trying to do is get the name into the minds of our consumer. We're not physically burning the name, but we are metaphorically burning the name. And as branding is important because Without branding, there is no marketing. Who is this elderly gentleman? Any idea who this person is? At least those of you in marketing would have probably seen his photograph somewhere. Right? Who is this? Any idea? Sir, any idea who this is? Philip Kotler, right. Because when in doubt, you say Philip Kotler. In this case, you're right, it is Philip Kotler. Philip Kotler said, branding is marketing. And if you look at how do you define branding? There's a long, complicated definition for branding, which is brand is a name, term, sign, symbol, design, combination to distinguish your product from that of the competition. This is what American Marketing Association says. But I have a very nicer, simpler definition. Brand is a name that tells a story. A name that tells a story. That's all it is. So each of you technically is a name. What story does your name tell? Right? Think about it. We'll come back to this. Okay? And brand is more than a product. It's images. Brand is intangible. Brand is usage occasion. Brand is user imagery. So let's now quickly, without wasting too much time, look at 3 short brand stories. Okay, the first is a story of a young MBA like you working in a multinational. Every month he used to get this magazine and everyone in the company used to grab that magazine and look at the last page of the magazine. What was in the last pages of the magazine? Any idea? Huh? Not best performer? Job opportunities, right. Last few pages were the job opportunities. So he said, why can't I do this in a different medium? The medium he was thinking of was internet, right? Internet. So he thought of this company and he created this product called Naukri.com. Right? And then he came to our agency to create the advertising and we presented one option which was a very risky option. And we also presented a very safe option, but he said, no, we'll go with the risky option. And then this is the ad which we ran. Can we play the ad? The black patch, yeah.
Sir, report 1. Report 2.
But sir...
Shut up!
Sir, hotel reservation desk on line 2.
Yes, I would like to book a table for 2.
Sure, sir.
Poolside.
Your name, sir?
Hari Sadhu.
What, sir?
Hari Sadhu.
Sir, may I? Yes, write down Hari Sadhu. H for Hitler, A for arrogant, R for rascal, I for idiot. That's right. Now write Sadhu. S for...
shameless.
This company, InfoEdge, is a publicly listed company today. It went public and Sanjeev Bikhchandani, someone like you, went and started this company, is today a billionaire. That is one followed by, I think, nine zeros in dollars. So you can multiply that in rupees and figure out. Okay, let's look at another story which I was involved with. This company was in the commodity business, right? And they want to get into the brand area. And they launched one brand, it failed. Launched a second brand, failed. Third brand turned out to be a success. It even beat a big multinational brand. The brand I'm talking about is a brand called Santoor. And Santoor today, how big is Santoor compared to Lux soap? Is it half the size of Lux soap? 1/4 the size of Lux soap? Or bigger than Lux soap? It is bigger than Lux. Okay, when I started working on this brand in the year 1994, Santoor was not even 20% of Lux. And Santoor overtook Lux a few years ago. And the advertising has been pretty much similar for many years. We've done multiple variations of this. I think 20 different ads have been made in the same theme. So, boss, play.
अच्छा, तो तुम हो कॉलेज बंक करके क्रिकेट खेल रही हो? बताओ तुम्हारी मम्मी को।
मम्मी, बॉल मिला क्या? चंदन
और हल्दी के गुण समाए संतूर, त्वचा कुछ और निखारे संतूर संतूर.
So you saw Naukri, which is built by a very different kind of advertising. You saw Santur, which is same advertising done in different stories over the last 20 years. The third one is a brand, which is a 100-year-old brand, global brand. And they were celebrating their 100th anniversary. So this brand was handled by FCB, which is the American parent company of my old agency. And they said, how do you celebrate a 100-year-old brand's history, right? How do you celebrate it in a different way? So they created a new campaign, which actually was one of the pioneering campaigns on social media. Today we all talk of social media advertising. This is one of the pioneering campaigns on social media. Went on to become a big hit and built the brand in a very different way. So the brand I'm talking about is the world's largest cookie brand. Any idea which brand I'm talking about? The world's largest cookie brand. Which brand am I talking about? Any idea? World's largest biscuit brand. Which brand am I talking about? Someone from the back? Oreo, right? Oreo is the world's largest cookie brand in terms of value sales, right? But the world's largest biscuit brand in terms of volume is Parle-G, right? But this is a story about Oreo. So let me play the video.
Little girls have pretty curls, but I like Oreo.
Oreo recently celebrated a big birthday. Really big. Turning 100 can mean only one thing. You're old. Really old. Unless you give it a twist. The Oreo Daily Twist. A simple idea to make this old brand a vital part of pop culture, the digital world, and everyday conversation all at once. 100 pieces of content created in 100 days in honor of the 100th birthday. 100% responsive. Here's how it worked. Every morning, we searched for what people were talking about and looked at it through the innocent eyes of this playful cookie. Once concepts were developed, there was a full production team ready to execute. By the end of the day, we pushed the twist out to Oreo's 30 million Facebook, Pinterest, and Twitter followers and archived it on Oreo's online hub. How did we kick it off? Well, maybe you heard about that.
Oreos are gay.
Monday night, Oreo posted this on their Facebook page.
It's not black and white anymore. It's pink, it's orange, it's yellow, it's green, it's blue. It's a gay Oreo cookie, man.
But we didn't stop there. And neither did the fans. Feedback was instant and passionate. Every fan seemed to have a different favorite and didn't mind sharing their thoughts. What did we do for number 100? We set up a temporary ad agency at the crossroads of the world, Times Square. We took suggestions live and executed on the spot. In just 100 days, we turned an old cookie into an icon. Oreo didn't just reflect the news, it became the news. And we made 100 years old look pretty young.
So this campaign was rated as the campaign of the year, etc., got written about in Wall Street Journal, Harvard Business Review covered it in a special article, etc., okay? Now, the question is, consumer is becoming more and more intelligent, more and more smart. So will brands continue? So now Klein wrote a book called No Logo. And she said, consumers become very intelligent. Why will they pay $50 for a Nike shoe when the same shoe made by the same manufacturer is available in Walmart for $10? So he said, Nike, the kind of brands will die. But that's not happened. Actually, consumers become more and more logo-oriented, and therefore, economists wrote this cover story called Pro Logo. Right? So brands are everywhere, and brands are there because consumers love brands. It's not that only marketers like brands, consumers love brands because consumers save them time, saves effort, and gives them a pride of badge value. And we, of course, as marketers like brands because it gives us trust, it gives us loyalty, it also gives us a better margin to work with. Right? So can everything be branded? That's the next question. Everything, in a sense, products, services, retailers, online, people, sports. Which is the biggest sports brand created in India in the last 10 years? IPL, right? Big sports brand created in India in the last 10 years, right? And we are going to talk about one particular aspect of branding, which is people, which is every single one of you, right? So let's now jump into the world of personal branding. Now, we think personal branding is a bit of a fad. It's now people are talking about it. It's all newfangled stuff. And some of you students may think, personal branding is okay for celebrities, is okay for CEOs. You may think that's very, very complicated. Or is it just more social media boasting, taking selfies and posting it? Well, hopefully in the next 10 minutes or 15 minutes, I will try and debunk some of these theories. So let's start, right? Harvard Business Review covered personal branding in its cover story last year, said how to build your personal brand. And personal branding, Harvard Business Review says, is an intentional strategic practice in which you define and express your own value proposition. How many of you read or have read Harvard Business Review? Right? So some hands here. You have to, Harvard Business Review today allows you to read 5 articles per month for free. All you have to do is hbr.org and you can read the articles, right? So this article is available. This article I talked to you about is available for all of you to read. Okay, but let's jump ahead and go. And what Jeff Bezos says, your brand is what people say about you when you're not in the room. What do people say about you when you're not in? That is your personal brand. So personal branding is a topic on which I wrote my last book, which was published in October 2022, called All the World's a Stage, a personal branding story. I've set this whole story in our IIM Calcutta campus, where Mr. Mahalingam and I spent 2 years trying to learn management. And so it's about 5 people walking around the campus talking about personal brand. And all the world's a stage, and all the men and women are merely players, said William Shakespeare. So let me jump and say, I'm going to debunk 7 myths of personal branding. The first myth is that personal branding is something very new. Personal branding is something which has happened in the last 10 years because of all this social media and LinkedIn and all that stuff. Truth is, personal branding is more than 25 years old. The first article on personal branding appeared in a magazine called Fast Company. And the article is written by a management guru called Tom Peters. The first article, he said, you are a brand. It is up to you to figure out how to manage your brand. So just like Oreo is a brand, Naukri is a brand, Santoor is a brand, every single one of you is a brand. It's up to you to decide, including the gentleman there sleeping. Just wake him up. What is your brand name? Good morning, sir. What is your brand name? தூங்கிட்டாரு பாவம். ஓகே, நல்லா இவ்வளோ சாப்பாடு கொடுக்கக்கூடாது சொல்லியிருக்கேன்ல உங்ககிட்ட. Every one of you is a brand. Okay, it's up to you to decide how you manage this brand. That's the first myth. Second myth, personal branding only for CEOs. What am I? I'm a management trainee. I'm an account executive. I'm a sales executive. I'm a finance executive. It doesn't apply to me. The truth is, it applies to every single one of you because each of you is a brand. You have your image, you have your mission, you have values. If I were to say each of you have a personality, you'll agree, right? All of you have personality, right? So therefore, personality with one coating is your brand, and every single one of you is a brand, whether you like it or not. The third is people say, "Arey, personal branding though happens on its own. I am a hardworking man or a hardworking girl. I work very hard, and my brand will get built. Right? Why should I do anything about it? I wear good clothes, go to office, work hard. My brand will get built." But the fact is that in management, of course, we use these quadrants very often, right? 2x2 quadrant. You remember 2x2 quadrant? Yeah? You remember any 2x2 quadrant you remember? When you did in your B school? 2x2 quadrant? No? Huh? Nico sola sir. 2x2 quadrant? So there is Ansov matrix, there is BCG matrix, right? So this is a simple quadrant. On one side is your personal branding, on the other side is your competence, ability to work. So you can be a very good, very competent person, but have no personal branding skills, which means you will get promoted in the normal course of time, maybe 2 years, every 3 years, every 4 years, right? You may be not very competent, and you may not do anything about personal branding. Then you will become a survivor. You will be hiding somewhere in the company. On the other side, you may be very competent, right? But you also manage to project your personal brand. Then you become a star. So remember, competence and hard work is critical. Without that, you can't succeed. But along with competence and hard work, if you also understand how to build your personal brand, you will be able to succeed even more. You will get promoted that much quicker. You will be given a better assignment that much quicker, right? So combine competence with personal branding in order for you to succeed. Let's now move to another area where people say personal branding is nothing but bragging. I went for this conference, I gave a talk, I did this, I did that, right? Now, bragging is not personal branding. Of course, if you're Muhammad Ali, you can brag, right? Because, if anyone contradicts him, he'll bash him up. So, Muhammad Ali says that it's not bragging if you can back it up. But the truth is, for all of us, bragging is bad. But if you achieved something, talking about it loudly, talking about it proudly, and talking about it strategically can help you build your brand. If you're sitting and negotiating a deal for a sponsorship of, let's say, one of the IPL teams, and you spend half an hour explaining how you scored 100 runs for your cricket team in your school, it's not going to help you, right? It's going to cut a very sorry figure. So remember, be proud, be loud, but most importantly, be strategic. Figure out when to talk about it, right? And the other simple technique about bragging without being bragging is that don't talk about yourself, talk about your team. How your team achieved this, how 3 of us together did this project and it turned out to be a success. So talk about your team. Coming to the next area, personal branding is, networking is for losers. The usual problem we have is going to various events, distributing cards, right? And we think we are building a network. You heard the previous session with Lakshmi and Ganesh Chala talking about the importance of having mentors, right? Who do you go to, right? So let me tell you a little story about Microsoft. Which was the first breakthrough business which Microsoft got? Any idea? Which was first breakthrough business? Today, all of us know about Microsoft, saying OpenAI, etc., etc., etc. Yeah? Operating system for? What is the first project? OS for which computer? What is the first project they got? Which was the operating system called the DOS. What is DOS? DOS? disk operating system for a computer called IBM PC. IBM was launching a PC. They got the project to do the DOS for IBM PC. How did Bill Gates, sitting in Boston, get a contact with IBM to get a project to do the DOS machine, the DOS operating system? The story is, apparently, that Bill Gates' mother, Mary Gates, was a pretty successful entrepreneur, and she also was on the board of a not-for-profit company called United Way. And in United Way, one of her board members were a person called John Ackers. So in one of the meetings, John Ackers knew Mary Gates, so she asked Mary Gates, you know, your son, where is he, Mary? I mean, you've been talking about him, you know, he must be in college. So Mary said, well, yeah, he went to Harvard, but after 1 year, he dropped out. So he said, oh, so what is he doing? Well, he is in the garage and he's saying he's doing software. So John Ackers tells Mary, look, you know, our team in IBM is developing a home, what is called a personal PC, home PC. So can you ask him to come to New York, and I'll put him in touch with our team working on IBM PC. So young Bill Gates goes to New York and he gets introduced to the IBM team working on the PC, and he gets the project. He gets the project to develop the disk operating system, right? And when I checked a few days ago, Microsoft's market cap is 30 times that of IBM. How did he get this introduction? Because his mother built a great network, and that network helped him get the introduction. So just as, you know, Lakshmi and Ganesha have been telling you, you have to develop your own panel of mentors you can go to. And those mentors could be your professors, could be your school friend, could be your father's friend, could be your brother's friend, but you got to have a diverse network. The importance is you got to have a set of 3 or 4 or 5 people who you can go to for help. And that's a lesson you learn from Bill Gates' story. And thank God his mother had a great network. And Bill Gates was intelligent enough to listen to his mother and go and meet the IBM people. If he had said, some of you will say, right, okay? If he had done that, he'll be still sitting in the garage, right? And not be worth whatever, how many $100 billions he's worth, okay? So map your network, put down your name, put down all the people in your network, right? Personal branding is too complex. Who's got the time? It's so difficult. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. Anyway, I've got so much things to do, so many parties to go to, you know, so many cases to read, so many submissions to do, right? The truth is, you have to find the time to build your personal brand. So start with just thinking and saying, what are you? Can you define yourself in 3 or 4 words, right? Articulate, communicative, analytical, hardworking, humorous, multi-talented, dynamic, innovative. Put down 3-4 words and then ask someone you trust. It could be a friend, it could be a professor, it could be someone, a colleague working with you, saying, is this correct? I may think I'm a very communicative person. I can make great presentations. Okay? Maybe I'm not good. So you have to ask someone, saying, am I good? Am I good? Am I creative? Am I analytical? Am I communicative? Get that feedback. And then once you've decided what are your 3 or 4 words which describes you, then live that. Okay? Expand that, build your brand based on that, right? And there are 100 words available for you to pick from. Pick 3-4 words, validate them, and live them, right? So that's the 6th myth. The 7th, of course, is people say that, you know, personal branding is only social media. That's not true. social media is only one bit of personal branding. You have to decide who are you, what are you, how are you going to build it, and then comes personal branding. Personal branding is everything that you are, right? What are you? What are you good at? How do you present yourself? How do you dress yourself, right? How do you talk? How do you behave? And finally, what you do on social media. So don't let that confuse you that every day I post something on social media and my brand will get built. It will not get built, right? So that is the 7 myths we've looked at. Is personal branding a new fad? No. It's more than 25 years old. Is personal branding only for CEOs? No. It's for every one of us. Is personal branding, will it happen on its own? No, it doesn't happen on its own. You have to do it. Does personal branding, networking is lousy, is all useless? No. Networking is extremely important, right, in personal branding. Is personal branding too complex? No, there are simple 5 steps, which I told you about. And is personal branding only social media? It is not, right? Personal branding is a lot more than social media. So, as a young management trainee, can you make a difference in the company you join? Right? All of you will be joining various companies, right? How can you make a difference? So here are some simple tips for you to take away. Always listen before speaking. Listen before speaking. Second, ask questions. Don't get tongue-tied. Just because you're standing in front of the CEO, don't go ba 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 ba. Okay, be ready to ask a question. If you don't understand something, ask a question. Take any assignment you're given with a smile. As a management trainee, you'll be given lousy assignments, I assure you. The toughest assignments. Take the assignment with a smile. And if you don't agree with something, disagree. But don't be disagreeable. Don't be rude. But you're welcome to disagree and your boss will appreciate you for that. Know the difference between being smart, being human, and being a fool. Right? Know the difference across the 3. Right. So, we are taught that we should do our best and let the world judge us for what we are. What Seth Godin is saying is better do your best and decide how you want to be judged and act that way. Right. So, if you want to know more about personal branding in a very easy, readable form, you can find it in my book, All the World's a Stage. It's available both as a physical copy, it's available as a Kindle version, it's also available as an audio book. Right. And just to end my little personal branding, so since I'm here, I'm talking about personal branding, I should do a bit of personal branding myself, right? So this is a book I wrote on facing rejection and bouncing back, which was published in the year 2020. It was nominated for the Tata Business Book of the Year in 2021. And of course, my book, Nawab Noodles, which was published in 2016, which I think MMA invited me to come and deliver a talk on the book that year. Right? It was rated as one of the 6 books to read during the lockdown by Harish Bhatt of Tata. So I'm grateful for his recommendation. It was also a finalist in the Crossword Book Awards. And these are the list of my 11 books published over the last 20 years. Right? And some of them are on branding, some of them are facing rejection, some of them on leadership, some of them are personal branding. Right? These are 11 books. I have done 2 podcasts. One is on Sponge, which is a leadership lesson book I wrote, and the other one is on brand conflicts, what is called Last Brand Standing. We had 6 episodes about famous brands fighting, Surf versus Nirma, Tata versus Maruti, etc. And I also did a YouTube series. I interviewed 25 CMOs, and it's all available on the Brand Equity YouTube channel. And of course, I write regular columns. I do book reviews for the Hindu Business Line, and I also write a monthly column in Business Standard and an occasional column in Economic Times. I must have written, God knows, maybe 200 plus articles. So with that, let me just tell you that these are the brands which I've been proud to have been associated with, covers the whole gamut from Tata to Amul to multinational brands like Abbott and Johnson & Johnson and Cadbury. Right, so thank you very much. And with that, I finish my talk. Right, ahead of time, we've got 10 minutes for questions. If you're awake and you're energetic enough to ask questions. Otherwise, thank you very much and have a great convention.
We have some questions which have come online, sir. You could please. Yeah. We'll just take. I'll just read out a few questions. Yeah.
I'm happy to answer.
Yeah.
I'll just read out
the questions.
Okay.
So this is from Sridhar from Kochi. How can individuals ensure consistency in their personal brand across different platforms and professional interactions?
How do you maintain consistency? It's up to you, right? You got to make sure that in your personal interaction versus what you write and what you say, there has to be consistency. Remember, today we are living in a very open world. It's almost like we are living nude. Whatever you write on social media is available for people to look at. Now, you cannot say, I'm a very analytical, very thinking person, but on LinkedIn, all you're posting are idiotic messages, or on Facebook, you're posting just stupid jokes, or on Insta, you're doing all sorts of lousy stuff. It'll all get picked up. So remember, most companies today, and Lakshmi didn't talk about it, most companies today can write your CV before you write it yourself. So be aware of that and be consistent. Great question. You got to be consistent in everything you do. That doesn't mean you got to be boring. No. But be consistent. Right?
Great, sir. The next question is from Mr. Peter. He's from Salem. What are the essential elements of a strong personal brand? And how can young professionals build that?
Like I said, as a young professional, the first thing for you to do is to be competent in what you do. That what is my job? Do I know my job? Can I do that job well? That is the first step. Everything else comes after that, right? If I don't know my job, I don't know how to do my job, and I'm talking of personal branding, that's going to be a recipe for disaster. Plus, be aware, what are you? What can you do well? Stick to that, right? And then do things to build your personal brand. Like I said, don't brag, but be loud, be proud, and be strategic, right?
Great, sir. Maybe one last question. This you already touched upon, but this youngster Balasubramaniam from Hyderabad wants to know the importance of social media and personal branding, and he wants to know what is your recommendation for platforms like LinkedIn to be used? Platform like LinkedIn, how can it be used for personal brand?
Okay, one, please don't equate personal branding to social media. Personal branding is much more than social media. Social media is only one part of personal branding. LinkedIn, platforms like Twitter, X, LinkedIn are great platforms, especially for young people to learn, because smart people like Shiv Shukumar, Harish Bhatt are sharing their wisdom there for free. So if you spend maybe not too much time, maybe 1 hour every week, right, on social media, read all the right stuff, it will benefit you. The other simple thing is, make sure your LinkedIn profile is current and it provides all the information a HR manager is looking for. A lot of times you find people putting up stuff on LinkedIn and not updating LinkedIn. So please make sure your LinkedIn profile is up to date, and maybe every month or two, update the LinkedIn profile, right? Make sure you're up to date, because your HR guy, some HR manager, someone is looking at your LinkedIn profile. Okay? Yeah. Thank you.
Great, sir. Thanks a lot for answering those questions very patiently. I think students had a lot of takeaways from this session. May I now request Mr. Mahalingam, President MMA, and Mr. Lakshmi Narayan, and Mr. Sundaram, a committee member, to join us on the dais to present a memento. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big round of applause. He's come all the way from Mumbai to address you all on such a important topic. So with this, we come to the end of all the business sessions of this day. And I think we are moving on to the most interesting and enthralling session of the convention today, which will be the grand finale of Chanakya, the mastermind. And just give us a few minutes time for us to settle down as we set the stage for Chanakya, the mastermind. This is the 13th year that we have organized this competition to select the best management student of the year, titled Chanakya. Chanakya, the legendary strategist, is renowned for his management administrative thinking skills. Today we have the fitting finale on stage of the finalists who have been chosen based on a series of contests and criteria from about more than 4,000 participants. The finalists will participate in the final 2 rounds of the contest in the presence of distinguished panel of jury and this audience. Students, don't miss out on this wonderful session. Please go back and take your seats. It's a great session for you all. Come on, don't miss this grand finale. Now, I would like to call upon the moderator for the session, Mr. Ramesh Jagan, management consultant to the dais. Mr. Jagan has been doing it for us year after year, year after year. May I also request the panel of jury to come and take their place on the dais. Ms. Amutavalli Ranganathan, Director, New Initiatives and Ecom, Kevin Care Private Limited. Ms. Anju Mary, Director, Industry Affairs, Communication and Sustainability, Danfoss Industries Limited. Mr. M. Annathurai, Executive Director and State Head, State Level Coordinator of Oil Industry, Tamil Nadu, Pondicherry, OIC, Oil India Limited, Oil India Corporation. Ms. Meera Nair, Management Consultant and Independent Director, DBS Bank India. Mr. P. Unikrishnan, Indian Carnatic vocalist and playback singer. It's my pleasure to invite all of them to take their place on the dais, please. May I request Mr. Jagan, MS Jagan, the moderator of the Chanakya, the Mastermind Grand Finale, to take his place on the dais, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome with a round of applause all the jury members and the moderator. May I now invite the timekeepers, timekeeping assistants, student volunteers from Sairam College, Ms. Prachankara and Mr. Vamshi from MMA to take their place on the dais to help Mr. Jagan. This is Mr. Unikrishnan entering the stage. Thank you, Mr. Uni, for being here this evening. It's my pleasure to introduce the panel of jury. Ms. Amritavalli Ranganathan, Director of E-Commerce and Special Projects at Kevin Care. She drives growth by blending strategic insight with operational expertise. With a background in sales, retail and education, she focuses on integrating traditional brands and e-commerce platforms for sustainable business models. Ms. Anju Mary. Ms. Anju Mary K. is the Director of Industry Affairs, Communications and Sustainability at Danfoss Industries Private Limited. She advises top management and leads initiatives in sustainability and CSR initiatives. With over 20 years of experience across organizations like Standard Chartered and UNHCR, she has played a key role in shaping Danfoss India's brand. Mr. M. Annathurai is the Executive Director and State Head of Indian Oil Corporation Limited for Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry. With over 32 years of experience in the oil and gas sector, he has led key divisions in aviation, operations and retail sales. Ms. Meera Nair, she is a Management Consultant and Independent Director at DBS Bank, a committee member of MMA. She has over 25 years of experience in corporate and entrepreneurial roles. Specializes in strategy with a focus on food and agri-business. Mr. P. Unikrishnan is not a novice to this audience. Celebrated Carnatic vocalist and National Award-winning playback singer, known for his debut film song Innavale Adi Ennavale in the year 1994. And thereafter has come a long way. Yeah, definitely. Thank you for joining us. He was the first singer to win a national award for Tamil song. Trained under esteemed gurus, he has carved a niche both in classical and film music. So, ladies and gentlemen, presenting all the jury members, and now I'll call upon the 10 finalists who have made it from over 4,000 participants all across the country. Let's welcome the finalists of Chanakya on the stage. Ms. Saranya. Saranya, then Mr. Shivam, Ms. Jayashree, Mr. Sai Sri Chitra, Ms. Shreya Nair, Ms. Shruti, Mr. Ishan, Mr. Akshay, Mr. Milan, and Ms. Priyadarshini. I think Vamsi. Ms. Saranya is from VIT Chennai. Please give them a big hand as I call upon their names. Mr. Shivam is from KJ Somaya. Ms. Jayashree is from SP Jain, Institute of Management and Research, Mumbai. Sai Sri Chitra is from BIM, BIM Trichy. Shreya Nair is from VIT. L. Shruti is from Indian Institute of Management, Lucknow, IIM. Mr. Ishan Sharma is from SP Jain, Institute of Management and Research. Mr. K. Akshay is once again Vellore Institute of Technology. Mr. Milan Madan is from SP Jain, Institute of Management and Research. Ms. Priyadarshini is from Sona School of Business and Management. So these are the 10 finalists who have made it from over 4,000 participants. And now I hand over the proceedings to Mr. M.S. Jagan, moderator of the session.
Hi, good afternoon. You're all awake? So if you're awake, I want to ask you a question. This is a quiz contest, but not exactly. So I'm going to ask you a question. What is this thing called goat here? Greatest of all times. When did it become greatest of all times? Huh? And the WhatsApp University, somebody got very irritated. So he sent me, WhatsApp University, the biggest university in the world. A fellow sends me, give you any 4 letters, you buggers write up with some nonsense. Huh? Goat means what is the greatest. I'm also going to do that. So he took 4 letters called COME, C-O-M-E. And you know what he converted it into? It's a College of Management Education now. Heard about it? And he didn't stop with that. He said, if you want to invite your friend to visit your college, you must say, please come to COME. After that, I cut him out, There's only so much that you can handle with him. Okay? Thank you. That if you're awake, let's get moving on. You're all so tightly packed, I'm afraid one of you will fall down. You're comfortable, no? Okay, thank you. My God, like Fevicol. The Fevicol ad? Where some 6 people are hanging on the bus. Okay, fine. I will tell you the rules. Let's move on to the game. But one request I'll tell you before that. I want you to answer from the podium and not from here. Okay? So it'll take you 2 minutes to get out of the chair. Please start the 2-minute process a little earlier. Okay. The rules are very simple and entertaining. We will have this first round is a video round. Each team will get a video. Each individual. There are no teams here. Huh? Even though they are from the same places, there are no teams. They will see the video once, but we are not sure they've seen it properly. So we will show it once again so that they've not missed anything. Then they are given 1 minute to think, 1 minute to answer. And the 1 minute, after 50 seconds, we'll give you a warning. After the 60th second, we ruthlessly cut you off. Don't stop a person, don't interfere, and the logic we don't follow. Remember, and the judges, and I'm telling the judges, any word that you hear after the 60th second, null and void. Right? Thank you. Any questions? I hope you don't have, because I don't have answers. The old story, I know to ask questions, I don't know answers, right? Ready? Okay, is the video ready? Can we get started? Okay, the first participant is, I'm sorry, I have to look into this thing. We're starting there, right? Saranya Narayanamurthy from Vellore Institute of Engineering, Chennai. Okay, now you can sit down here. You keep practicing, that is okay, but at the point you can sit down. Can we have the video for her, please? Well, can we have the video again, please? Right, your one thinking minute starts now. You got 60 seconds. Your 1 minute starts now.
Okay. Hello everyone, good evening to you. I'm Saranya Narayanamurthy from VIT Chennai. So as I was seeing the video, I could actually recollect that it's one of my favorite shows from childhood. And the primary thing right now, as I'm seeing it from a management point of view, as an MBA student, my priority is into sales. So when I actually see that video, I see how a customer is actually choosing the product that he wants to buy. In every case, we always say the customer is always right. And that's what a customer wants, right? He actually has a specific need of his own, and he chooses a product. He's not sure if the product is in a usable state or if it's stationary. He just thinks, okay, for my requirement, is this product suiting me? If yes, he actually selects it. So I think this is a primary example of how, let's say, okay, as a management student, how we should prioritize, how we should position the product that we are actually, let's say, representing for a customer. Ensure that when the customer sees it, the first...
10 seconds.
Right. I'm sorry. Okay. Ensure that when the customer sees it, the first impression gives them that this is a product that is right for me. Only at that time, your product will sell. And I believe as we actually...
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I told you I'll cut you off.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
Please remember the first... You're finished. Your
Yes,
1 minute's over.
Oh, right. Thank you.
You have to come back now, otherwise who can go there? Remember 50 seconds bell, just continue. Okay, don't look at me, I'm not much to look at. What's important is you continue with that thing, okay? Right? You're all stuck together, it worries me. Can you come out of the chair as and when you need? Use it. He has to come out, not now, afterwards. Can we have for the next part 1 minute? Shivam, I need to get your name right. Shivam Rustagi. Shivam Rustagi. I got it right? Okay, you're from KJ Somaya Institute of Management. Can I have a video for Shivam, please?
What did you do to my sign?
I wrote the same, but in different words.
Thanks, love.
Can we have the video again, please?
What did you do to my sign?
I wrote the same, but in different words.
Thanks, love.
Thank you. Your one thinking minute starts now. Switch off those. I prefer them to go there. You can start any time. Huh? You don't have to wait for that 1 minute to be over. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi everyone. So in this video, we can say that perception matters. How we perceive things matters. And writing it in a different way, using innovative ways in which people perceive it differently. Like we know that there are certain things that people perceive. Like we have 5 senses. So kinesthetic, auditory, visuals. So in that way, if we make people heard in a different way in which we feel better, that is something the organization should focus on. That's why we have a word called euphemism, in which we describe things in a better way. So organizations should portray themselves in a different way. That's what my learning is.
Thank you. That was quite short and sweet. Thank you. You know, in the previous one where that Roy Atkinson does that on the phone, you know, hits it and all that. Believe it or not, I still do it with a live phone, and it works, you know. Okay, so you can still try it. He wasn't joking or something like that. Yes, can we moving on to Jayashri from Jayashri, right? That H is hidden, but very much there. SP Jain Institute of Management and Research. Can we have the video for her, please?
Sandy!
Can you have the video again, please? In case you haven't seen the nuances.
Sandy!
Your 1 minute starts now. Ready?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, your 1 minute starts now.
So at this point of time, we can talk a lot about, we can infer a lot from the video, but then I choose to talk something about the ethical dilemma that this guy has been facing when when his girlfriend's father has given him certain illegal things. So whatever situation you are in, you had to stick by your ethics and morale. It could be utilitarianism, deontology, or virtue by ethics. But then whichever situation you are in and wherever you are, whatever you are doing, the split-second decision you're making should always hold by your ethics and morale. And understanding the consequences that it may cause on your loved ones matters more. And here the loved ones could be your stakeholders when you're in an organization. And your ethics and morals could be the value by which you go by.
You're through?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know if this is a new video, but I did not see it before I got my daughter married. Might have learned something from it. But I know. See, things you learn later on in life. Okay, thank you so much. We now have Javaji Sai Sri Chitra. Have I got your name right? Okay, from Bharatidasan Institute of Management. Trichy, can we have the video for her, please? Can we have the video? Your 60 seconds starts now. Ready?
Can I go ahead?
60 seconds starts now.
Good evening to one and all present here. So my lessons from this video, I'd like to split into two parts, the good things that I've learned and the bad things that I've learned. So we see the bad lessons in this could be the fact that when you lie once, you have to cover up that lie by telling 100 other lies. So one thing that we can keep in mind is always trying to be true to ourselves and trying to be true, making sure that we don't put up masks in front of others. In the managerial sense, a very common example is lying on your CV. There are a lot of students here, and I understand a lot of them, including myself. Sometimes we put up a white lie or something like that, but we need to have the skills to back it up. The good lesson that I could take away from this is you have to make sure that you're doing the right thing. You take up someone's spot, you're essentially trying to take away an opportunity from somebody else.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, what is this white lie? Huh? I don't know, lies have colors, in Vibgyor kind of thing. Huh? So if I say I'm handsome looking, is that white or blue or what? If I'm a handsome guy, if I say, that's a plain lie. But I mean, blue, never mind, yeah. Okay. Let's move on to the next participant. Shreya Nair, right? You're from Vellore Institute of Technology, Chennai. Can we have the video for her, please?
Four candles. 4 candles. Here you are. 4 candles. No, 4 candles. Well, there you are, 4 candles. No, 4 candles. Handles for forks. Got any plugs?
Plugs?
Yeah.
What kind of plugs?
A rubber one, bathroom.
What size?
13 amp.
Can I have it again, please?
Four candles.
4 candles. Here you are. 4 candles.
No, 4 candles.
Well, there you are, 4 candles.
No, 4 candles. Handles for forks. Got any plugs?
Plugs?
Yeah.
What kind of plugs?
A rubber one, bathroom.
What size?
13 amp.
Your 1 minute starts now. Your 1 minute starts now. Go on fast, please.
Good evening, everyone. Now you have watched a video about how a customer was talking about something and the manager is interpreting it in a different way. So, as a manager, it's very important to make sure the product we are selling. It's about the customer might not be knowing how to express it in the right way. It's like it's our duty to know the products we are selling, in which part it is we are locating it, and to provide it and to sense it from the customer itself. And also, customer choices might be different, and they may not be knowing how to express it. They may not know the product as much as we know about it. So, as a manager, listen to their needs and provide the product of their choice. And also, to the future managers, please listen to your customers. And also to the customers, please, you have to be very clear about your needs and desires. Thank you.
Thank you. I honestly pity a sales guy who gets a customer like this. Huh? I couldn't make out anything of what he was asking, right? What do you do under such a circumstance? It's tough, no? Okay, I won't trouble you because you're still a participant. I'll ask you that question later, maybe. Moving on, next one is L. Shruti from Indian Institute of Management, Lucknow. Can we have a video for Shruti, please? Repeat. Yeah. Your 60 seconds starts now.
Yes.
Your 60 seconds starts now.
Emotions, I think, is everything. It is so pervasive. It has a role in everyone's life, be it in business, be it in marketing, even something like a prison that we just saw. One thing, of course, is that we have to be true to ourselves, like the other contestant also mentioned. But life is very uncertain. And we all, as consumers, mentioning consumers because we all are business students here, emotions have a very central role in deciding our purchase behaviors as well. And that's what advertisements do to us, right? And that was the immediate thought that came to my mind. Playing with emotions through advertisements to convince people to believe what you want people to believe in. It can be the Mary Maggie campaign or using mothers and family emotions to portray and, depict what you want to the world and convince people that what you're saying is right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shruti. I mean, all what you said is great. Personally, I want to meet this guy and learn something from him here. I tell you, Pakka solid guy. I wish I'd met him earlier. Okay, moving on. Thank you. Ishant Sharma, right? You are from SP Jain Institute, right? Ishant Sharma, any relation to... no relationship. Done. Can we have a video for Ishant Sharma, please? Second run. Oh, 60 seconds. Ishan starts now. Ishan, your 60 seconds starts now.
Oh, good evening, everyone. So a few takeaways that I saw from the video was about communication. Now, communication could be verbal and non-verbal. In the initial video, they all took whatever the food was. They just took it. But when the last piece was remaining, you could see the hesitation. That is the non-verbal communication that managers need to be aware about. Second thing, when you're communicating, you could do it two ways. Either be direct. Make sure what do you want and why do you want it, or you could also try to be assertive. Try to influence others of why you deserve that last piece and why others shouldn't have it. It also can be a case about initiative. Any one of those employees could have taken the initiative to eat that on their own, and that would have led to the personal growth. This is very important in our organizations as well. Initiative leads to innovation and helps in personal growth and satisfaction. And to end with leadership, that it is often said that people don't leave companies, they leave bosses. So if the leader could have offered it to someone, he would have been definitely in their good books. Thank you.
Thank you, Ishan. You know, this happens, this happens very often, and actually a good solution to this is when there are two pieces left, take both. See, the problem comes in if you leave one. Then everybody's eye is on that. Take both and finish it up and see what. And if you like the boss very much, go out, order one's plate for him separately. You must learn these tricks of the trade as you go. Why? Okay. And as we move on to Akshay from Vellore Institute of Technology, Chennai. Correct? Can we have a video for Akshay, please?
You are not young, but with age comes wisdom.
Repeat, please.
You are not young, but with age comes wisdom.
Your 60 seconds starts now, Akshay. Actually, your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening, everyone. To have a successful business, you need to innovate. To face competition, there are like two competitors are there. So how innovative you are, it depends on your survival as well. So you always need not play within the rules. You can change your rules, and you need not fight with your enemy with the weapon that he uses. You can be innovative as well. That's what Italian philosopher Machiavelli says. End justifies the mean. World always listens to the winners, not to the losers. So to run a successful business, you have to be a winner, and to be a successful businessman, you need to focus on what different aspect that you could provide.
Oh, thank you. What you're saying is to catch hold of a competitor. That's also a nice way. Okay. Maybe it will work for next gen also. Let's find out. Got to be careful while you do it. Shouldn't get caught. Okay. We now go on to the last two. Milan Madan. Have I got your name right? Right, because you put two A's there and I've been getting confused this morning. Yeah. From SP Jain, Can we have a video for Milan Madan? Repeat, please. Your 60 seconds, Milan, starts now. Your 60 seconds starts now, Milan.
Good evening, everyone. I think the key aspect that we draw out of this video is that communication is the key to success in every workplace. One of the things that we noticed here is that the help was offered unnecessarily, and that happens a lot of times in the organization itself. You don't know the intention of the person who's helping you out. So first of all, managers need to be clear about what resources they're taking into account and what is the other person's motivation to helping behind them. The motivation could be stealing the data, could be stealing out the ideas that they could actually turn out to be game changers. Apart from that, it also helps we also need to take into account the perception. In this video, we clearly see that even if the person was not trying to push the car, still the other person thought that that was the intention. So first of all, as companies, we need to ensure that our perception in terms of consumers and our other stakeholders are taken care of. And apart from that, we also saw in this video, companies could have adverse results even if they don't want it. The help offered unconditionally could lead to a lot of adverse actions, and that's all about it.
Thank you, Milan. In other words, don't poke your nose in where it is not required, right? You could have told it like that, yeah, easier that way. Okay. It's more important for all of us that we've come to the last video of the evening, and that's for Priyadarshini from Sona School of Business and Management. I thought I saw a big crowd of yours here, no? Yeah, where are they? I was waiting for that. Can we have the video for her, please? Your 60 seconds starts now. You're ready? Your 60 seconds starts now.
Good afternoon. So clearly, innovative problems require innovative solutions. So in such situations, there are many customers who come. Some might understand what you're coming to say, but some are basically Karen types. So to deal with them, you need to deal in the way that they deal with you. So that is how you can tackle many problems and not make a big issue out of it. Thank you.
That was short. I think my moral of the story is if you see a very angry sales girl on the other side, stay 1 mile away from that because you don't know what's going to happen, okay? That's a practical thing. Thank you so much. We have come to the end of the first round where you have seen 10 videos and the 10 participants have given their comments on whatever they saw. Can I ask the judges please to do the scoring? And I don't like to use the word reduce, but choose the 5 best among these 10. Okay? Where's Captain? Captain, can I have you on stage? Where's the Captain? He's come. Yeah. Okay. They will take time, no? Because the 10 of you, they're going to do their homework. From the audience, would anybody like to ask any question to any participant? Pure fun, huh? No politics, no religion, no management. Let me start off. Milan, is this your first visit to Chennai? Oh, it's your first visit to Chennai. Can we give him a round of applause? First person to Chennai. You like Chennai? Even if you say no, don't. We are very nice people. You like Chennai? Hey, he likes, yaar. Remember, we have a first-time visitor who likes Chennai. Appa, idukku mele enna vonu? Fantastic. And food? Everything is nice, nah, that doesn't help. What is nice? What did we, don't tell me you came here and ate tandoori roti and makki ka dal. That is no point, no? That is Jayashree, right? She took you there. And what did you give them there? No, I'm not asking the menu, but water and what? It is not South Indian. So there's no point. You haven't lived. Did you take an auto rickshaw ever? Oh, you took an auto rickshaw. Do you know in Chennai, and I'm sure many of you are familiar with it, that when we hire an auto, we don't pay for the distance. We pay an EMI to the auto, right, to buy it. Right? I'm sure those who have taken auto will, will understand that concept of it. You see, what costs 10 rupees, he starts 150, and you'll end up at 85. You do it 10 times, you can buy the auto. You will learn it the hard way. Who else first visit to Chennai? Now, don't worry, I'm not going to pick on all of you. Ishan, right? You said there's no relationship between you and the cricketer, right? Absolutely. You're trying to find... This is a nice one, yeah. What about you? When did you come to Chennai? When did you come to Chennai? 3 days back? 2 days back. So like him, you also find it nice. It's a little humid. This is the biggest understatement of the year that I've heard so far. Chennai is a little humid. Boss, we sweat like a you-know-what. Don't. And they make me wear a coat also because I have to look nice for all of you. This is a question of, how bad MMA treats, but doesn't matter. It's not a bit humid. We have hot, hotter, and hotter. You're aware of that, right? And you are right now in the hotter to hot climate. You should come in December here. You'll sweat slightly less. Now I leave it to you, boss. There are nice people out here, 10 of them. Don't have to ask the 2 of them. I've already asked. There are 3 people from Chennai, right? You want to ask them whether they like Chennai. Any questions for the thing? Or forget it. You don't want to ask them. You have any questions? Because if you don't ask, I'm going to start asking, and believe me, that is bad. No questions. All right, let me ask you. What is this thing called artificial intelligence here? Any of you have any idea? Hey, there is a mic. There used to be a mic. There's no mic. Okay, you answer. Come on. One of you, come on. There's a mic here. Where is it gone? Here at least it's there.
Yes, sir. Okay. I was actually saying artificial intelligence is basically thinking, but not using your brain. That's AI. In simple words.
Boss, do me a favor. You like it, at least give a clap. Yeah. You people are damn lucky. I can't come and ask you for a clarification of what she said. So I'm taking your clap as a straight approval. But not using your brain. Using your what?
No, sir. Actually thinking. But thinking without using your brain. That's AI. You actually tell AI what you want, and instead of you using your brain to think, it will give you.
Can somebody else put it in simpler English or something like that? I mean, you thinking but not using. We don't have a brain yet. That's not a strong point.
So it's the ability of a computer to think like a human. That is artificial intelligence. Like artificial machines are having intelligence. of their own.
What is wrong with my intelligence, the one that is inside this Khopadi area? My brain gets bored. So you admit I have a brain. Thank you so much. That is a big plus point. But do you really think it's going to change the world? Give me an example. See, it takes you so long to think of that. That's what okay. Thinking not with the brain, that kind of thing. So now you come up fast.
Yeah, okay. So,
any of you want to tell me how it will change the world, please feel free. Or at least clap. She's not yet said anything. Wait for her to say, then clap.
I'll get started, yeah. So sir, actually, if you see, like 5 years ago,
go on. I'll stop you. I'm famous at stopping people. You go
Done,
on.
okay. Okay. So actually, if you see 5 years ago, as we were creating an idea, or let's say if you want to create an essay about something, we used to sit, think, draft, and then we take around 2 to 3 hours to do it. But right now, we have an idea in our mind, and we just have a structure of how we want it, and within the next 5 minutes, boom, you have an essay in front of you. So it actually saves human efforts, plus it gives more than one ideas. Saranya Narayana Murthy.
No, that's okay. That Narayana Murthy, you know what he's linked with, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
do.
So I feel a bit problematic. That gentleman says 70 hours a week you must work, and you are telling me you don't do anything. Tell the computer to do it for you. He's not going to be very happy, but I get your point. People complain saying, no, hang on. People complain saying that you use it to write your resume.
Yes, sir, we do actually. Yeah.
Good, huh? Well, let's stop that. One of you, is it good to get the chat GPT and all that rubbish to write your resume? You don't use chat GPT to write something?
I don't use ChatGPT to write something per se. It's good to use definitely if you want to save time or something. But theory of evolution says that humans are perennially lethargic, and technology feeds into lethargy. And ChatGPT is one such tool that actually feeds into lethargy. So it's one thing to use it, but it's another thing to curb yourself from using it.
Okay, we don't have much time, but I like to go into this a little more. Unfortunately, there's no mic near the audience because I would love their responses to something like this. We get movies made, and the GOAT one that I was referring to came up with a whole... No, but that, and don't tell me that. What? It has AI. But don't forget movies made in 1950 also, they used to put one bomb and God will come from there. All that also we have seen. I'm sure the elders among you, we used to call it Vedigundu, that small onion bomb. You put patak there and Vishnu comes from that thing. We've done that way back in 56. The N.T. Ramarao has acted in it and all that kind of thing. Okay, yes, sir.
Malik, please come onto the stage. Come, Rashmi sir, please come. Come. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I got the answer. I'm going to tell you, and may I request you all to come step forward and make yourself comfortable to stand here. Yeah, can be there. Yes, you guys come still little more front. Okay, fine. So everybody can see you nicely. Gentlemen, big round of applause. They are selected from 5,546 nominations, the top 10. And I think it's a very fantastic job. And I got the result. Whatever names I'm calling, may I request you please step backward. Just go one step backward, okay? To start with Saranya Narayana Murthy from VIT, okay? The next is Jivaji Sai Sri Chitra from BIM Trichy. Then Shriya Nair from VIT. Shruti from IM Lucknow. Ishan Sharma from SP Jain. Ladies and gentlemen, the people who stand in the back are selected. Gentlemen in the front, I think you are travel. Can you please step forward? I request Mali to please present a memento. Step forward. And all the very best. We really enjoyed hosting you here. I'm quite sure you would have enjoyed as much as we enjoyed hosting you here. And I'll request President to present a memento on behalf of MMA, which you can carry with some sweet memories in front of you. Come, Mr. Mali, Lakshmi, can give it each one of them. Yeah, you can take your seat. You are qualified for the second round. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause to the 5 finalists. We are going to compete for the Chanakya, the mastermind, prize money of rupees 1 lakh. without TDS, no deduction. Yeah. Yeah, can you come back? They want to go take a group picture. It's okay, leave it. Tell. Second row.
First, a warm congratulations to. Please put your name tag in front of you wherever you're sitting. Yeah? Yeah, okay? Comfortable? Right. First, congratulations to all of you, right? Give them one more round of applause here. Come on, they've really fought it out, right? Ishan, how does it feel to be the single male in this? Scary, you know?
Honestly, did not think about it.
You didn't, but now you start thinking, huh? Life is like that. Come on. Okay. The next round, which is the last round for selection of the final, will be questions from the judge, from the jury, panel members. What I will do is I have a bowl in which I have the questions of the jury members, and we will go in the same order that you're sitting, the same order that we did there. I'll come to you, you will pick out one from this. I will mention the name of the jury. He or she will read out the question. I will also read it out and then leave the question paper. It's an open book, so I will give you the question. You have to answer. Same logic. After I did it, you get 1 minute to think and 1 minute to answer. Fair? Is that clear to all of you? Any questions? One question which will be written, typed, and I'll give it to you. Open book. Okay? No, answers also, if you want, it may be inside the sentence. See, this is a problem, huh?
Sir,
guys think, this is what this artificial
Jagan
intelligence
sir, 1
is.
second.
Problem. Yes, sir.
Sir, Jagan sir.
Oh, jury wants to shuffle once. You like to do that? As I said, I have multiple bosses. The panel boss has said instead of starting from you, they want to start from you. I think the reason is they felt sad for you so that, finish you off faster, something like that. Okay? But honestly, it makes no difference because you pick the questions at random. Okay, so shall we get started? The first question goes to Ishan Sharma. Correct? Yeah, I'm not mentioning the institute. You already know institute. Now, I can shake this any amount, but it doesn't make a difference because I don't know where what is here. But just, it looks nice now if they're filming it. Yeah, so give it to me. Meera, it's your question. Please read out your question to the participant.
Hi, good evening. All the best, Ishan. My question is loyalty to your company important in creating a successful career? Why or why not?
I will repeat the question. Meera's question was, is loyalty to your company important in creating a successful career? Why or why not? Your 60 seconds, thinking seconds, starts now. Your 60 seconds for an answer starts now.
So I believe when you talk about loyalty, it would depend on multiple factors like what is the culture of the company, what are the policies of the company. Say if you take example of a new startup, the startup might not be running after 2 years. So it is very important to balance the loyalty and your own personal growth. And when we talk about a successful career, loyalty isn't the only thing. You need to be adaptive, you need to be innovative, you need to regularly upskill yourself. So while loyalty can take you to a certain extent, it also depends on your company, and there are various other factors which can lead you to a successful career, even if you are, say, not loyal to your company.
That's all you get from an applause, please. Here, be generous with your applause in the last rounds. Thank you. Yes, ma'am, L. Shruti. From the Bhul Bhulaiya city of Lucknow. I'll open it. The judge chosen by her is Ms. Anju Mary. Could you please read out the question?
Hello. Hi, Shruti. So, with the rapid advancement of technology, what role do you believe digital transformation plays in the future of business? How should organizations adapt and grow green to stay competitive?
Her question, I'll repeat once again, with the rapid advancement of technology, what role do you believe digital transformation plays in the future of business? How should organizations adapt to stay competitive? Your 60 seconds starts now.
Sure, I can begin.
Yeah.
Yes.
You want to start?
Yes.
Yeah, your 60 seconds starts now.
Thank you for the question, ma'am. So digital transformation, I believe, is the new competitive edge because the world runs on technology. We all saw how ChatGPT came as a disruptor to even major tech giants like Google. And then coming on to the second part of the question on how we can be adaptable, there are 4 key factors, I believe, which help you be adaptable. First is access to information, which comes through research. Second is openness to experiences. You have to always be open to, being there out, so looking for more experiences. Third is listening well, not just hearing, but listening to understand what people want. Then presence of mind and in the spur of the moment. This applies to both individual adaptability and also adaptability at the macro level, which is at the organizational level. If the company also engages in all these 4 factors that I mentioned, it is very easy for them to be adaptable and competitive. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shruti. Panel, can we move on to the next participant? Shreya, your choice. All right, I'll open it. Thank you. She has chosen Mr. Unnikrishnan. Sir, could you please read out the question?
Shreya, good luck. The question is, in an increasingly globalized world, how should businesses balance the need for a global strategy with local market needs?
I'll repeat the question. What Mr. Unnikrishnan has posed is, in an increasingly globalized world, how should business balance the need for a global strategy with local market needs? Your 60 seconds starts now. Your 60 seconds starts now.
Good evening, sir. Thank you so much for asking this question. And what are the local market needs? And they are the customer needs and desires. And those are the affordable price of a product, then quality of the product, and the accessibility of the product, and how resources can be managed, and saving the resources for the future. So how a business can in increasing globalized world, how should business balance the need for a global strategy? They can use low inventory management, cost cutting, and then use technology and other things, low carbon emission thing. For example, Nike, they have come to go to zero carbon emission. So like that. Then Tesla is there. They are also changing to innovative world where they are using AI to cut down the carbon emissions and all. So like this way, even though they are adapting to the new technologies and needs of the customers, customer satisfaction, the local market needs are met, such as the affordable price and all. Then
that finishes, right? You picked up only Krishnan. Were you expecting he'll sing the question to you? No, it didn't anyway. It would have been nice, but doesn't matter. We'll move on. There are two pieces here. I don't need this huge bowl, but it looks nice, So pick up one. I'll read it. That's yours, but you pick it up later. Let's keep the thing going, okay? Or I'll leave it with you. Miss Amudavalli, you are the chosen judge.
Hi, Javaji. Best wishes. So my question for you is, in today's fast-paced business landscape, how can organization foster a culture of innovation and agility?
The question is, in today's fast-paced business landscape, how can organizations foster a culture of innovation and agility? Your 60 seconds starts now. Your 60 seconds starts now. I hope your mic is working.
Hello.
Yeah.
Good evening, ma'am. So I would like to break apart my answer into 4 parts. So to talk about innovation and agility in today's world, I believe that in an organization, innovation and agility they run hand in hand, and it depends on the right people. So hiring the right people will create a culture of agility, and it will create a culture where people are they're given the space to be innovative, to think outside the box, to work outside of the robotic or a monotonous work that they have. So there needs to be, they need to hire the right people as managers. To come to the second point, creative minds. So like I said again, there needs to be a space for individuals in an organization to create the proper, to have creativity and to foster creativity. The third thing that I would like to talk about is design thinking. Design thinking is...
Thank you. Sorry for interrupting a lady, but you know how it is. Mr. Annadurai, obviously Saranya Narayanamurthy has chosen you, right? You don't have a choice, and she's chosen you. So could you please read out your question to her? I'll give you the sheet of paper, don't worry.
Yeah. Hi, Saranya. Hello, sir. COVID has brought us to this situation. The question is on that. As remote work becomes more prevalent, how can managers maintain employee engagement and productivity in a virtual environment?
The question Mr. Annadurai has posed to Saranya is, as remote work becomes more prevalent, how can managers maintain employee engagement and productivity in a virtual environment? You can stand, sit, lie down and speak. All choice is yours. But you got 60 seconds to think. You want that or you want to start talking?
Anything.
Your choice. Okay, start talking. I have no problem. Yeah. You going to dance? No.
No, sir, I'm just standing and speaking. That's all. Yeah.
You dance, I'll wicket.
Great. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Good evening to you. So actually, as we speak about remote work, I would like to quote a very simple example. I launched my first company in 2019, like let's say right before COVID, but it was launched in a complete remote way. I managed an employee of 27 people entirely in a virtual environment, each of them hailing from different states of India. And do you know how we actually maintain that employee engagement in there? Every employee wanted, let's say, 3 things when they're working in an organization. Firstly, they want to be happy and they want to feel relaxed. Secondly, they want to feel that satisfaction for the work they have done. And number 3, they actually need that compensation that will give them a very good lifestyle. And if you are able to ensure all of these three things in a remote environment, by let's say, so we had these 2 policies that were always on place. Number 1, for every one of their birthdays, engagement, for their anniversaries, we send them very special gifts. And this binds the employee with the company very well. And secondly, sir, every day we have a 30-minute meeting where we talk just about everything that's not work. Right.
That ends it.
Right.
Okay, your performance is over.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, you take this back. You brought it, no?
Oh,
you
right.
take it back.
Sorry.
Okay. Abba. Thank you. I'm getting my breath back. That's about it. No, nice. Okay. Right. Now, we've come to the end of the all the competition that is there, the 10 and then the 5. We now have to wait for a couple of minutes or more for the judges to make up their mind. And as soon as they do that, we will announce the Chanakya for the year 2024. For a change, instead of asking them questions, they don't have a mic anyway. Why don't I ask one of you to ask any question that you like? Now, see, so far questions have been asked at you, no? Switch, you ask. Ask anybody. Nobody will answer. Only I will answer. But ask anybody. They don't have a mic here. That's a problem. But don't worry, you ask. I'll get the answer out of them.
Okay. So I actually have a question to your audience. So the main reason we are here is because we participated in this event and we actually thought, okay, so anyway, we have an event at 3:45, so we'll actually wait here. What was the one reason for you all to be here?
In Tamil, sorry, this is
it's sophisticated language, sir. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, basically, he's asking, why are you here? That's what you're asking?
But in a sophisticated language, with empathy. Yeah.
At least, can someone shoulder a nice question? I mean, I'm not so sure that people would like to answer. Yeah, see? That's an elderly
Thank
gentleman.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, but youngsters haven't said that. Anybody, some youngster saying why they are here, bunked college?
Yes,
yes, somebody raised the hand. Yeah, please. Come forward, I can't hear you otherwise. There's no... see, if you come here, you get a mic. Okay, good. Mic you have to tap it on the head, then you like what he did on the phone, no taga.
Good evening. Actually, I have also applied for Chanakya, but I was not selected.
Okay.
For getting exposure, we was here.
You came for exposure.
Hope you got your exposure.
That's a nice one, yeah. I mean, he came to learn so that he can get into Chanakya next year.
Sir, I have one question to the participants.
Which one? Anybody open to the
participants?
Please.
The past 2 days they are here. What was the exposure knowledge, what they gained through this Chanakya event?
Tension on a question, is it? Okay. It's a dangerous question. But since you've asked it, can any 2 of you, I don't want all 5 to start answering. Can any 2 of you, what he is saying is, did you learn anything? Put in simple thing, you know. Kuch seekha kya? In Hindi. Doesn't matter what you say. The competition's over. The judges are not listening to you. So go ahead.
I sort of met a lot of students from a lot of other B schools. So I sort of learned as to the different perspectives that students have, and it's a lot of different minds in a same room. So that was quite nice. That's something that I learned.
One more. No, sub ladies first want work every time. There are 4 ladies here. Come on, you talk. Once in a while, you get a chance to talk. Talk here. You don't know. Go ahead.
I had to say something on the similar lines that even when we were backstage, had a lot of brainstorming. That what we were doing as we knew that there would be some kind of reels or funny videos playing around. So we just started scrolling Instagram and started wondering what kind of conversations can we have about a particular video. So different minds working definitely helps in creating new ideas.
Done? Done? Okay, I'll just wind up. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you, the competition is over. The judges have chosen the winning candidate. And with that, I would like to hand over the mic to my boss. Thank you all so much for listening to me and wish you a very happy week. Thank you.
Thank you, Jagan. As usual, it's a fascinating way. You have got a only style, Envari, Taniyavari. Nobody can do that. Good. Lovely, please. May I request all the 5 contestants to please step forward so that we'll announce the result. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to the 5 finalists to whom we are going to be. Okay. In the meanwhile, juries, would you like to say something or shall we go on and announce the results? Would you like to?
Oh, you want us to?
You can.
First of all, congratulations to all the 10 participants. It was very nice. It was a tough decision for us. All of you did well. But yes, we need only one winner. And that's what MMA says. So I leave it to the... I leave it to group captain to announce the winner.
Okay, good.
Congratulations. Well done. And all the best for your future career.
Okay. As I read out the names, you kindly step forward 1 step. Last time 1 step backward, this time 1 step forward. Let me start with Saranya Narayanamurthy from VIT. Georaj Sai Sri from BM Trichy. Shreya Nair from VIT. We're going to step forward amongst 2 from here. Who is going to be there? Any guesses? Ishan from SPJ. Now, winner is Shruti from IIM Lucknow. Many congratulations. Well done. Now I'll request the jury to come and join the winners for a group picture. Can I get the memento for the juries, please?
Yes, sir. We thank the moderator, Mr. M.S. Jagan, and the distinguished panel of judges. May I request the president to present a memento to Mr. M.S. Jagan, please. And also to present a memento to the other jury members who have taken their time off their busy schedule. Ms. Amudavali Ranganathan, Ms. Anju Mary, Mr. Anna Thurai, Ms. Meera Nair, and Mr. P. Unikrishnan. Thank you all so much for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big hand. It was a tough task for them to decide one among the top 10 actually. And now may I request the President and the other dignitaries to present mementos to the runners-up or the other finalists, we can say, Mr. Ishan Sharma from SP Jain, Ms. Shreya Nair from VIT, Ms. Saranya Narayan from VIT, and Sai Sri Chitra from BIM Trichy. Ladies and gentlemen, they did a fabulous job. They deserve once again a big round of applause, these 4 of them who made it to the top 5 of the grand finale of Chanakya the Mastermind. I now request the dignitaries on the dais to present a memento to the preliminary member of jury who have selected these top finalists, Dr. Vasudevan, Mr. M. Jambunathan, and Ms. Ranganayaki. I think Ms. Ranganayaki is not here. My request, ma'am, please. Sorry, I didn't see you. Please come. Ladies and gentlemen, these three gentlemen actually corrected all the essays, conducted all the telephonic interviews, and ensured that the top 40 people come to the pre-final. Dr. Vasudevan, Mr. M.R. Jambunathan, and Ms. Ranganayaki. Sir? Sir, Ms. Ranganayaki. Oh, please. We are thankful to the Sairam College, Director Professor Maran, who is here, and all the student volunteers who have been there with us for the last 2 months. May I request the dignitaries to present a memento for them as well. Ms. Pratyankara, Mr. Roger Peter, Mr. Naveen Karthik, Ms. Swati, Mr. Sandeep, and Ms. Saundarya. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the people who worked over the last 2 months effortlessly and coordinated with all those 5,000 candidates who appeared for Chanakya. Did a fabulous job. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot to Professor Maran and Dr. Murugan. Thanks a lot, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we come, with this we come to the end of this session, which is the grand finale of Chanakya the Mastermind. And now very soon, we will be getting into the valedictory session where the Chanakya, the prize as well as the prizes awards will be presented to all the winners of other competitions as well. Thank you so much for bearing with us. And very shortly we will commence the valedictory session as my team is getting ready. Once again, I remind you to provide us the valuable feedback by scanning the QR code which is given on page number 2. Just a few minutes from now, we will be commencing the valedictory session.
Spoke very well.
So you could stay back, sir. You will be there in the valedictory.
Yeah.
Almost. My request the dignitaries to take their place on the dais. Mr. Mahalingam, President MMA, who is already here on the dais. Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan, Senior Vice President MMA. Mr. Harish Lakshman, Chairman, Rane Group, who will be the chief guest for the valedictory session. Mr. A.R. Unikrishnan, Vice President MMA and MD Sen Goban. May I request the dignitaries to take their place on the dais along with Group Captain Vijay Kumar, please.
This Mallu from Tamil Nadu. Anju Mary Kuruvilla cannot be from anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan is the Senior Vice President MMA and MD Sundaram Home Finance Limited. May I have his AV, please.
Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan Doraiswamy is the Honorary Treasurer of the Madras Management Association and the Managing Director of Sundaram Home Finance Limited. Formerly the Chief Operating Officer of Sundaram AMC, Mr. Lakshminarayanan has a strong background in risk management, operations, and strategy. With a career spanning Citibank, GE Capital in India and Australia, and Sundaram AMC, he holds degrees in commerce, cost accountancy, and an MBA from Loyola Institute of Business Administration, Chennai.
May I now invite Mr. Lakshmi Narayana to deliver the welcome address.
Good evening, all of you. Thank you, Venkat, for that introduction. It's indeed my great privilege to be here at the valedictory session of the 23rd MMA All India Management Students Convention. We all had the privilege of listening to a host of eminent speakers from the industry with valuable insights on the theme, what does it take to jumpstart a successful career, which was quite thought-provoking and useful. To build a fulfilling, successful corporate career, students should start by identifying their strengths and interests, aligning them with potential career opportunities. Engaging in internships offers valuable insights on developing essential skills such as communication, teamwork, interpersonal skills, etc., and also staying relevant in the dynamic job market. Cultivating resilience and adaptability will empower us to navigate the challenges and seize the opportunities. We all had a series of thought-provoking sessions today, starting with defining success in the modern workplace, career planning and goal setting, and overcoming the challenges, and also what are the skills that are required for the future, and some of the effective job search strategies. And this was all punctuated finally by Ambi Parmeshwaran talking about building a personal brand. I'm sure that today's deliberations would help all the young aspirants and who are on the threshold of an exciting management career to develop a broad understanding of the subject on which they would be well placed to apply and implement in their respective careers. I have great pleasure in welcoming our chief guest, Mr. Harish Lakshman, Chairman, Rane Group. His august presence, despite his busy schedule, to deliver this valedictory address and also to present the awards and trophies to the winners of various competitions, including Chanakya, the mastermind that we recently witnessed. The Best Management Student of the Year 2024, organized by MMA as a prelude to the Management Students Convention. The management students are eagerly looking forward to hearing your vibrant valedictory address, which will be inspiring and invigorating to the young students. I take this opportunity to welcome all the winners of various competitions and the first rank holder in MBA from the University of Madras and Anna University. My special welcome to the guests from management institutes, invitees, past presidents, my colleagues in the management committee, members of the media, and viewers watching this convention live from all over India. Once again, a very warm welcome to all of you this evening and wishing you a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot for setting the tone for this valedictory session. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Harish Lakshman is Chairman, Rane Group. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. Harish Lakshman is the chairman of the Rane Group and an active member of several industrial associations and government panels. With over 26 years of industry experience, he has held various positions within the group companies. He played a key role as the president of Automotive Component Manufacturers Association of India and as the chairman of CII Young Indians, Chennai chapter. He is also an independent director at Oriental Hotels Limited, a Tata Group company.
I now have the privilege of inviting the chief guest, Mr. Harish Lakshman, to deliver the valedictory address, please.
Good evening, everyone. My greetings to Mr. Mahalingam, Mr. Lakshmi Narayan, Mr. Unikrishnan, and of course, Group Captain Vijay Kumar, distinguished guests and delegates of the convention. First I'd like to start by thanking both Mahalingam and Vijay Kumar for inviting me to be a part of this convention. The energy here, I came here about half an hour ago and the energy here is just incredible. So I can hardly imagine how the day would have been from morning. Having said that, I'm still not clear how my validatory session is going to go for multiple reasons. One, it's been a long day. I'm the last act. And secondly, you've had some stellar speakers throughout the day, so which is going to be very difficult to match. And thirdly, I realized I'm dealing with MBA students who already have answers to all the questions. So with that repetition, I will start. I have just 4 messages, and I'll try to convey them in about 10 to 12 minutes. I think as all of you are ready to finish your graduation and enter the work world within this year or in the next year or so, it's a very different world, which I'm sure multiple speakers today mentioned. But the 4 things that I wanted to share, one is the understanding the big picture. As you prepare to step into this next phase of your life, the question arises, how do you begin your career on the right foot? The transition from academia to the industry presents both opportunities as well as challenges. And how you approach it will lay the foundation for your long-term success. The first is to have the power of a clear career vision. As you begin your journey, one of the important steps is to make sure you have a vision. A clear vision serves as a roadmap, guiding your decisions, the actions, and the efforts you take in a focused direction. Without a vision, it's easy to drift aimlessly, moving from one opportunity to the next without purpose or fulfillment. Moreover, a clear vision fuels motivation and resilience. The vision itself may not be the ideal one. When you look back in hindsight later, you may say, maybe I should have had a vision. But not having a vision is worse than not having the best vision. So when you know where you want to go, obstacles become part of the journey rather than roadblocks. You understand that setbacks are temporary and you have a bigger picture in mind. Any successful career, while it begins with a vision, it is passion that drives you. It keeps you motivated through challenges, makes your work meaningful, and transforms effort into excellence. Passion is the spark that turns your vision into reality. But passion alone will not guarantee success. The key is to combine this vision and passion with discipline. The discipline to grow, adapt, and innovate continuously. Discipline will keep you on course. While passion gets you started, it is discipline that will ensure you follow through. It's the daily commitment to learning, growing, and refining your skills, no matter how tough the journey becomes. In career building, these 3 elements work together. Vision, which sets the destination, passion, which drives the journey, and discipline ensures you keep moving forward step by step towards your success. The second message that I have is to invest in yourself for a successful transition. Have you ever wondered what is the most important investment you will make in your life? It is not the financial markets, it's not property, but it is yourself. Success, whether personal or professional, often stems from growth that begins within. Your individual growth acts as a catalyst for success, and that requires investing both mentally and physically. The job market of today is evolving rapidly, and employers today are looking for more than just technical knowledge or managerial skills. Innovation that got mentioned even I heard innovation mentioned multiple times in the Chanakya competition, is increasingly recognized as the currency for the future. It gives business a competitive edge and offers effective solutions for governance. A successful transition into the professional world hinges on your ability to navigate and master digital technologies. Digital literacy is no longer just a desirable skill. It's a fundamental requirement across all industries, including industries which are generally digital laggards like ourselves coming from the automotive world. Proficiency in using technology, including software application, digital tools, and online platforms, will be essential for your success. And I'm not talking about Instagram. Equally important are your communication skills. Being able to communicate effectively will enable you to build relationships, collaboration with colleagues, and to be able to present your ideas persuasively to senior management is crucial in any profession, especially the ones all of you will be going to. Another very important asset that you have to invest yourself is in emotional intelligence. Understanding and managing your own emotions while also empathizing with others can significantly enhance your interpersonal relationships as well as career prospects. The ability to work as part of a team and contribute to shared goals will prove invaluable. In fact, I'm sure many of the earlier speakers might have told you, but I'm sure you've heard that usually it is the managers who climb up the ladder the fastest are the ones with the maximum amount of emotional intelligence rather than just straight intelligence. The world and the institution demand collaboration more than ever before. So if you make others successful, they will do likewise. So it is not so much about how balanced you are, but about how you balance well with others that will ensure your success. Most importantly, learn to embrace change. In an age of rapid technological advancements and shifting industries, the professionals who thrive are those who can evolve, learn new skills, and stay ahead of the curve. And finally, to facilitate a successful transition, I encourage you to network actively. Building relationships within your industry is key to opening doors and seizing opportunities. Remember, the journey doesn't end here. Continuous learning and adaptation will be essential for your long-term career success. This brings me to another essential value. Never think that learning is completed once you graduate. In fact, I want to emphasize that learning is a continuous process, and the importance of continuous learning in your job is even more important than in college. In your college, you have spent years mastering your craft, honing your engineering and management skill, but understand that it doesn't end there. In fact, in many ways, it's just the beginning. Technology will evolve and new challenges will emerge. So the most successful amongst you will be those who are not afraid to keep learning, to stay curious, and to adapt to the changing landscape. I like this quote from Mahatma Gandhi, who said, "Live as if you were to die tomorrow, and learn as if you were to live forever." So it is this mindset that emphasizes that the journey of learning is lifelong, and that each experience can deepen your understanding and broaden your perspective. The third message that I wanted to share with all of you is to develop a strategic and growth mindset. In the early stages of your career, I would urge you to focus on developing a few core competencies in a specific function or area. Whether it could be marketing, it could be finance, operations, or technology. Mastering a specific domain gives you a strong foundation on which to build your career. Expertise in your field boosts your confidence and enables you to provide tangible value from the start. It helps you navigate the complexities of workspace with direction and clarity. In addition to knowledge, the mindset you carry with you will set you apart. You have the power to shape your own future through your choices, the leadership, and approach to challenges. A successful career begins with understanding your industry and the specific function you are entering. Early in your career, it's easy to focus solely on your immediate responsibilities, completing projects, meeting deadlines, and performing your role efficiently. But beware of the trap of tunnel vision. If you focus only on your current tasks, you might miss the bigger picture of your industry or organization. To avoid this, I encourage you to actively broaden your perspective. Let me share an example from my own experience in the automotive industry. Traditionally, this sector was driven by mechanical engineering and manufacturing efficiencies. However, today, we are experiencing a digital revolution in the form of electric vehicles, autonomous driving, AI-powered systems are reshaping the landscape of our industry. Companies that clung to their traditional roles, like producing engines and transmission, today are now at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, those who embraced change, expanded their knowledge, and adapted early have emerged as leaders in the industry. And whether it is Tesla in the US or Ola Electric in India are classic examples of this. So keeping a finger on the pulse of the industry trend is vital to remaining relevant and asking the question, what are the drivers in my industry? What do companies expect from professionals in my field? By using your core competence as a tool to understand and align with the industry expectation, you will not only excel in your role, but also develop a strategic mindset that sets you apart from others and is the kind of thing that senior leadership are always looking for in young managers. Staying open to new opportunities. Being too rigid in your career planning can limit your growth. While it's important to have a vision, staying open to new ideas and opportunities can lead to better outcome. Your willingness to learn new things, to step outside your area of expertise, will become one of your greatest assets. It is this mindset, the one that embraces growth and innovation, that will empower you to stay ahead in your careers. Make sure you volunteer for projects. Offer to take on additional responsibilities beyond what the role asks you to do. Share your insights. Don't be afraid to share your ideas and suggestions. And demonstrate initiative. Show that you are proactive and show that you're willing to go that extra mile to take risks and get the job done. As you take on your first roles, remember that your success will depend on the habits you cultivate. Focus on building habits and hobbies that align with your passions. Engage in activities outside of work and which will enrich your life, foster creativity, and open new avenues for professional growth. Whether it's a hobby, volunteering, or learning a new skill, these experiences can enhance your adaptability and broaden your network. As I mentioned earlier, the life ahead of career life is going to be full of challenges, and most days you're going to be faced with more problems than celebrations. So I wanted to share a personal reflection. When I speak of mindset, I'm always reminded about an experience that shaped my thinking. I took up long distance running many years ago as a way to push my limits, both physically and mentally. There's one unique thing about long distance running. It's easy to start, full of energy and optimism. But as the miles stretch on you and as your legs grow tired, your breathing becomes labored and you're faced with a choice to stop and take the easier path or to push forward, trusting that every step gets you closer to the finish line. Life, much like long distance running, is all about endurance. There will be times when you hit a wall in your career, in your personal life, where progress seems slow and the obstacles insurmountable. But if there's one lesson I have learned from both running and life, is those who succeed are not necessarily the fastest or the most talented, but those who simply refuse to quit. Whether in your professional or personal life, as I said, you will face these moments when quitting seems like the only option. But I encourage you that in those moments to dig deep, to keep moving forward, even if it's one small step at a time. Remember, the journey is often more important than the destination. The last message that I wanted to share with you before we conclude is on leadership. I first want to pause for a moment and acknowledge all of you and your journey as aspiring leaders. Each of you today stand at a pivotal point, ready to step into roles that will not only shape your future, but also influence the lives of those around you. In this light, I thought it would be fitting to share some thoughts on what true leadership looks like in today's world. In my career spanning over 2 decades, I've had the privilege of working with many successful managers and a few exceptional leaders. One thing I've learned is that by living by a consistent set of values is incredibly demanding. There will be times when you find yourself at crossroads, facing conflicts between what you know is right for success and what resonates with your own belief, which may sometimes be more pragmatic and always the pressure to take a quick fix or a shortcut decision. I encourage you to, as each and every one of you, to establish your own set of values and always commit to living by them. This is even more difficult in an environment like India, where the external forces are very challenging. But this difficulty is a necessary step if you wish to stand out and be a true leader. Finally, remember that academic excellence does not always equate to overall success in life. It's vital to approach success with humility and equally important to learn how to handle failures gracefully. As you strive for success in all your endeavors, aim to cultivate an all-round personality with a wide range of interests. Strive for a 360-degree perspective on life, valuing all dimensions rather than prioritizing one over the other. Before I close, let me summarize with a thought. The only person you are destined to become is the person you decide to be. Every choice you make, every challenge you face, and every opportunity you embrace will shape the person you become. As young graduates stepping into the world, you have the chance to carve your own paths. Don't just have career goals. Set goals that give you a balanced, successful life. Balanced means ensuring your health, relationships, mental peace are all in good order. Remember that success is not just about climbing the ladder. It's about shaping your own path and taking ownership of your future and finding joy in that journey. So take action, stay curious, and build the life you've dreamed of. The future is yours to create. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Harish. That was very inspirational and thought-provoking as well. I now request Group Captain Vijay Kumar to introduce the awards.
Thank you, Venkat. MMA organizes every year various competitions as a prelude to the Management Student Convention. The first one being the paper presentation competition. A team of 2 students are invited to present papers on the theme of the convention. The written presentation and oral presentations are judged by the panel of eminent jury, and the winning teams are awarded 3 prizes, 20,000, 15,000, 10,000 and certificate and medallion. This year, the paper presentation competition was conducted on the theme of the convention. What does it take to jumpstart a successful career? Over 70 students participated in this year's paper presentation competition. Then we also conducted business plan competition. Each team, 2 students, will submit a business plan on commercially viable business ideas on any industry services of their choice. The idea presented were evaluated by venture capitalists and the winners are selected. 68 students participated in this year's business plan competition, which was evaluated by the venture capitalists. The big debate. A debate is always provocative. Heated debate is all the more so. The objective of the debate is to enable students to showcase their communication skill and logical reasoning skill. The ABC of communication, accuracy, brevity, and clarity, will be exhibited during the strong audience when we had a debate. A team of 2 students from each institution, one speak for and one against the proposition. The theme for the big debate this year was, should early career professionals prioritize the startup or more established companies? We had some lovely debate and 55 students participated in this year's big debate competition. Think Tank, the Master Brain Management Quiz. The Inter-B School quiz tested knowledge of the management students on the world of management and businesses around us. Rather than testing only the memory, the format of the event will more on contestants apply their whole body of acquired expertise and knowledge on the presented questions, forcing them to make the connection and come up with the answers. 80 students participated in the year's management quiz competition. Then we also have an MMA MBA award. Every MMA presents the MBA award of 10,000 each to the first rank holder. This time we are presenting the award to the first rank holder from the Vaishnava College who sponsored this prize for the award. Then Chanakya, the mastermind, which you witnessed just a while ago, the best management student of the year 2024. The flagship event of MMA Management Student Convention is a competition, Chanakya, the mastermind, to select the best management student of the year. The award recognizes the best student on his all-round abilities based on series of contests and criteria leading to the fitting grand finale on stage where chosen finalists participate in final 2 rounds. The first round of finals, you witness stage witness elimination of 5 students, leaving other 5 in the fray for the final round. The panel interview by the juries, which included a rapid fire resulting in selection of and crowning of the winner of the Chanakya, the mastermind, for the year 2024 with a cash award of 1 lakh certificate and a medal and a trophy. This year we had more than 5,342 participants online, of which we shortlisted about 310, which was interviewed by a panel of judges from the MMA, of which we shortlisted 44 who traveled from all parts of the country to Chennai, and we had pre-finals held yesterday at MMA Madam Center. We shortlisted 10 who are presented today. May I now request our chief guest, Mr. Harish Lakshman, to Chairman Rane Group, to kindly step forward and do the honor of presenting the award to the winners of various competitions. May I request Mr. Harish Lakshman and the other dignitaries to join him while presenting the award.
May I request the dignitaries also join on the dais. Students, you're all aware who are the competitioners. Please come to the left side so that we can save some time. Let me begin by calling upon the winners for the business plan competition for the year 2024. All those here, please encourage them with a big round of applause. All the winners have done a great job. Third prize, business plan competition, Mritika and Shweta from MOP Vaishnav College for Women. Cash award of 10,000 each, sponsored by Monk Capital. Second prize goes to Vaishnavi SK and Ms. Chrislyn Emina, SRM Institute of Science and Technology. Cash award of 15,000 rupees. Well done. And the first prize winners of the business plan competition this year are Ms. Meena M. and Mr. Pon Vasant from Sairam College of Engineering. Now going on with the winners of the paper presentation competition, sponsored by Tata Consultancy Services. The third prize goes to Ms. Janus and Miss Asha Srinivasan of MCC. Second prize goes to Ms. Janani and Ms. Saundarya of Sairam College of Engineering, rupees 15,000. And the winners of the first prize this year in the paper presentation competition are Dr. Purvi Deshmukh and Dr. Shreya Shri from Institute of Health Management and Research, Bangalore, cash award of 20,000 rupees. The winners of the big debate, sponsored by Pons Veterans. The third prize goes to Dr. Shreya Shri, Institute of Health Management and Research, Bangalore. Shreya is already there on the dais, so she gets the second prize as well. Give her a big round of applause. Came all the way from Bangalore and has won 2 awards this year. Second prize goes to Mr. D. Pon Vasant from Sri Sairam College of Engineering. Well done, Pon Vasant. He also has won the second award this year. And the first prize goes to Ms. Preeti Kumari Tiwari from Madras Christian College. The best debater of the year, 15,000 rupees is the cash prize. The winners of the management quiz this year, we have Ms. Taranis and Ms. Shruti from Sona School of Management. They are winning the third prize, sponsored by Time Links. All the prizes of management quiz are sponsored by Time Links. And third prize is also shared with Mr. Abhishek and Mr. Karthikeyan from SRM Institute of Science and Technology. They are joint winners of third prize. And the second prize in management quiz goes to Prince Daniel and Kishore from Sona School of Management. And the first prize goes to Ms. Priyadarshini and Ms. Purnajanani from Sona School of Management. This is a cash order of rupees 20,000. And as announced before, this year the university topper rank, it's sponsored by the MOP, Dr. K. Nirmala Prasad Endowment by the MOP Vaishnav College. The cash award of rupees 10,000 goes to Ms. Janani from MOP Vaishnav College for Women. Janani has been the topper of 2022-24 batch. Well done, sir. Congrats to all your team. Thank you. And the loudest applause must come now. We're going to announce the Best Management Student of the year 2024, Chanakya the Mastermind. May I request Ms. Shruti L. from IIM Lucknow to join the dignitaries on the dais and collect the award. It is sponsored by Addison, Indian Oil, Cholamandalam, MS General Insurance Company. No. Mr. Anadura is here. Anybody from Chola? Please come. Sponsors of the award from Mr. Addison. Yes, give her a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Chanakya, the Mastermind, Best Management Student of the Year 2024. Thanks to all the dignitaries on the dais. Time for us to honor the chief guest who has taken his time off today from his busy schedule and being here. May I request President MMA and other dignitaries to present a memento to Mr. Harish Lakshman for taking his time off this evening and being here. We also have a memento for the other dignitaries on the dais. Mr. Lakshmi Narayan, Mr. Unikrishnan, and Mr. Mahalingam. Students, just stay back 5 minutes. We are about to end. Please stay back for 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Mr. R. Unikrishnan, Vice President MMA and Saint Gobain India, Managing Director. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. A.R. Unikrishnan is the Managing Director of Saint Gobain India Private Limited. A thought leader in sustainability and policy development, he plays an important role in the growth and leadership journey of Saint Gobain's glass business in India. He is the Vice Chairman of CII Tamil Nadu State Council, immediate past Chairman of CII Chennai Zone, Chairman of CII Green Product Council, Vice President of Madras Management Association, past Chairman CII Tamil Nadu CEO Forum, and member of Indo-French Chamber of Commerce Governing Council, among others.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, my dear students. My task is very simple. I have to summarize what happened the whole day, so I'm just going to take only 1 hour. So don't worry. Don't worry, I'm not going to take that long. We are all students for life and learning never stops. But I just wish that I was at least 35 years younger and had the opportunity to actually go through what happened right through the day. Really, illustrious speakers talking about very thoughtful messages for one to really build a career. So first I want to thank all the speakers right from the morning till evening who really presented several facets of one can develop in your career. So I really want to thank all the speakers. I think you can clap a little for them. Let me thank Mr. Harish Lakshman, the chief guest today. Your 4 key messages on having the big picture, investing in oneself, strategic and a growth mindset, and also the leadership. I am sure that's going to be invaluable messages for all the students here. So thank you for being here today and sparing your time. I really want to thank Mr. Murari Jagan, the man, who he really conducted the Chanakya, the quiz program. I think the energy was really inspiring for all of us. I really want to thank all the jury members in the preliminary and the final. I think a lot of effort, a lot of time and effort investment has been done by all of them. In specifically, I also want to thank all the past presidents, MMA members who are present here. An event of this nature cannot happen without the support of all the sponsors. So I really want to thank all the sponsors, all the companies who have sponsored the entire student convention. We have also members from the media and the student delegates. I really want to thank all of them for their support right through, especially the Hindu business line who has been a great support right through in the build-up to this particular event. Let me also thank Mr. Mahalingam, the president, Mr. Lakshminarayan, the senior vice president, and Mr. Senthilnathan, who is the chairman for the student convention committee, for all their guidance and support for putting this together. The student volunteers have really played a big role, and I really want to thank Mr. Vamsi, the management trainee at MMA, wherever he is. Thank you for that. And Mr. Roger Peter, Ms. Pradigara, Mr. Naveen, Ms. Soundarya, Mr. Sandeep, and Ms. Swati. I specifically wanted to call out the student names because you are, the volunteering that you have done has been of immense help. So thank you really for that. And I can't thank enough for Mr. Venkatraman and our own group captain, for all the guidance and the management, the MMA team for really putting this together. So thank you once again, especially all those students who have really stayed back till the end. Thank you once again for that. And till we meet again in the next year, keep learning. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you.
May I request all of you to raise for the national anthem, please.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your participation. Reach back home. Please come, sir. Please come. So, one second.